Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Municipal Council, I welcome you to the workshop of today's sessions, February 11th, 6:30. It is now, I'm sorry, I don't have my phone. It is now 6:39, and we'll begin the meeting. Madam Clerk, I'd like you to call the roll. As I indicated, please, everyone that's signing that sheet, you're signing the sheet. If it's for the special meeting, that's going to be after we have a closed executive session, okay? Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Council. Roll call for the workshop session of February 11th, 2025. Councilwoman Cotton? Here. Councilman Jackson?
Here.
Councilwoman Mims?
Here and ready to serve.
Councilman Velez?
Say my Councilwoman Mims, ready to serve. Welcome, everyone.
Council President?
Present.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, at this time, if you can please read the statement of compliance.
Sure. Totals are 5 that are present. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2024-2025, February 11th, 2025, 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1, the annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2024-2025 on or about July 1st, 2024. 2, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2024 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, The Italian Voice, Passaic County Post, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Council President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. To everyone here, Council President is not here today as he is in Washington. He wanted me to share that, his apologies. I know there's a presentation today honoring someone who I believe, well, actually there's 2, that I believe have given the city so much. So, on behalf of Council President, he apologizes for not being here today. At this time, Councilman Velez, I understand that you have a presentation, but before we do that, I'd like to do the payment of bills, okay? Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you, Council President. Tonight's payment of bills will be in the total of $44,459,540.46. Out of this total, $7,707,715.56 is payroll. $14,613,562.01 is open space. In our general government, we have payments for our health benefits, third-party insurance, and our capital road resurfacing program. I move for payment of bills on tonight,
Do I
Council.
have a second?
Second discussion.
Councilman Velez, discussion?
Thank you, Council President. Through the chair, CFO is still here? Where you at? Oh, please. Mr. CFO, the past meeting, we every time that we look at the payment of bills, the question is going to come up for the past 2 months. Now we receive a notice that the professionals of the Board of Adjustment and Planning are not going to meet because they're not getting paid. Any of this payment that we see here, any reflect payment to them for we could resume meetings?
Yes, there was payments to the professionals last week. PCI got paid, and I believe 3 of the professionals got paid.
From which board?
I believe all of them.
You believe?
Yeah, again, there was, I want to say Gary, Aquavivia, and Mr. LaRocca, I think, Marco.
Okay, so, through the chair, to BA, acting BA, I would like to have a email from Mike Dorch if they gonna resume the meeting based on that payment that was already given to them, because we have a lot of projects pending those meetings, and we don't want to delay the development of the city of Paterson. That was a big question in the past meeting, so we want to make sure that those payments got to them, and the meeting are going to resume back as normal. Thank you, Madam President.
Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Mims, then Councilman Jackson.
So I want to put it on the record again. I made a request based on an ordinance that this council put forward. It's stated in the ordinance that anytime a new development will come forward, those monies will be put into escrow, and that money will be utilized to make sure that the professional services are paid. I made a request in regards to identifying how much money is in the escrow account, how much money has been utilized, and what is there. So, CFO, I know I made this request before. I know you've been busy, but I just want to put it on the record because I have asked for this information. This will help offset some of this and avoid us from having these occurrences. I know that we have people that want to do business in the city, and because of this delay in them not meeting, is causing Paterson not to receive the residual income. So can you speak to that, Mr. CFO, please?
To the request? I'll follow up with the request. It would have to be through economic development, because they're the ones that do all the projects. So I'll follow up with the department.
Okay, well, I made the request last week, so, or, yeah, to the last meeting, so, and it has not been done. So I'm not sure what that looks like, so I hope our Economic Development Director is watching. Mr. BA, could you make sure that this information is sent out this week to all the council members, because we waited a couple weeks at this point and still have not gotten that information. So, Council President, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. Just a note, there's dozens of requests that have gone unanswered, and you know, just being meticulous about those payments is not necessarily fiscally prudent on our part to make sure all of the line items in the budget are properly noted. With that being said, Mr. CFO, under the statutory expenditures, $1.5 million to departments. Can you outline what encompasses departments?
You're talking about the 9,000, the 2.6 million other statutory expenditures, Council?
The total is 2.6, but the departments specifically, you have tax refunds. I understand what that is. County open space taxes, 294,000. I understand what that is, but it just says departments.
It's on the second page, CFO, after the first general ledger page.
So the other parts of it are solid waste, street light payments, tax appeals, and utilities.
The tax refunds are there, 885,000. But the point I'm making, I mean, it's solid waste. We have a line item for solid waste. Why are we paying for solid waste under statutory expenditures?
That's part of, solid waste is part of statutory expenditures.
We don't have a line item for solid waste?
Is part of that. So you see 9,000 on the first page? 9,000 is part of solid waste is 93. Utilities, solid waste, that's part of statutory expenditures.
So the point I'm making is when we going back to, you know, to reference the spending or doing the audit, it's here presented as department expenditures. And it needs to be better classified than that. And also, what's the status on the payment for the health insurance benefits? I asked for a report on that at the last meeting last month, which was in excess of $3 million. And I still haven't received any proof of payment. Have those bills been satisfied?
For the health benefits, we pay them every month, yes.
How is it that we had an expenditure or a bill from them for over $3 million if we pay it every month?
So maybe there's a little confusion there because we're on a two-month lag. So we pay for, we're in February, we're paying for December.
Right.
So there's a 2-month lag, so now we're paying for December. So maybe that's what you mean that we're behind, but no, we weren't behind.
What are we paying monthly?
Altogether, $4.5 million.
Monthly?
Yes.
All right, can you send that to me, please? It's
Okay.
the second time making that request. Thank you, Council President. One thing I would like to note, there's a lot of things that we are not satisfied or not happy with our current president in doing, but one thing that we have to acknowledge is that all of the spending that's been outlined and noted, and it's the same thing here in the city. The spending is out of control. We don't have any idea what a lot of this money is being spent on. We still haven't gotten any of the reports for the expenditures of the $140 million in tax credits, as well as the $80+ million in CARES Act money. The council president was asked the other day, where's the money, where has it been spent on? He's telling the community we don't know. This council should not ever have to tell the community we don't know what we're spending money on. So I would urge council members to let's continue to press on the administration to get us this information. Thank you.
Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilman
Council
Jackson.
Council President.
Councilwoman Cotton, then
Okay.
again, Councilman Velez.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a question about the health benefits. I think maybe a couple weeks ago, maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think employees was like overcharged. Extra money was taken out of their check that should not have been taken out. It was like, I know it's a percentage of, it's at the ceiling now. It's at the ceiling, so everybody, it's based on salaries, how much comes out. So had that been rectified that 1 week they took out too much
Yes,
out of their paycheck for whatever reason? I don't know what happened.
Yes, the first pay, what happened was the first pay, when the company did the calculation, they did it based on 24 pays instead of 26 pays. It has been rectified. It was rectified the next pay.
So they
We
was,
gave everybody back.
so
the money.
those employees was given their money back?
Yes.
Or refund back?
Yep.
And the next question I have for you is probably for a corporation counsel. The overseers for the planning board and the board of adjustment, you still have a lot of cases that have not been heard that has been waiting for a year or more. So who's really in charge of looking to make sure some of these cases get heard, or people who have put in, who want to change their house from one family to two family, put an extension on their business? It could be anything, but some of them have been waiting over a year already just to get on one of the boards, whether it's the Board of Adjustment or whether it's the Planning Board. So who's looking into making sure that these businesses are able to get on the board, on the meeting, I mean? Go ahead, thank you.
Madam Chair, would you like to respond?
Corporation Counsel.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and council colleagues. Councilman Cotton, the boards that you're referring to, the zoning board and the planning board, are statutory boards.
Is your mic on?
It's a green light. So the boards are both, planning board and zoning board are statutory boards, and they're considered semi-autonomous. So in that case, essentially, the chairperson of each board is responsible for making sure that there's an agenda that is addressed timely. They're both housed in the Economic Development Department, but that's really for purposes of, it's administrative purposes. The applications need to get ushered through the board by the secretary and the chair in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Okay, then I need to address it to the chair of the board.
Both.
And to the secretaries, to making sure applications who put in, it's been a year, but they have not been able to get on the agenda. That's all. So I'll direct my questions to those two chairs and those two secretaries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. CFO, I probably, you don't need to go back into the office and get this information for the health of the public that are watching on TV and those that are here, and especially us that being asking the the question every time we talk about the ordinance that we enacted in 2018 regarding the sewer utility. That was enacted in 2018. Top of your head, how much we have collected in that account, in that line item?
Are you referring to sewer connection fees?
Correct.
Not sewer utility, or sewer
No,
connection?
sewer
fees?
connection fee. Yeah.
Okay. Sewer connection fees. Last year, we collected 1.5 million.
Since when was enacted?
Last year, just
Okay.
calendar 24.
So approximately how much we could?
Approximately 1.5 million last year.
And this year?
The year before, 780,000. I would have to look at all the other years. I would say somewhere around between 700 and $1.2 million.
So you could add it all, you
Yeah,
could talk
I'll
about
send
like
you the
$5 million,
information.
we could say?
I would say,
roughly?
yeah.
Roughly, okay. So if roughly, I just gotta go roughly. That money was moved to general funds?
No, that money goes to cover the sewer utility.
And which one was moved to general funds? Any of those money regarding sewer or any ordinance that we enacted or the escrow fee was moved to general fund?
No, we don't have
At
a
all?
storm. We don't have a storm fee, but no.
Okay. Do you have any idea where we have used
Councilman
that?
Velez?
Hold on, Council
Councilman
President.
Velez, Councilman Velez,
President.
respectfully, I'm going to say, if
Yeah.
you ask him a question and he answers you no, you don't ask the
And I don't-
question
I-
again.
okay,
I
so-
really want us to be mindful.
So,
There's a
Council
lot of
President, I got the floor.
Councilman Velez,
I
if you
got-
may
I got the
please.
floor,
Councilman
and
Velez,
Council
we have
President-
children here and parents, we
Uh,
have honorees here, so I'd like you to please, finish your statement.
So, okay, I gotta finish my statement, but, you can't caution me if I gotta go back and forth and question because they're in the same line of question. So, I wanna know how much was collected totally since the ordinance. I wanna know if they still sit in the account. If they're not still sitting in the account, I wanna know where it was spend it, okay? That's one thing. The last thing is that we approved the contract for the police department, okay? And they submitted all the retroactive payments, the total. Why they receive peanuts and not all of it? Council, Director, CFO. No, yes. CFO, he managed. When we approve contracts here, and the last meeting that we approved the contract for the police, I say, get the numbers right. I don't want to, and that was back in December. Get the number right, get the money pay out to them before
So-
December ends, and they get half
So-
of it or
So
a
the
quarter of it.
salaries, the salaries are all correct. There's a disagreement on part of the retro.
So you give him part of the retro?
Well, we're coming up with different numbers.
So when do you go to finalize that? They need that retro, they need to pay car, they need to pay rent, they need to pay mortgage. When are they gonna get that retro?
Well, and it depends, Councilman, because I believe my numbers are correct and they believe their numbers are correct, so.
This is the thing. When I'm in the street, right? I'm interacting with a fine officer, the Paterson Police Department. They are protecting us day in, day out. And the perception is that why the council is holding the payout or the retro. And we tell them, we just pay my bills, we approve contract, but the administration is supposed to do that accordingly based on the contract. They already worked for that money. They already
So-
went to agreement for that money, and we honor the contract based on the agreement and their vote. So I don't want to hear next month that we still calculating and putting the right numbers when they are waiting for that money. They already worked for it. So, please, I'm asking please.
Again, maybe I'm not explaining it correctly.
Correct.
There's a disagreement on the calculation. So I don't know how quickly it's gonna get resolved. I can't answer that right now. I did a calculation, they disagree with it. They have their own calculation. I disagree with their numbers. They just called me about it on Friday. I did not get a chance to call them back yet. We are gonna sit, we're gonna talk about it, and then we're gonna get wherever we get, and then it's gonna go from there. But I don't have an answer for you right now.
All right, thank you.
But as of right now, I don't believe they're owed anything.
They owe nothing?
I don't believe so, no.
Oh, So I
Okay.
guess
Thank you.
they know how to count. Uh, That's okay. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call on payment of bills.
Roll call for the payment of bills in the amount of $44,459,540.46. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There's a few items, a few things I would like to comment on, but I'll refrain. I see there's quite a few people here for a ceremony, but I will say this, Mr. Sampone, and not to indict a debate, but despite the concept of those boards being quasi-autonomous, it's absolutely incorrect. All of the scheduling, all of the administrative functions, the direction, these board members have limited access to city resources. They don't have their own autonomous secretary. Their secretary answers to a department head within the ranks of the administration. And the fact of the matter is, the vast majority of them have been complaining greatly because they feel as if that there's been a hijacking of their board, so to speak, to where they're incapable of answering or hearing some of these cases that's applications that's been presented before the city. So, and I understand your response, and you know, I'm not particularly in favor of it because this board does not have the ability to operate and isolate themselves from the municipality. These applications for construction or for development projects, they're presented to the administration, they're presented to the city, and the fact that they're not having these meetings is not as simple as just having a conversation with the chairperson. The chairperson does not have the liberty to facilitate the functions of the administration. And the fact that they have not met in several months, whether it's from professionals not being paid, whether it's from clerical errors within the ranks, that is a serious issue that the administration needs to look at. And we cannot just allow for the buck to be passed and say, well, you know, the chairpersons have the ability to do so. They do not. They don't have the ability to function without the direction and oversight from the administration. They don't have access to facilities. They don't have access to scheduling, to security, and all of the necessary things that go along with putting a meeting together. And the administration needs to take this seriously and make sure that these applicants that's bringing the projects here before the city are fairly heard. So I wanted to put that on record and make that be known. And Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you. So I find it alarming because I was not aware that there was a discrepancy with the payment for the police department. So I would like full disclosure to be sent out to all the council members so that we can gain an understanding of what the expectation of what the police department is saying they should have, and then what you're saying that they should not have, and what is the variance. Because the last thing our community needs is our police department to say, if we don't get paid, we're not going to protect and serve. So we need to ensure whatever that discrepancy is, that it's fixed sooner than later. Whatever the difference is, and I don't know how much it is, but that's a very big concern because we approved that contract. It was negotiated by the administration and their union. You agreed to it. We voted on it based on the ratification and the vote. And so they deserve to get whatever it is that so rightfully deserves to be paid. So I would like to get that information as soon as possible, especially to all the council members, so that we can gain an understanding as to what that is and why there is a difference. And if there is something that is, that's wrong, we need to fix it immediately because we need to make sure that our men and women in blue get their pay if that's what it is. Also, the documents that I've requested based on the escrow fees that are being paid by these developers that are coming in for new projects. We've had a lot of projects since this council has approved it, and I want to see how much money is in there, because to me, it's a little egregious to find out that we have Board of Adjustments not operating because of lack of payment when this council approved an ordinance for fees to go into escrow every time they got a new project that would pay them. So the money, so my question is, where is the money? There was a commercial that used to say, where's the beef? So it's a problem when we can't see the money that's been approved that's supposed to be in the escrow account so that these people get paid, and now we're hearing that not only have they not been paid, they have not been meeting. So we need to rectify that as soon as possible. I'm gonna vote on this because these are services rendered, but before next week's meeting, we need to have some answers. My vote is yes, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Udine.
Good evening, everyone, those who are here. We are voting for the bills. Of course, I always support that because we need to continuation of the services and people need to get paid. But we don't want to see the request is dying just in request, because the councilman mentioned, and we are speaking about Board of Adjustment. That conversation started last month. We did not hear back from the administration at all. So we want to see that why the meeting is not taking place. So many of the agendas are still on the hang. People are calling for their items. They're waiting on the long, just years. So we have to make sure that we have to be welcoming for the developers. So as you are saying, not just developers, our local people, one family, two family houses, they want to renovate their house or changes, but they are just waiting years, paying their mortgage out of their pocket. So we have to consider those small things. Instead of, when I didn't actually support that, when we supported sewer connection, the project could be started without paying sewer connection fee, and they can pay at the end, just to make it easier. But we are making it harder, but not having the meeting on times. So we have to make sure that we are paying the payment that should be paid, and council should be aware of what's happening to the boards that are the soul of the city of Paterson. So we cannot just support you, but you have to support the people on time as well. At the Paterson Police Department, we are so happy when we approve the contracts, and we cannot just hear from them today. They're just waiting on their retro. So I think we need clarification on this matter, and council needs to be aware of this. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. See, when it comes out to court service of the city of Paterson, I get passionate what's going on. When it comes out to police, fire, DPW, and other court service of the city, I get passionate. Why? Because, for example, the police have been 5 or 6 years without a contract, a fair contract. The police department in Paterson, New Jersey is the lowest pay in the whole state of New Jersey. You understand where I'm coming from? Not only that, we lost a lot of police officers because they didn't get the fair pay here in the city of Paterson. Now they come back trusting that new contract that they approve. You know, you don't think it's fair that the numbers should be right in their behalf for the administration to say, you know what, let's pay them, they deserve that. And this is only police. I imagine the other contract we approved from DPW that hopefully they come back and they don't say they don't agree on payment when they are also the low pay department in the city of Paterson. And let's not count the other departments like Board of Health and other issues in the city of Paterson. So, you know, and this is a question that we put out there every meetings, you know, and I don't like to repeat myself. I don't know if my colleague like to do that with the administration, but it's time to put the foot down and bring the right answer to the community, and especially for those that work in the city of Paterson. Those that work in the city of Paterson, you know, low pay, 5 years, 6 years without contract, they don't agree on the payment. Retroactive, something that they, even in overtime, I hope the state is not watching that part that they don't agree with the payment or the numbers, because then the state gonna say, see, that's why we went in. Now they want it back. So hopefully they get this square out and they get the payment. unless we had to call Elon Musk to fix the finance of the city of
Come
Paterson.
on, Councilman.
You like that part. All right. Saying that, it's a joke. I know you Democrat, but it's true. We need to fix the finance of the city of Paterson. And if you keep on looking, you can be surprised. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to the payment of
Thank you,
bills.
Councilman. Council President.
So I'm not going to speak as long as my council colleagues, as you've heard their concerns.
You take your
I like to keep to the agenda, right? And what we're discussing, and we're getting out of, the conversation, although it does correlate and relate, to payment of bills. I will say this, we had a Public Safety Committee meeting, and that was not brought up to us. As you just heard the CFO, and that's not to defend him, he just found out Friday, okay, that there was a discrepancy. Let him do his job, and the police department has a chief, an OIC, and a director, all right? We had a meeting, we were all in that meeting. We were in that meeting. That was not brought to us. If it was brought up to a council member, okay, fine, but it should go through the proper channels. So with that said, I'm in full support that, yes, we have to pay our officers. I am diehard, I bleed blue. Everyone knows it, right? But I also understand that we're not the administration. We are not. They do the day-to-day operations, not us. When we request things, yes, it should come to the council, and not just to the person requesting it. It should come to the body, to the entire council. So with that said, I'm gonna leave it there. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, after you vote.
Okay, so with that said, just putting it on record that the CFO will have to leave after this payment of bills. He's going to still be here. Unfortunately, or fortunately, however we want to put it, he has arbitration tomorrow. We want to make sure that we can come to a conclusion with fire, okay, because police and fire are very important, as everyone in this room today and every department is important to us as a council and as a people. My vote is yes.
Thank you,
Let me call the
Council
vote. Let me
President. The
call the
votes are 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. The payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Okay, thank you very much.
So
Mr. CFO?
the discrepancy, we found out about the discrepancy after we made the payment. I reached out to both PBA president and their lawyer, and their lawyer just got back to me this last week, and PBA president called me on Friday.
Okay.
And again, just because of mediation and arbitration, I didn't get a chance to call back. But again, we have I believe my numbers are correct, so it is a discrepancy on the numbers, and I just have to figure out how they got to their numbers.
Well, let's just get
Yeah.
it fixed.
Well, Council
so we can
President,
move forward.
let me just say
Okay.
something real quick.
Councilwoman,
I can't
is it
believe that,
Councilwoman? Are you
if I
gonna-
may,
Councilwoman?
you mean to tell me you made a payment and there was no amount written beforehand to see, okay, Jim Blow gets 2,000, Eddie whatever get 5,000. There was no figure written before that? That you both agreed?
We
That
never
you just
do a
made a
figure.
payment and you didn't agree?
We never do a figure for retro. We
Yes,
just
you
give-
do.
No, no.
I'm a union person. This is what I'm getting.
No,
I
we-
mean,
it's
I mean-
never,
You
it's
wanna do it
never,
back to back.
yeah, you're getting 2%.
No, but I'm
But
saying
it's never
this,
like you're gonna get 10,000 or 5,000. You never see that in any contract.
Okay.
No,
You're
not
gonna
in
get
the
2% for
contract.
5 years or whatever it is.
All right, let us-
You're missing the point. The point is, okay, before we issue out the check, Jim Blow gets 2,000, Eddie whatever gets 4,000. You don't have that written out already, like who gets how much? That's all I'm saying. Isn't it written out before how much? And then that's when they
Yes.
could agree, say, no, that's not right. I'm not
That
supposed to
is-
get this. And then you wouldn't have cut no checks. You wouldn't have cut anything because it's not, you're not agreeing. That's all. I'm just saying, I can't believe how you're gonna do a retro check and you don't let them know ahead of time, this is the amount of money you're getting. You
Well, we
just cutting
do-
the check. I just can't
We
believe
do the
that.
calculations and then we send it to them.
Huh?
And then they came back with their own calculations.
Okay.
Council President.
All right. Thank you
Council
very
President,
much. So
I'm sorry, I'd like to amend the roll call. It's 5 in favor, 1 against, and 2 absent.
okay.
Council
That is
President.
okay on record. Thank you. And for the record, Councilman Kalik is out sick today, so that's why he is not here.
Council, before Mr. CFO
Councilwoman
leaves,
Min.
just 2 points of, 1 point of recommendation and then the question. Point of recommendation, in the future, if there's something that goes on with the discrepancy, please make sure finance
Finance.
is aware of it so that we're blindsided when we come here to this dais. That's 1. And 2, I know you have to leave for whatever reason, but there's some other items on here that may have some questions, so please watch the meeting because we're going to be asking so that we can get some answers by next week, okay? Thank you.
Just so you know, he's remaining in City Hall, okay? All right, thank you very much. All right, so at this time, I'm going to call on Councilman Velez. I know there's a lot of people, there's people outside waiting as well, but we are up to capacity in here. We are, like I said, honoring two individuals, very well respected, and so I will now give the words to Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam President and Madam Clerk, public in the audience. Thank you for being here. You're patient. This is business. So we are here to honor two individuals. I call it today the honorees of law and order. Law and order. I came up with that because it's true. There's a law and order. But first I got to call the law. I want to call forward a gentleman that have paved the road for a lot of people in the city of Paterson. Not only Latinos across the board, everyone. And this resolution, I'm not going to read it all, right? But it's a long history of paving the road for others. And when I came up with this resolution, all my colleagues agree on it. Resolution honoring the distinguished career and contribution of Judge Miguel de la Carrera. Your Honor, you may approach the bench. Just give me a round of applause for Miguel de la Carrera. Miguel de la Carrera, once again, we are proud.
Your Honor, stand by him so we can see
Oh,
your
yeah,
face
no.
and not your back.
You know how many times we look at him
There
front
you go.
front?
Now
he's
the
standing next to
people
me.
of Paterson can see you.
He is Miguel de la Carrera. Judge, Honorable Miguel de la Carrera. Miguel Carrera, when, you mean a lot to the community. Even if we don't talk to you a lot, the law do not allows us to talk to you a lot, but we see your work. And enjoy your retirement. You have paved the road for all of us, and you have made us proud to be a Latino. And from Paterson. Miguel de Carrera, God bless you. Que prosperen todos, así como prospera tu corazón. I had to say that in Spanish. God bless you. Receive this in behalf of the council. And some words.
Bueno, ¿en español o en inglés? I want to thank everyone here. I want to thank the entire council. It's nice to see faces I don't get to see very often. And I'm honored by this moment. I've served because I wanted to. I've tried to be tough but fair. I've tried to do the right thing even when it was tough to do. And I'm grateful for the opportunities to do it. Bill Pasquale appointed me to the municipal court bench back in '93. And I was there for 7 years until I went over to Superior Court. I thank all of you, and I have to say, it's very crowded here tonight. I don't know how much of it is for Cuadrado at B. I don't think that much of it, which means there's some real civic participation going on in this city, that so many people are turning out for a council meeting. So I applaud them. I applaud you for the work you do. I know it's tough, but this council comes together and gets things done, and that's important.
Amen.
Los felicito a todos. Tres palabras en español. Les quiero dar las gracias a todo el mundo, a todo el consejo por este honor, este reconocimiento, y felicito a la comunidad por su participación en el proceso político. Es muy importante que se haga. ¿Okay? Y gusto de ver toda la gente que casi nunca puedo ver. Ahora he recuperado mis derechos de la primera enmienda. I've now regained my First Amendment rights, so you never know when I may shoot off my mouth one of these days. I didn't used to be able to. Thank you. Okay.
Miguel, shake hands with all the members, please. And shake hands with all of them, and then we're gonna move forward to take a picture with him, and then we could do the switch. Meanwhile, the people that came with him could allow the one waiting for Cuadrado to come in. All right, Councilman, take a picture. Let's give him a round of applause before he leaves. And to the family, thank you for allowing us Miguel de la Carrera. So, meanwhile, we do the switch here for the next honoree. We could move forward, right? Okay. Thank you. All right, so, yeah, correct. Yes. The quadra, yeah. So, I got in the middle. I'm not going to perform a song, but that's okay. I just got to wait until they give me the order from PD, because there's some people still waiting downstairs to come up here for Mr. Humberto, Undersheriff Humberto Cuadrado. Yeah. Let's give him a round of applause for Humberto Cuadrado. Well, this is a big one. So, the first time I met Mr. Humberto Cuadrado was in River Street in the 90s, early 90s, I believe, late 80, when we used to do karaoke together, right? Now wait until I call you, brother. Let me say some good news from you. So, come forward. Yes, Humberto Cuadrado. You know, I could read all this tonight, but one thing that really caught my attention is that if you talk with Cuadrado over the phone or in person, there's something that he always going to say in Spanish. He say, Dios te bendiga. He say, God bless you. That is the beginning of conversation with Cuadrado. And that means a lot. He's a man of God. He served in the military. He served as a Paterson Police Department. He went and served as the director in Passaic County Sheriff Department. Then he moved forward to be the undersheriff Latino in the Passaic County Sheriff Department. Humberto Cuadrado means a lot for everyone that knows Humberto. You know, and those that know Humberto knows they have a true friend. Always humble. Never look no one over the shoulder. And this words I got to say from the bottom of my heart. I don't have a lot of brothers in the state of New Jersey. They're all scattered in the United States, but you are my brother. You are my brother. Thank you for being my friend. I cannot do two things at the same time. But thank you for being my friend. And on behalf the city council, on behalf of Council President, all the colleagues that voted affirmative for this resolution. Well deserved. You know, I always say when we give resolution, when you want to give up, just look at what you have done. Don't give up. Don't give up. No matter they step on us, or they want to run over us, do not give up. You are a jury in the city of Paterson, and you are always make us proud. Always make us proud. I'm gonna have Council President say some words on behalf of her and Council President.
So yes, I actually was sitting there and I said, you know what, hold up a minute. I've known Humberto, right, for many years, way before I was an elected official. And you know, he was a detective, and I don't want to say how I met him because it was a very sad moment. He was doing an investigation. But all I can say is this: Humberto has been someone that I've looked up to. He has his better half standing over there, all right, Carol Cuadrado. His beautiful entire family is here. We appreciate all of the work that you did for the city of Paterson. We appreciate what you did for the county. It does sadden me to see that you're no longer there, okay? But I do believe, because the stars align, and there's something else that you're going to be doing, and we're going to be right there in support of you. But I want you to take some time for you, for your family. Go away. Live that retired life just a little bit, right? And then come right back because we need you. And you know how I refer to him? As the Elvis of Paterson. So congratulations for all of your hard work. On behalf of the entire council, we love you. We respect you. The county has lost a good man, but that's okay because he's still here with us. So we love you and congratulations.
I want to hear some words from the man of the hour too, Humberto Cuadrado.
Thank you. All right, I had a speech because I get nervous. But anyway, I just want to thank Luis Velez, Marisa, thank you, Davila, every member of the council, of the Paterson council, city council. I had something written, but I'm too nervous to read right now. So I'm going to speak from the heart. I'm going to speak from the heart. So I just want to say that I appreciate everything you did, the council people, and I'm humble for honoring me. Thank you, Councilman Luis Velez, Council President. Thank you. I just want to say that I retire. I did 27 years in Paterson Police. I don't know who knows me. But I did 27 years in the Paterson Police Department. I worked from traffic all the way to walking post, downtown, motorcycle squad. But the longer I was is 22 years in major crimes. And when you're in major crimes, you see a lot of stuff that other people don't see, And it's a lot of stress. It's stressful for a detective when you go to a house and somebody's dead and you have to console the family. You have to, try to find out what happened to this person. So this happened, through all these years. I learned to cope with that stress by singing. And that's why you hear me say Dios te bendiga. Yes. Because this is the way I cope with that, And every time I went home, right, I never talk about my cases with my wife. And if you read a lot of my cases on the newspaper, but you don't know they're my cases. But my wife, I never talked to her about it. But singing was where I found the door for that stress. And I believe mental health with officers is a line of duty death when they commit suicide. All right? I believe on that. Anyway, I don't want to talk about that no more. I'm sorry, it went the other way.
That's okay.
But I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, the community, my friends that came over. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love you. My kids, my daughters, my sons. my wife, Carol, thank you very much for your unwavering support at everything I do. I love you from the bottom of my heart to the top of my heart. So it's all the way, like the hamburgers, all the way. So thank you everybody, and I guess I gotta let go of the mic because I had less written.
Let's give a round of applause to Cuadrado. We're going to take a picture. Councilwoman said that she see him doing other stuff. Director, I'm not going to fire you when I be a mayor. I'm going to keep him a deputy director. Don't worry. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You love that.
Everybody look at Carol. Look at Carol. Over here. One more time. Right here once again. Thank you. Okay, Carol. Come on, Mom. Angie, where's Angelina? The kids. Hey, Mama, here. The small kids.
He wants to say something in Spanish. It's fair. Go ahead.
Me están diciendo que yo no sé hablar español, entonces le quiero decir a toda mi comunidad que no sabe inglés que le agradezco mucho por venir aquí y le agradezco todo el apoyo y todo el respeto que me dan durante todos estos años cuando yo estaba en la calle, porque yo sé que había mucha comunidad que me quería mucho, que me ayudaba, me respetaba y yo los respetaba a ellos, y el respeto es lo primordial en una persona. Gracias, Dios los bendiga.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Council colleagues, please, let's get back to the dais. All right, so council colleagues, we have a long agenda, and if we can please, it's difficult, right, to try to get everything done. If you want to move to the side and take pictures, but we're going to have to proceed with our agenda. Council colleagues, please have a seat. Madam Clerk, we are going to start items 29 to 33, 64 through 67, which is police.
Can we just put, oh, I was just gonna put them on consent.
So that's this one. I got a copy of each. Okay, they're all numbered. So 29, 30. So the next one is yours too. Is the behavior. Okay. So the first two. Get ready, Louis. Guys are going. Good. Please. Good. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it, Louis. Let's do it. Let's do it. I did not meet with him, and I tried to ask Kathleen Long, but she's no longer. So just go with it, and we'll figure it out. I don't know if they're going to pick up on it. Okay. Got it. What's up?
Your Honor, we're honored to honor you. All right. All right, so, council members, if we can please, I'm respectfully asking, we have a lot of items to take care of, all right? We have our director of police, we have our lieutenants, you know, and our officers, so it's really important. If you have a question, if you do not, and you agree, the items go on consent. I know Councilwoman, my vice chair, I know we went over items in public safety. All right, so Madam Clerk, we're going to begin with items 29 to 33, which is titled Police, and the first one is a resolution authorizing the application to the U.S. Department of Justice's 2025 Comprehensive Opioid Stimulant and Substance Use Site-Based Program. That's for COSUP. All right, and so this is just for an application. This is not accepting a grant. So council members, are you okay with it going on consent?
Yes.
Okay, 29 consent.
Let me ask, if I may, do you know how much the application is for? The money amount?
1.3 million.
1.3 million?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, the second item, item 30.
Item 30 is the resolution authorizing the application for another.
United States Department of Justice's 2025
Right.
contract
That's the
and Protect
behavioral
Law
health.
Enforcement Behavioral Health Responses Grant. So this is
Right.
another application. Council members, are you okay with it going on consent?
Yes, this was discussed in committee.
Yes, it was. All right. Resolution 31.
Yes.
Authorizing the award of contract to Lawman Supply Company of New Jersey, Inc. for the purchase of ammunition
Yes.
under the New Jersey State contract for the police department. So we all know that
This
our
is
police department
This
needs.
is our annual qualification
annual-
ammo?
Yes.
That's what this is.
So, council members, are you okay for this to go on consent?
Yes.
Okay.
Item 32, resolution authorizing the award of contract to All American Ford for the purchase of two 2024 Ford Transit 350 MR Pass XL RWD 148 vehicles under the Bergen County Cooperative Contract Bid Number BC24, .43 for the police department.
Consent.
This also will go on consent. This is also, I think we discussed that this comes from forfeiture funds.
It's a grant.
This is coming from the grant.
Anti-violence, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
This is going to be appropriated from the anti-violence, from
Yes, sir.
item number 29 to 30?
No,
No,
that's a different grant. This is Sharon's grant, the community policing grant.
Okay.
That she gets, that she operates
No, I understand that.
totally. This is for two vans. I think it's to transport kids, right?
Yes.
Okay, can you,
Yes, sir.
LT, can you forward me the expenditures list, the budget from last year for the grant?
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yes.
Send it to the entire council.
Absolutely.
Okay? Thank you very much. So is everyone okay for it to go on consent?
Yes.
Yeah, it's fine for consent.
Okay. 33, resolution authorizing an application to the 2025 Anti-Violence
I thought we
Out-of-School
just
Community
did that
Policing
one.
Grant. This is, you're applying once again to see if we get the grant again for $2 million, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Council
Consent.
members, is that okay to
Consent.
go on
Yeah, but
consent?
which one you just
Consent.
read?
Consent.
Yeah,
32 was for the.
Council
board.
And I
President?
want to say,
One second. 33 is the one I just read, which is them going back again to apply for the
Yeah, but
grant.
I thought we said before, I thought that's what Councilman Jackson.
No, 33
No.
was for four, two vehicles.
Okay.
Council
Okay.
President.
Council President?
So Councilwoman Mims, Councilman
I just,
Udine.
it's something different. Can I
You
talk,
call-
it's regarding the matters, these two students are here, so I can let them go.
No, but we're
No,
on the
no,
item. so
we're
we
in an
gotta-
item right now. We can't do that. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
People
No,
are
no, no.
waiting
Once
outside.
we're done with this, we
Okay,
could
sounds good.
definitely.
So, consent, Madam President, but I just want to commend the great work that you have done from the inception of applying for the grants and all the activities that you're doing. I think you're doing a phenomenal job of bringing the different talents into the community, very diversified, and making sure that our community can see things that they watch on television brought right here into the city of Paterson. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Mims. All right, so we have we have 64 through 67. We have 4 more items. Councilman Udine, you stated that there are students here. I know that there's a certain cause. I know that some people have talked to me, but it's about school board.
No, really. So thank you, Council President. So when I saw these students are sitting on the floor, I said, let me take the opportunity to talk to them. And I found out that they are here for the item number 7, which is changing the traffic pattern of the school, of the street, Carlton Drive from two-way to one-way. And the students and the educators are from St. Gerald's. But I want to just tell you, someone informed that we are going to vote on this item, and they should be here. So whoever informed, I don't know. But
Can I please know what council member invited the group? Because it would have been great to know, because I would have had, I would have been able to kind of like do this differently. So, my apologies. I actually thought that all of the individuals that were here on behalf of what's going on with some of the changes with the school board.
So, Council President, so I want to clarify, if someone from different matters, there's different matters. Those are here for from St. Gerald's School, just to thank the council members for taking your request in consideration. As a chair of the DPW, I want to state that when I received the request, we discussed this matter in the committee, and then these items on the agenda. However, today is a workshop session. We are not going to vote for any item. We are going to vote next Tuesday. So I'm extremely sorry that whoever sent you a message to be here today, and all the young scholars, I apologize for, and nothing to do, but if you want to come next Tuesday, let us know in advance so that we can have some flowers for our youngsters right here for just joining the council meeting, but you don't have to come here, because there was no complaint against this matter.
So Councilman Udine, thank you very much for those words, and thank you for volunteering to have food and flowers for the children next week. But just so you understand, this is just a first reading, all right? It would have a discussion today, then there'll be a second reading, okay? There's gonna be a public portion, okay? So today, we're not voting, just so you know. The first reading, the first vote would be next week, okay? Thank you so much. I embrace this beautiful young lady. I know her, and you really today touched my heart with what you said to me, all right? So thank you, and my apologies. It's getting late. The children have to get ready for bed, okay? So I'm looking forward to seeing you guys next week, okay? Councilwoman Mims.
And actually, to the parents that are here, the final vote is not until March 18th.
Yeah.
So as an educator, I would not want you to continue to bring your children out in the cold. So I would suggest, if you want to come, March 18th would be the meeting to come, when we're finally voting to approve this matter. So next week you're not here, and then you're here again in March. The final vote is on March 18th, and then upon approval, if it's approved, 21 days after, it will go into effect. So just remember, March 18th is the meeting to come. So our students could go home and get some rest before Friday, half a day, okay?
Thank you.
Council
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you. So, Council President, and just to the members from St. Gerard's, from the school, I'm sorry, excuse me. So, just for a point of reference, many of the residents, there's residents that are here from the area tonight. We've been making an attempt to get that road changed for quite some time. But, Council President, what I would ask, since they are here tonight, you should allow, when we should take that item next, and at least have one representative, if there's any concerns they would like to voice, so they don't have to come out on subsequent nights, especially from the school. If there's anyone that has any concerns, we should allow them a quick moment to voice their perspectives. And all right.
Thank you very much. Okay, so council members, we are going to proceed with item 64, and item 64 is a resolution authorizing the city of Paterson to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the New Jersey Department of Law and Public Safety for network infrastructure improvements at the Internal Affairs site.
Consent.
Council members,
Consent.
64. I'm
And
doing
once-
all of police items.
And once again, all of these items were discussed and approved in our committee.
Yes. All right, so Madam Clerk, 64 will go on consent, okay? Resolution 65, resolution authorizing the city of Paterson to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the New Jersey Department of Law and Public Safety for funding related to renovations to the Paterson Police Department Operations Center.
Consent. Consent.
Yes, and I understand that there needs to be a memorandum of understanding that we're in acceptance. All right, Council Member 65 will go on consent as well. 65, resolution authorizing the City of Paterson to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the New Jersey Department of Law and Public Safety for reimbursement of costs associated with equipment and services from Axon Enterprise, Inc.
Consent.
Council members,
For
no
our-
questions?
No questions.
Consent. And the last item for police, resolution authorizing the City of Paterson to enter, that's item 67, resolution authorizing the City of Paterson to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the New Jersey Department of Law and Public Safety for supplemental funding to support police operations, strategic initiatives, and professional development trainings.
Consent.
Council members?
I'm fine with 67. Can we get a brief description of the equipment and services from Exxon Enterprises?
Yeah,
For
if you,
66?
if you looked at
So
66.
I'm sorry, wait, one, is for our clerk. Madam Clerk, 67 is consent. We're going back to 67. Councilman Jackson has a
66.
question. 66, right.
Yes,
Director?
66 is for new body cams, upgrading the body cams, and that they're gonna pay for, and also going to less than lethal force with tasers.
Tasers.
Yeah.
We paid for tasers quite some time ago. All the officers were outfitted with tasers?
Not all the officers, but now with this here, we will be doing much, much better because this is in the amount of 67, this is? 66, I'm sorry, I apologize. This is in the amount for 350,000. That's a lot of tasers and it's a lot of body cams.
All right, for during the meeting, just have an outline director of how
Sure,
many.
I can send you.
Sure.
I can send you you know what I could do? I could give you an estimate of what I feel we'll get.
All right, very good.
I'll
Yeah.
send it to
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. All items for police have been reviewed and are all going on consent. Fire, you have 3 items. Come on. Because I want to open up the public portion, and just so you all know, we do have a special meeting, correct? We're going to go into executive session, so I'm trying to, that's going to be a little difficult with all these people that are here. All right, so council members, we are now going to go to items 52, 53, and 54.
Hi,
Okay.
Chief.
Item 52 is a resolution authorizing award of
Consent.
contract to V.E. Ralph and Sons, Inc., under Educational Services
Consent.
Commission of New Jersey Co-op 65 MCE SCCPS bid number ESCJ 23-24-29 for the purchase of medical supplies for the fire department.
Consent. These items were discussed in committee.
Yes, Councilwoman. Anyone else have any questions? Madam Clerk, item 52 will go on consent. Item 53 is a resolution authorizing contracts with certain approved state contract vendors for specialized firefighter equipment and services for the fire department.
Consent.
Consent, council members?
Consent.
Okay.
And
Consent.
54, consent.
And 54 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to AT&T Mobility for wireless devices and services under New Jersey state contract for the fire department. Consent.
Yes.
Okay, they've saved a lot of money.
Thank you,
Changing
Chief.
from AT&T. Those are your 3 items.
Yeah.
Do you have anything you want to say, Director? Chief?
That's all right. The OEM coordinator, Troy Ayers, was asked to be here tonight, but he had a family emergency. So I'm going to answer if anyone has any questions regarding the floodplain of the Pennsylvania Avenue building. I'm ready to answer anything, any concerns.
The flood plan
The
for
floodplain for the
Pennsylvania.
new dispatch center on Pennsylvania Avenue? Correct. There was there was a question as to whether or not it's a flood area. I haven't, anybody has any concerns, I'll answer. I know I invited the council to come visit the building. I gave a tour.
Yes.
Some went, some didn't. This is some time ago. But if there's any concerns regarding the floodplain, what has been discussed lately, I believe in the media, I'm ready to answer any
Okay.
questions.
So, Chief,
Councilwoman Cotton, is your microphone on?
Sorry. I'm gonna make sure I get over there because, I mean, I've been waiting for 12 years for the state-of-the-art dispatch center where I can see where my ambulance are, I can see where my police cars are, I can see how long they're gonna get before they get to somebody's house or how long it is. I got 3 minutes here. I'm waiting for that.
Okay.
Chief, I am waiting for that because we so dearly, dearly need it badly to say to someone, he'll be there in 2 minutes. He'll be there in 3 minutes. They can stay on the phone with the dispatcher. They're so dearly needed. Thank you, Chief.
Council
Thank,
President.
thank you very much, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Mims?
And I'm gonna make sure I reach out to do a tour, but can you send a detailed review of what that plant, what it looks like, so that we can have the facts versus whatever's written? Sometimes we don't see information until it's in the newspaper.
Okay.
So can you just provide it to the council so we can be more proactive in case we're asked any questions?
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can also bring it to our committee. We sit all in
Will do.
people that are asking, so.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Have a good
Chief.
night.
Have a good night. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so at this time, in terms of the city,
Library director.
libraries here, okay, which is your item? I know, but Director, my dear, let me just tell you something, you have the most items, okay? And, huh?
They got a storm coming tonight.
We have a storm coming, but that's at 11 o'clock. I'll get you out of here by like 8:30. You know what, exactly, and you're correct. So I want everyone to understand that I am very mindful, okay, that we have a full room. We have an executive session where people are gonna have to leave, and we still have quite a few items, so I'm not trying to rush things. A lot of the conversations that we've had in committee, but now we bring it to workshop for the rest of the council members that are not part of those committees, so they can hear it as a whole if they have questions. We received our packets at home over the weekend. We reviewed them, and sometimes there's questions that are asked even before coming to the meeting, okay? So I do want to be mindful. Councilwoman Cotton, I know that there are 2 items for Health and Human Services that we reviewed. And we know that our director is not here today as he is in Washington in a retreat. And he should be back with us tomorrow. Which is your item? 47? Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Oh, yes,
we
and
do,
council
please?
members, please let the record reflect, items 46 and 49 have been removed. They're off as per our acting BA, okay?
46 and...
47,
Which items are
yeah,
removed?
46 and 49 are removed. 46 and 49 are removed as per our acting BA. 47 and 48, Director, thank you for being here. I overlooked that, so my apologies, okay? So 47 is a resolution authorizing the purchase of one 2025 Ford F-150 special service vehicle from Nielsen Route 46 Inc., Nielsen Chevrolet under the Cranford Cooperative Pricing System 47-CPCPS for the Paterson Library.
What's the number?
Does anyone have any questions pertaining to this item?
Consent,
Consent?
yeah.
Actually, I would have one question. Where is the monies coming from?
It's coming from capital. We have capital for that specific vehicle.
Okay. From
For
capital?
that vehicle, yeah.
Okay. Item 48, resolution authorizing the change of order numbers 5 for limited interior and exterior rehabilitation of the Danforth Memorial Library bid number 22.08.
Council President?
Councilwoman Mims?
So, I don't have an issue with the item, but I don't see the scope of work attached.
Okay.
So before next week, can you just make sure that scope of
That's
work
fine.
is sent out to all of the council members?
That's fine. It's just a minor change to the electrical panel for the elevator.
Okay, but
Final
just
thing.
so we can have it, because
That's
it's
fine.
not here.
So this is the 5th time, I'm sorry, Councilwoman, this is the 5th change?
Yes.
This is the 5th change of order. That's why you don't see it. Okay.
Okay, so just send it to me.
Just make sure you send it to the
And,
entire council.
Council President,
Council President.
Councilman Velez?
I believe, Director, also, the elevator is gonna be performed by this one?
That was it, yeah.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
What did you say about the elevator?
Very good.
When is the elevator gonna get done?
Councilwoman Cotton?
Hopefully within the next 2 months.
The next
Okay.
2 months.
Thank you very much. So,
Consent.
Madam, so everyone's okay with this item going on consent?
As
Yes.
long as we get the information.
Okay, make sure that that's sent to us tomorrow.
Okay. you
Okay?
have it.
All right, consent. Go
Okay,
ahead.
very good. Health and Human Services. Councilwoman Cotton and I know have reviewed, and we sent an email for this to move forward. Madam Clerk, item 27 and 28. 27 is a resolution authorizing the City of Paterson to enter into a public health shared services agreement with Bloomingdale, Clifton, Passaic, Ringwood, Wayne, and the County of Passaic. Does anyone have any questions concerning?
27,
I think this should be on
consent.
regular.
47.
Consent.
Okay, Councilwoman, do you have some questions you want to ask now?
The
pertaining to
director's not here, so.
He's here.
So we
Oh.
have.
He's here,
uh,
he's here, yeah. Paul
Dr.
Basad is here.
Prasad is here on behalf
here.
of,
So I do, I have questions. So I know this item is for tuberculosis control. The reason why I'm questioning or have some issue, not really concerns, and I'm asking this to go on regular, we have a lot of concerns with fallout in the city of Paterson. Being that we are the county seat for the city of Paterson, we have individuals that will come into our community, receive our services, and some of them actually don't go back to their point of
Ain't got nothing to do with
residency. And so that's why I want this to go on regular, this particular item, not for what it provides, because I think we're sharing services with other municipalities, but it definitely needs to be something highlighted for the community to hear about. So this item definitely needs to go on regular.
okay, very well.
Council President, if you may direct it,
Councilwoman Cotton.
what services are we sharing?
It's
Maybe you need to
tuberculosis
explain the
control.
services.
Dr. Prasad.
Right, tuberculosis testing,
This
is
is
it
for
COVID testing?
TB care and treatment services.
What is it?
Tuberculosis care and treatment.
TB.
Test.
Yes. We've been doing this
No
for
matter what-
decades now.
You've been doing it for decades, no matter how many, even someone trying to get into the shelter has to get a TB test. And your office, they come to the health department, because I don't send people there, if they're able to get into any type of shelter or anywhere. But this agreement is for TB testing.
TB treatment and care, yes.
Oh, treatment and testing.
Yeah,
Okay.
So they can come in
I just
for
want to make it
both.
clear for what this agreement is for.
yes.
TB testing and caring, services, whatever you
Yes.
want to call it.
Okay.
All right, very
Thank you
good.
very much, Councilwoman Cotton, for making
Yeah.
that point.
Yeah.
Is it all right to
So-
proceed?
Okay, I just, so
Councilwoman
this
Mims?
is what I'm asking for it to go on. It says, whereas the entities of Bloomingdale, Clifton,
Right.
Passaic, Ringwood, Wayne includes Pompton Lakes and Totowa and County of Passaic, including Heldon, Prospect Park, Wanacue, West Milford, and Willard, are in need of tuberculosis control service for their respective residents and the residents of those municipalities within the county. The reason why I'm saying it should go on regular is because we've been dealing with our homeless situation in the community. These are part of the reasons why we have individuals come into our community and stay here. I'm gonna say it again, this item needs to go on regular.
Okay.
It is something that's
Fine.
needed, but it needs to be highlighted to the community.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Mims. Madam Clerk, item 27 will go on regular. Councilwoman Cotton.
I don't have the numbers offhand, but
When you come
Okay.
next week, okay?
Okay.
With Director.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you very much. Item 28, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for interior renovations at the Board of Health building, bid number 25.15 for the Department of Health and Human Services.
Madam
Council
President.
President,
Yeah, Madam President.
Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez.
so same request I had for the item for Director Fleming. Please attach the scope of work of what this item details is not attached to the item. So can we make sure?
So through Harry, I believe, because he has it. All right?
Okay, but we don't have it. So we need, and even, I don't know how you can scale it down because I see the item is big. I don't know what that looks like, or make copies and send it to all the council members. But anytime an item is brought before us, we should be able to see the scope of work, because we can't just vote on an item because you want to get some interior work done. Even though we may know it needs to be done, we should be able to see it. So if we're questioned or asked as council, we can speak respectively to it. So if we could just get that information sent to
Okay.
us, just the scope of work.
So let me,
Through the chair, Council President.
Assistant BA,
Okay,
not assistant,
this
acting
is-
BA.
I do have the information because it was provided for me by the Health Division, but I will suggest only a description of the scope of services of what this bid will entitle, because this is only the solicit.
Okay,
So I would like to, to keep this
got
on the
it.
side for now until we advertise for bids.
So just a brief overview of, because
Exactly.
as you're soliciting, there's
Okay.
still a request for what the work looks like, right? That scope. So that should be a part of this item. We can't just vote blindly on a solicitation of bids. Like as a council, we are, and I get it, you want things confidentially out there because bids are normally
Procurement.
sealed.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's a sealed bid and that's why you're trying to keep it under wraps, which is fine, but some level of scope or details should be provided to the council.
Right, so
Thank
Dr.
you.
Prasad, asked the architect to provide a narrative exactly as the council members want. What's supposed to be done, say minor construction, so he most likely will be able to provide you that.
Okay.
Very well, so that item is gonna go on consent.
Yeah,
28
Council President,
Councilman Jackson?
is Velez, is he waiting?
I'm sorry, Councilman Velez.
I'll raise my question, that's okay.
So,
Tito.
Council President, so if, yes.
Hold on. Councilman Velez, you're passing your.
Yeah, it
Okay,
was answered
Councilman
by
Jackson, then
Councilwoman.
Councilman Udine.
Yeah, so what
So I'm gonna say
Councilman Mann
this,
said,
Councilman Jackson, then Udine.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm gonna say this for the umpteenth time. This council has the responsibility as sitting as the Board of Health. This council is the Board of Health. We're supposed to have a autonomous meeting serving as the Board of Health, overseeing the functions of the Board of Health. This should not be a plan that's presented to us, or this is what we want to do. No, the Board of Health should have a complete outline of what our communities, and how our community is being serviced. We have people who serve our community who don't even understand the community. So they're bringing forward things and we're voting on it blindly without it being presented to the Board of Health. The Board of Health, as the Board of Health, we should not just be voting on items. We should be outlining, no, that's not fitting. This is what we need to prescribe. So this definitely has to go on regular.
Okay, very well. Point taken. Councilman Udine, is he there? He left? Okay, so Madam Clerk, item 28 will go on regular. Councilman Jackson wants it on regular, okay? Very good. Thank you very much, Dr. Prasad. All right, so, items 55 through 62 will all go on consent. 55 through 62 will all go on consent. These items are, Council President will be holding a Dominican Independence celebration, and he has put forth honorees. If anyone has any issues, I don't think we would, right?
I got an issue.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, Madam.
Councilman Jackson?
Oh,
I mean, Council,
that's okay. We colleagues.
Councilman Velez.
I don't have no issues with the honorees that he's choosing, but it would be nice that we as a council also recommend people to honor, because we does this with Afro-American, we does it with the other celebration. In the future, if you could allow us to present an honoree, right?
So I
But-
would have to agree with you on that, okay?
Yeah.
Because the program is a program, it's done in our chambers, it's in the council, and we've done it in the past that
Yeah.
we've had honorees. So I am in agreement with you.
Thank you.
What would happen if we decided not to move forward and remove these?
No, we could
You know,
put it.
so,
yeah.
so right now, that would not be able to happen, because then
Just-
there would be no February 27th.
Correct, and
celebration.
just to the record reflect, number 56, Carmelia Valdez, it's not Valdez, it's Valdez, with a V as in Victor.
Okay.
V as in Victor.
Item 56, please let the record reflect that, I know that's probably, the resolution is correct, but maybe it's a typo. The resolution, it should say Valdez with a V like Victor. Okay.
Just
Okay.
confirm with the recipient.
Okay.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
So I'm in disagreement with Councilman Velez. I mean, everyone has the ability to put forward their own events. If Councilman Mendez feels as if, you know, he wants to represent for his Dominican community, if I wanted to do an isolated African-American event,
That's right.
I have the right to do so. My only concern with it is how is it being funded? Now, if you know, this is taking place on city grounds and it's happening in security and other city resources is being utilized. This is not a council function. The council functions as a body. We don't function as individuals. Then Councilman Mendez should be, footing the bill for everything that's happened, for everything that's going on. And with that being said, I would like to get an outline of those services that was used last year, and how were these individuals who worked that night paid, and what was the plan for this year's function as well. I don't have any issue with supporting these individuals. I'm not sure. I didn't really dissect the list, but if council members are going to start doing their own functions, then they should pay for them. And not take it out of taxpayers' dollars.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jackson. That is duly noted. Madam Clerk, please make sure that when Council President Mendez comes back, if we can please have, and for the entire council, and it is correct, we do function as a body, not as one, okay? So I am going to, 69, you want regular, Councilman Velez? 9? 75th anniversary of the publication of the Genetics, the Modern Science of Mental Health.
Put it regular.
Regular?
Yeah.
Okay, so 69 will go regular. 68, the resolution authorizing the application and acceptance of funds from the New Jersey DCA 2025 Recreational Improvement Grant Program for Paterson Recreation Center.
We had an issue with that.
That's right. Like,
We
why
had a
y'all
big
put it back
discussion.
again?
Okay, so hold on.
Discussion.
So Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Cotton.
Have Mims First Lady first.
No, you go first, because I gotta pull it up first. One
Councilwoman
second.
Mims,
I
Councilwoman
know, I'm
Cotton.
gonna go, I gotta get pulled.
Council Cotton, go first, please. I have to get something. All right, I opened the discussion. Okay, I got it.
All right, council members, please, I've called who will speak first.
Okay.
Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilwoman Cotton.
All right,
That
so-
is the order as you spoke and you requested the floor. That is how we're going to proceed.
Okay, thank you, thank you. The thing is that the resolutions is have a lot of information that had nothing, right? It's only a piece of paper. But when we talk about grant program for the Paterson Recreation Center,
It's from DCA.
through the chair to BA, Assistant BA, we spent, I think, $700,000, I don't know if it was that, but some kind of amount to do and go around the city and do this tour and this informational tour that the mayor was doing with some outside resources, and we pay for take the opinion of the community where they want a recreation center. Now, we spent the $68 million that supposedly there was some money there to for a recreation center. They split the money for other projects. You know, it was time sensitive that we had to allocate that money for different projects. But we're gonna do an application to accept funds towards a recreation center that nobody knows where it's going. Nobody knows what's gonna be in there. If the input of the community is gonna be taken, or the money's gonna be sitting there to see if it's allocated for other things. We in the loop here, you know. because we getting all this money, and promising a recreation center that is not gonna happen no time soon. You know, this is questionable. There's only one piece of paper, it had no detail, you know. Why are we going to go to do this application? If there's not a specific.
So one second, Councilman Velez, you addressed our BA.
No, yes, I did address
And we have
the
our
VA
director, all right?
based-
So we have to give them the opportunity to answer you,
Correct.
okay? So I want the BA to answer and then Director DPW, Billy. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. This application is for about, I believe, $2 million. Now, the question is, you don't know how the recreation center is going to look like it. We're not there yet. We try to put all the funding together, and that way we can establish the size of the recreation center, the rooms and the accommodations in the recreation center, and so on and so forth. But for more detailed opportunity when it comes to that phase, the director can answer to you.
All right.
Thank you.
You're right. It was, we were supposed to use the art money, but the money was redirected to other projects. This is the first application that we're using for the rec center. We do have to raise money. We have to raise funds for the rec center. This is our first application through the state to start that funding. Where the recreation center is going to go right now, most likely, is at the 111 Broadway. That's probably where we're going to go. But we don't know for sure yet. But you know, we're looking at what's going to go inside. Is it going to be a pool there? Is it going to be a cooking room, a nursing room, homework room, a computer room? All that stuff is being talked about now to put into the center, and this is the start of the new funding that we've been talking about.
So, Director, saying that,
Yes.
I know you recall the town hall meetings.
Yes.
Mr. Chris Coles was
Yes.
there and all that stuff. So we paid for that study
Mhm.
already, and they came up with the 111 Broadway.
Yes.
Okay. So this $2 million is not to put more money into studies?
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Mims, Cotton, and then Udine.
So one thing I believe when money, when we apply for money, we definitely should not give the money back once it's awarded. However, I do have very serious concerns when we say we're building. If we really are concerned about the children of the city of Paterson, one recreational center is not the answer.
I agree.
It's just not the answer.
I agree.
$2 million is a lot of money to say we're going to utilize this money for one project at 111 Broadway. Now, 111 Broadway, for the audience and those that are watching, is currently the police station. Currently, 111 Broadway. I'm being told that it's not going to be directly now in the police station. It's adjacent to the police station with a walkway. Here's my issue, and I've given these recommendations to the administration. It would be so much easier and more cost effective. We have 54 schools, Paterson public schools, and then you have charter schools in the city. Why not partner with the schools and build recreational opportunities within every school, so all over the city, the kids can feel safe to go into schools and areas they're more familiar to be able to play, and this $2 million will be a shared service with the community. I know this is an award of contract, but I just think that, see, the problem, what's gonna happen, the project that they're looking to build is gonna cost probably $70 million. We're not gonna get all that money, and then it's gonna go on the taxpayers. The taxpayers can't, some people, if you raise their taxes $50 more, they're out of here. They're gone. So we want rec centers, we need them, right? I'm a mom and a grandmother, we need rec centers. But one recreational center is not the answer. You have to look at the crime that's going on in the community. People are not even crossing the streets. We're upgrading these parks, and a lot of our kids are not even going to play in the parks because they're afraid to play in the parks. So we have to be able to come to the table with our school board, our educational system, city, coming together and really having a real plan, a sustainable
Counsel.
plan that is not gonna cost the taxpayers a lot of money.
We-
This item here is to receive the dollars from DCA. I don't have an issue with that. But I just wanna make sure with this item, even with us receiving it, that we're not saying, cause this, first of all, the item doesn't even have a plan. I hear you saying 111 Broadway. This is just a blanket item saying we're taking money, right, from DCA. We're receiving $2 million. Where's the presentation to the council in regards to what plan you're saying? Because, I mean, some may agree to building one rec center. I don't agree with that. I'm an educator. There's no way I can say build one rec center. Who is that for? Is that to appease, to say you've done something? That does not. I'm telling you, it's a recipe for disaster. Our children deserve better. Our parents deserve better. Our community deserves better. We have schools that are fully paid for. Why are we spending like $70 million on one recreational center in a city where you can't even find parking? Like, we have to, like.
But let's not.
So I just want to say,
Councilwoman.
and close it,
Okay,
and close it. You know, I'm a preacher, so I have a few closes. And closing. And this and there needs to be more discussion. I'm okay with this, and it needs to go on regular, because there's some language amendments that I'm gonna add to this item. We're gonna amend this language, because I wanna make sure, even with the reception of the money, that we don't find later that the money was reallocated for something else outside of the rec center. So I'm gonna make sure I send that language over to Corporation Counsel and to our BA, acting, or the woman who acting, the lady that's coming, interim, the lady that's coming. I'm gonna send that language, because I wanna protect this council, and I wanna protect our city, because we do a lot on this side in good faith, but our residents, they don't receive the benefits of it, and I think we have to stop it. So this item should be on regular, Council President. I'm gonna make it clear. Next week, I'm gonna amend the language. I'm telling you right now on the floor, and I will bring it to present it, this language in this item, to make sure we protect the residents of this community and our taxpayers. Because I'm telling you that one rec center is gonna increase our taxes. And I'm telling every resident, as we get closer to that, right now you're not hearing it, but as we get closer, you will definitely hear that conversation. So I'm regular, Madam President. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very
I
much.
know Director wanted to respond.
Yes,
Go ahead, Director.
let's not make it sound like we don't have recreational centers or rec at night for our children. We do. We have
Oh,
multiple
I didn't
schools.
say that. Oh,
The way it sounded like we don't have anything. We have not. Let me go, please. We have multiple schools that's open at night. We have multiple schools that are open on the weekend for recreational activities for our kids in Paterson. The parents have to make an effort to put these kids in these programs. They're there. Reach out to recreation. We get you involved. There's something to do for our children every day of the week.
So family, I think you missed my point.
No.
You cannot educate me on what happens in the schools. I work
No,
there every day.
I understand, but I just want to make
So
sure that I
there
said
was
my
a
piece to
time,
the public.
let me just tell you, there was a time we had 21 evening centers. We called them night gyms. We don't have that. We have about 6. It has been reduced drastically. When cuts came, it's been reduced. So it's not happening all over. So recreation is doing their thing. I commend recreation, even though they're getting 1% of the budget, which should be increased. Let me not really go there. But what I'm saying, because I don't want my message to be construed or miscommunicated, we should be partnering with the school district. Stop wasting taxpayer dollars. Stop giving these grand ideas and making it seem like, oh, we really want you. I'm for it. You're not. $70 million in the midst of all the issues we have in the city with everything that's going on is absurd. Collecting the money is great, because it's awarded to us, we need it. But we need to make sure there's a plan in place, there's a partnership, shared service agreement with the schools. We can easily work with the schools and make sure that we have these things in place. It's not that difficult. Like, the schools are there already.
I'll send the whole council a list of what we have with the schools right now in place, after school programs, weekend programs.
I'm not,
You'll have that
you're
tomorrow.
referring to after school programs. That's not what I'm talking about.
These are considered rec centers. You said you wanted to have.
Okay, so in the schools, when you say after school programs, after school programs are like basketball, we have some of the programming like Omega Teens, we have those type of, that's not what I'm talking about. When you talk about a recreational opportunity for our students, I'm saying when we partner with them from whether it's 3 to 7, 3 to 8, Saturdays, Sundays, what's going on in the schools on Sundays?
I'm not
So we don't have it. What's going on? I'm telling you we don't, because I work there. What's going on in schools on Saturday nights? What's going on in schools Saturday afternoon? I'm talking about recreational opportunities outside of the sports. Outside of that, what else is going on that we can partner with as a district to save our children? That's the purpose. If we're really trying to save our children, we have to help or take this money and increase the recreational budget. If you really want to do some recreation, increase the budget. Give them some more money.
Okay.
That's my thing, but I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Cotton, Udine Jackson.
Thank you, Director. I just want to say, I'm looking at this, and I remember we talked about this before. We didn't want you to put apply and accept in the same resolution. We applying for it. Once we get it, then we accept it, which to me should be a separate resolution. Now, there's $2 million that they want to give us. Well, it must be already known that they're going to give us $2 million. Is it already known that we're going to get $2 million?
I don't know.
Right. So if we don't know, so where did $2 million come from?
This
Oh,
grant
that's
was
what you're
done through the
requesting.
administration. This grant was done through the administration.
I was coming through there. Okay. Now the only issue, for me, is that I've been sitting here, and they've been trying to have a meet with the Board of Ed for I don't know how long. We done had a couple presidents. We had a couple presidents over at the school board, and there ain't been no meeting yet. So when we going to have a meeting? Okay, yes, the school should be open. And I remember back in the day, the schools were open. But then as you got different superintendents, then who's going to pay for security? Who's going to pay to watch them? Who's going to pay for that? Now you're going to come back and you're going to meet, but who's going to make sure that they do that? And I think it's a great idea because my daughter is a teacher. We had a program called Century 21. Century 21 was a private foundation that came into the city, a private foundation, and funded the after-school program. See, we're not getting that private foundation stuff no more. For some reason, they're not coming to our city to do after-school program. But my thing is that we need to partnership with the schools to make sure, and I already said 111 Broadway is not the answer. But, and I said it even when that money came down for COVID, we should have went after that YWCA. The YWCA is in between the 4th and 5th Ward. They went in there, the place is renovated. They got the basketball, they got the basement, they got a second floor. They got so many rooms. There are so many rooms that nonprofits can even, like you want to have a meeting in there, you can have a meeting in there for any organization that you want to do. So I think that once we can get that partnership going or that relationship going with the school district, now I just want to remind you, audience out there, tomorrow's a school board meeting. I went last week. There was hardly nobody in there. I'm reminding you, audience, tomorrow night is a school board meeting, February 12th. I believe it's at 90 Delaware. Oh, they're doing it virtual now.
No,
Well, they supposed to do it virtual last week too, and they didn't. So it was virtual.
Retreat the Tuesday.
No, it was a
In
regular
person,
one.
I was there.
It was a workshop on 11. But last week, even if it's virtual, you gotta come to the meetings. I have there's so many programs that we can do here, and I remember saying that I really love to have the YWCA on Carroll Street. Right now, it's just sitting there. They got the parking, they got everything that's needed. Be able to go after the YW board. I'm not pretty sure. I think they're out of Washington D.C. But the partnership is when do we have, and you're not the president, Madam President, but they've been trying to put a meeting for I don't know how long with the school
You're
board.
the only person that responded, and myself.
Right.
Yeah.
Been trying to put together a meeting. So we need the recreation, we need the programs, we need all of that for our kids. And I always say that there's some program. I have a group called Interfaith Performing Arts Center. She does a program at school number 13, and she does a program at not Kilpatrick, Alexander. I mean, there's programs around, but we have to put, look, I always say at the end of the day, you know, we as parents have to sacrifice for our children. We have to do all that we can. We have to do all that we can. I remember not hardly getting no sleep, making sure that my kids was in a program and making sure I took them where I mean, I had some excellent coaches for my children. They were excellent. They were part of the community. So we need to try to do our best, Madam President, to get that meeting with that school board. We need you, school district, to open up these doors. But now we got to figure out who's going to pay for the security, who's going to pay for the maintenance, who's going to pay for all of that, because that's going to all come into play.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
And Councilman Udi?
Thank you, Council President. So, Director, when the council members are speaking about $2 million, just know this frustration is not from $2 million. It started from $20 million. Otherwise, these kind of things we never ask question. When we had $20 million for the rec center, and we had so many town hall meetings around the city, we are giving false hope to the people. Now what we did? Do we have any money left from 20 million? I don't think so. We've thrown money in different projects just to utilize this money on time, because our plan was not ready at that point. That frustration came from that $20 million when you're talking about $2 million. So that's why council looking for something concrete. Idea should be there, nothing vague, nothing vivid. So you know that whatever we have currently, this is not enough for our children. We need rec center, no question. However, the $22 million we are just asking question today because we are kind of in doubt that you might use this money somewhere else. That's our frustration. Now, I think we have to have clear plan ready, whether we get into the shared service with Paterson School District or not, doesn't matter, but our plan should be clear. That are we providing these services? Are we ready for rec center, or where is it going to be? One rec center is not the solution for the recreational opportunities. So I think this is why you have to have the plan ready that we are going to have 6 rec center or 10 rec center around the city, whether in school building or totally different location. However, how much you're going to spend for each of them, instead of thinking that we need $30 million or $40 million. What happened last time, if you remember, and we had $20 million, our Madam BA mentioned that we have to get into the agreement with the private investors to get more money. We don't want to do that. We need the grant money for the rec center, but we have to have the plan ready that we can be covered and where we are starting from. So this is important, Director. So it's nothing that we are against applying for a $2 million grant. We want to get into it. But why are we getting into it? Are we getting this money to use somewhere else and giving our people, our children, the hope that is not going to come true? So that should be clarified, Director and administrators. My favorite, Harris Ceballos. That should be in concrete on the paper, and that should be clear that this money is going to be for rec center, is not going to use for here and there. So I believe that should be in regular, and that should be wording out that this is going to be saved for the rec center, and the plan should be ready that how we are going to provide rec centers around the city, whether in school building, but we cannot just say that we have to get into shared service. If I recall, Council President, in 2022, 2023, we have received so many emails from the Board of Ed Commissioners. They want to sit down with us. I don't know why we're not able to sit down. Why was it so hard to sit down? Huh? There was no enough chair. That's absolutely right. That's true. That's true, Councilman Velez. But why we are not able to do that? Because if we really care about our people, care about our children, because their children are going to Paterson Public Schools, if we really care about them, I think we need to get into, sit down with them and how cooperatively we can serve our children. So whatever should be done, should be done. However, that money, how we are going to use it, that should be cleared, and that money cannot be used somewhere else. That should be on the record. I'm done, Council President.
Thank you very much. Councilman Udine, just so you're aware, that item is on regular, okay? So I'm in agreement that it should be on regular. All right, Councilman Jackson, and then we have to move on.
Very good. I'm gonna be brief. Director,
Yes, sir.
you already know, I roll up my sleeves with you. I go out there and do the work out there as you're coaching, and in fact, I'm looking forward to our joint, or to the girls softball clinic we're gonna do next year. But absolutely not, man. There was no way that I will be able to support this item. And I have no clue about what Councilman Udine is talking about with $20 million. That's because this council has been the most derelict council probably in the history of the city. How about the $110 million at the stadium where now we're just giving it away for other people to consistently make money on it? How about now we're bringing in another professional team that has absolutely nothing to do with the kids in the city of Paterson, but we spent all Paterson money with no possible report on the spending that this council has not held anybody accountable for. Now we want to make a fuss over $2 million. How about the trailer park that we spent over $1.4 million on is still not being utilized? It's not a recreational center. That was the last recreational center they proposed to us. And the videotape shows Councilman Velez clearly saying beautifying the first ward. It was a piece of garbage to begin with, and it's still a piece of garbage. How about the $80+ million in CARES Act money that we still don't know where that money's been spent? Now we have $2 million being presented to us with absolutely no plan because they're used to you being their rubber stamp. I would have liked to use another selection of words, but there's still some young kids in the building and we're being televised. But this is a council that has not been responsible. Nothing should be spent without the council's approval. As long as you're gonna lay down and continue to just give it away for free, they're not gonna be accountable for it. And the $500,000 that we spent on a small little shack over at Commons Park, that should have cost about $50,000 to build. We are wasting money in this community. And I can't help but to agree. Director, with all the programming that you are running, if the mayor spent half of the money that he spends on robocalls promoting what he's doing, cutting ribbons and promoting your programming, then kids in the community will be aware, then Councilwoman Mims will be more aware of the programming that you do have going on in schools. But instead, we got robocalls going on every day about the salting that you're doing. We know you're gonna salt, it's snowing. But how about promoting some of the programs so more kids could be involved and then actually, making sure that there's programming for kids to be involved with instead of promoting opportunities for groups outside of the city. The Jackals and them are laying in the home field on $110 million that we spent, all the money that's being made over there, we still don't have reports on. Obviously, council members they're trying to, duck down and act like if we hold the administration accountable, just simply starting with that, $110 million, where is the money? Now, anyway, I digress. It doesn't make any
Council
sense because
President.
we're sitting here talking about the same thing. And Director, I support everything you do. I will get out there with shovels. I'll get out whatever you're doing. But this right here, more money for them to squander, pay more professionals, overpay professionals. Now I won't be supporting it. But yet I'll be the only no voting on this item as I've been on all those other items that I outlined. Thank you, Council President.
Council
Thank you.
President.
You're the final comment?
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Mims.
So I just want to give to Madam BA and to Corporation Council, I would like to amend this item to include in here that we will not accept any public or private partnership for this project. And the reason why I want to put that on the record to the public sitting and viewing, without this language being included, the money that we do not find will be on the back of the taxpayers. So I'm amending this language and any language pertaining to this recreational center project or item that we will not accept. It will not be tied to any public or private partnership.
I got a question
So
for that.
one
I got a
second,
question for-
Councilwoman Mims, so I'm understanding what you're saying about the public, but the whole purpose of this is to be able to go out there. You want to get together with private funding to be able to do this?
No, I'm not saying not the funding.
No,
I'm
but you said public or private, so I
Par-
understand what you're saying with public.
Partnership, I didn't say funding, I said partnerships. See, there's a difference. If we do public and private funding, that means dollars will come in to offset the cost. If we say public and private partnership, that means we're partnering with someone and we still have to find the money, and the money will be on the back of the taxpayers. So that's why I made it clear, partnerships.
So Corporation Counsel, because I guess it's an interpretation, and I see what you're saying in
it's
terms of
clear.
partnership, because
clear.
there are people.
I know
One
what she means.
second, council members, when you speak, I am quiet, so please, I'm trying to make a point here. I'm just trying to clarify and understand, people partner up, but they don't partner up just with a name, there's money attached to it. Okay? And so,
Not always.
What money was attached to the people we partnered with at the stadium? How much did they give?
that was that was a give.
No, that's the point that she's trying to make.
Yeah.
I'm trying
Because
to
we got
protect us.
destroyed, we got our tails kicked on this deal at the stadium. They put no money in, and they're the only partners winning. They're the only ones making money out of this situation. Our kids are getting out of it.
So Corporation Counsel,
So all we
please.
got to do is, first we should be starting with the stadium. We were in about $2 million, about the $110 million.
Council President.
Thank you very much. So, okay, thank you. I'm gonna have to do something here because I'm looking at the crowd, and honestly, we wanna be respectful of the time. Director, I know you're looking at me. I wanna say that all your items, right?
it's
Like
not
for
what-
first reading, like.
No, the amendment,
But
I
there's
gave
still
it.
some other stuff as well.
They got it.
Okay, so you wanna get through it?
Yeah.
All right, Director, just come back.
Council President.
Wait. Okay, Director.
We-
Councilman
So
Jackson,
he's still on this item.
very seldom, and right now, he's saying to me, he said, you're up there, let's go through this. A lot of these items in DPW, council members, I think that for the first reading ordinances, I know there's a question on 7, right? And I know that there's changes on 5. So let's go in that order, and in terms of the handicap, the establishing, we know that that's gonna go to first reading. 12 and 13 are going. No discussion needed on 12, 13.
What?
Yeah, 12 and 13, but there is discussion. So, number
Council
5, I see
President,
that it has a
Council
sponsored by Councilman Velez.
Yeah, Council
And
President.
Council President Mendez.
Mendes, yeah.
So
Uh,
Councilman Velez on item number 1, amending the Paterson Code.
First of all, number 1 is to add, on top of the fine they're getting for dumping, they're gonna also do community service mandatory,
Okay.
90 days. So before we table it because.
We're
the
not
word-
tabling it. Who said we're
No,
tabling
no,
it?
no.
No, before the last time,
we
last
s-
meeting.
Yeah,
Last meeting
to
we tabled.
correct the word and
Yeah.
instead of or. So we took the word or out and we use and. So if you get caught dumping and you get the fine, no matter what, you're gonna do community service no matter what,
Okay.
right?
Council
And,
members, you're
and
fine
I
for
just
first
wanna let
reading?
you know that Council President is a co-sponsor,
Okay, hold up. You can all speak.
co-sponsor.
So number 5 is gonna go for first reading. Okay?
Wait a minute,
Number 6 is an ordinance changing the traffic patterns on a portion of Knickerbocker Avenue and Lake Avenue to improve public safety and accommodate the needs of Brothers Produce and surrounding businesses and residential homes.
That's good.
I put my glasses on. I think I see Mr. Brothers out there, right?
Yes.
Both of them.
How are you? I
Yes.
thought I saw him somewhere back
My-
there.
Yeah, both brothers
Oh,
are
My
there.
there they
brothers,
go.
my brothers.
All right, so
They're good.
they're all our brothers. We go shop there all the time. All right, so can you just quickly just tell us what that traffic pattern portion is going to be?
Council President, okay, so 6, 7, 8, and 9, all of them are about traffic pattern. Why doesn't he discuss all 4 of them one at a time?
Councilman Udine, I have a question, so that's why I put it on, all right? Because if you saw, half the room was filled for number 7 who are against this traffic pattern. I should have the right to ask the question. That is it. Goes on record. This is on first reading.
No, 7 is 4.
No, they in favor, they in favor.
They're for
They
it.
came from something else.
Okay, I was told by someone that they were against it.
No, no.
Just so you know. But I'm not talking about 7, I'm talking about 6.
Okay,
The
6.
traffic pattern would be, come off of East Railway, or if you're on Knickerbocker, from East Railway towards Dundee, and then Lake Street would be from Knickerbocker towards Dundee.
That's
so
good.
that it'd be that L. Instead of being two-way traffic, it'd be a one-way coming from East Railway towards Wabash.
Wabash.
And then make a
help the
Lake Street
trucks.
from Knickerbocker to Dundee.
Okay,
To help the
very well.
trucks.
So that item
For the
will go for
trucks.
first reading.
That's
Second
correct.
reading will be at our next, so first reading vote will be on the 18th, and then the second reading will be on March 18th, okay? Thank you very much. So, 7,
Council President,
Councilman Velez.
this item number 7 is an old item. Thanks God it came into conclusion now in the first reading. This is to San Gerard. I don't know, this is school, middle school. Keeping two-way traffic is a problem. People sometimes, they don't even take consideration. Somebody's dropping off a kid, and they just speed through there or whatever. So this is an old item. We moving forward. We spoke about in committee,
Yes.
and the residents and the population of students and parents will appreciate this change.
Okay, very
It's way
well, thank
overdue.
you. Thank you very much, Councilman Velez, for that clarification, and our Chair, Udine, that item will go on for first reading.
Correct.
Item number 8.
Number 8.
same thing.
Number 8, ordinance changing the traffic patterns of State Street and portion of Cedar Street and improve public safety and accommodation.
I'm sorry, who's
Governor
our
Tower.
Chair?
Oh, no, it's the chair, but they told me to explain it.
We have
So-
our director here.
No, because this is an old item from when I was.
Is he the future director of the department?
Governor Towers submitted about,
Yeah.
he knows,
All
he
right,
knows.
so
he knows.
listen,
I love you.
I really appreciate the clarification. Director, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 are going for
regular.
first reading,
Thank you.
okay?
Thank you.
Any questions that you may have
Come
in
on, you-
between, you can
34.
address.
Very good.
Okay, is that it for you? That was it, right? The 13?
34.
Oh, no, 34.
Oh, 34, yes.
34 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to Environmental Renewal LLC for the disposal of vegetative waste, bid number 25.13
Yes.
for the recycling division of the Department of Public Works. Does any council member have any questions on
We
this
had
item?
discussed, I think consent should be
You
fine.
want it in consent? Does
Yes.
anyone have any issues
Do
with
we-
consent?
Council President, please, do we receive the trucks?
Yeah, we received 3
Nice,
trucks.
good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
Good
so
work.
is it okay to move forward with consent for
Consent,
34?
yeah.
Okay, Madam Clerk, 34 will go on
I don't know
consent.
how many vegetables we have, but.
Okay, and, oh my God, I told you
35.
you have all these now.
It's gonna be real quick.
Okay, so 35, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for bus transportation services bid number 25.22, that should go on consent.
Consent.
Resolution 36, authorizing award of contract to Continental Hardware, Inc. under Morris County Co-op pricing for the purchase of lumber, insulation, and hardware for the Department of Public Works.
Consent.
Council members, if everyone is okay, item 36 will go on consent.
This is a new one?
37, resolution authorizing the renewal of contract with J-Lex Management Group LLC for general and emergency plumbing repairs and installation services for bid number 24.10 for the Division of Facilities of the Department of Public Works.
Consent.
Consent.
Council
Wait a
members,
minute, is
everyone's
that
all right?
38?
Consent, 37.
It's a renewal.
Wait,
I'm
so
sorry.
we're going back, no, you mean 36?
35 and
The
37?
bus transportation? Okay. Okay, so, Madam Clerk, 35 will be regular. 36 consent, 37 regular. 38, resolution authorizing the submission and endorsement of the NJDEP application for CSO 023, separation of the stormwater with the sanitary sewage system.
Consent.
No,
Councilwoman?
no. I have a question.
This is the TWA application that we have to
Yeah,
fill out.
correct.
TWA,
Yeah.
okay.
That we have to fill out for
No,
any new.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is dealing with, and I know this is for the Madison, Second Ave, that particular
It's
area.
River.
By the River
yeah.
Street, right? So I just have a request. So for the New Jersey Waterways bill, you know, we have the legislation that says that if we're not in compliance, that we will pay, I think it's up to $10,000 per day. So I would like you to provide to the council an update to make sure that we are in compliance with those requests.
Okay.
From that, because this deals with
Okay.
that. And also, I would like to see an update on the storm plan that was put together for all the flooded areas.
The
just to see-
CSO plan?
The CSO plan, to
Okay.
see where we stand.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilwoman. So that item will go on consent. Okay, 39.
I-
Yeah, let's go. 39. Resolution authorizing submission of a grant application and agreement to the New Jersey Department of Transportation Local Freight Impact Fund.
Consent.
Hold on, question.
Go ahead.
You have a question?
Yeah.
No, you don't want it to go on consent?
No, I have a question now, and
Okay.
then we could go.
Councilman Velez.
Director,
Yeah.
I see that, I know it's the 4-4, sorry, Councilwoman for 4-4, but it says between Lion Street or Leon?
Lion.
Line.
Is a misspelling there. Yeah, it's Lion is Lion. On the
No,
second
Lion is
whereas.
39.
L-Y-O-N.
39.
Huh?
L-Y-O-N.
And Waite Street, especially with Leon Street and Fifth Avenue. This is tied up with, to be able to continue with the project on River Street?
No.
Okay, all right.
Okay, very well. 39 consent.
Consent.
40, endorsement for NGP application. That should go on consent as well.
Yeah. Which one? This one? This was one of the ones that that we approved after the that day after the committee on email.
Hold on.
This is one of the ones. This is one of the two that we sent out.
Sorry, but this was not in the meeting that we had. And now, what's the whole purpose of this transportation company?
It's a realty company.
And what are they supposed to do?
It's an application. It's for a application to tap into our source system.
When you say tap in, what you mean?
Well, hook up to our source system.
You got Leon, we don't have no Leon Street, but anyhow,
Lion.
yeah, I don't know. They're gonna tap into, it's a freight company, right?
It's a business, so anytime somebody, a new business or a new property goes up, they have to get a NJDP application and permit, and this is theirs.
Yeah,
They're considered
but
running the mill.
the director, the only problem I have is that, okay, I see how we do the application when they need to tap in. It's never written like this.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, well, let me pull out another one, but it's never written like this. It's not written like this.
All the ones I've seen since I've been here.
Nah,
run the same
I mean,
way.
like,
The
somebody-
titles are all the same.
Like, number 39, Harry. Right, he's saying this is to tap into our system.
You talking about 39 or 40?
39.
Oh, 39. Oh.
You said this came after
It's
we
a
had
grant
the-
application.
Huh?
39 is a grant application.
It says a grant application to do what?
So I thought you put 39 on consent already. You went back on me.
39? Here.
I
39.
thought we were on 40, but we're on 39.
No,
We were-
40
we
40
were,
has a lot
but-
of questions.
We were going
No,
there.
I just questioned it
We said
because
they
I
pulled
know,
it back.
I know that, okay, let me ask you something, Director. On Wake Street, they were doing a traffic study on Wake Street, where, because that's a heavily road driven by tractors, trailers, right? Now, this company here is on Wake Street too?
It's to improve the roadways on Wake Street, improve the roadways.
Right, but this is not that. 39 is not to improve the roadways.
Yes, it is. I'm looking at
That's
it here.
to improve the roadway because it's
Yes.
heavily, and this is a grant that they're gonna give us because Wake Street is between Fifth
It's on Bunker
Avenue,
Hill, yeah.
Fifth Avenue all the way down to
River
maybe King Street or
Yeah.
somewhere. Right, so this is a grant application, now I understand, for Wake
That's why
Street.
it's on consent, Councilwoman.
Wake
Mix me up.
Street is a heavily traveled road for tractor trailers. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving forward, 41.
No, Council President, we need to do 40. We need to do 40.
We
And,
did do
uh,
40.
you done
You
with-
said
No,
consent.
No, we're
Is
going to do
39
40.
consent or not?
No, 40 is going to be discussed with the
What about
already here
39?
now.
40 is good. I'm sorry, Councilman, just speaking to the
Sorry.
microphone.
about the 39? We didn't close.
We did 39 already.
But
40.
consent or regular, that's what Madam Clerk is waiting for.
Consent.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Madam President, number 40, right?
Yes.
Resolution endorsing,
understand, yeah.
authorize endorsement of the NJP application Quality Realty Corp. and 152 Market Street. Now, when you read the whereas, it says, has submitted a plan to propose a project on 152 Market Street that is all office, and say proposing to construct a 49 apartment in an existing 7-story mix. Since where we are the board, since this is supposed to go to the board,
This is the
planning
application.
board.
This is
No,
the
no, no,
application
no,
for
no,
the-
no, no. Let me tell you why.
Councilman
I know.
Velez, Councilman Velez, what I respectfully ask is that when you ask a question,
Yeah.
you allow the director to respond back, and then you continue.
I know what he's gonna say. This is the application. So
Then why
DEP.
ask the question if you know what he's gonna say?
No, I know, but the problem I have here is, in the whereas says that the city, hold on, it says here, that we the council, in other words, are blessing already this project of 49 apartments in the city of Paterson without even going to the board. You know what they're gonna go to the board? They're gonna go to the board and say, you know, the council blessed this to allow 49 apartments in front of City Hall with no parking, we don't know what's going in there. So, this whereas, the second thought is, you know, it says here, it's telling you the whole project. If I go to ask somebody in that division, economic development or the zoning, if they have an application in front of the board, the applicant is required to submit a treatment work approval, and we agree that. But the project, the board haven't even entertained the project. The board, zoning board, because they're gonna do the change of use from office to residential. What about the parking and all that stuff? You know, this is coming in front of us to bless them. If you look at this is a document that they're gonna use in that
Councilman
board.
Velez, you didn't discuss this in committee? You didn't get those questions answered?
No, this came in the last,
Request?
It came in the last
Okay,
request.
so,
right?
was-
Let's
I'm
send it
going
back
to-
to committee
it
again.
wasn't in
I'm
there.
going to respectfully, listen, we're gonna continue talking back and forth. Let's remove it, bring it
Okay.
back to committee? Okay,
Yes, yes,
Chairman?
yeah,
That's what I wanted to
Okay,
request,
all
that,
right, so
let's have the discussion.
item number 40 is removed.
Yes,
No more
take place in
discussion
the
on
committee,
item
and then
number
we can
40.
bring it back.
Before,
Yes.
I know we're removing it, but I just want to give a point of reference. Councilman Velez is correct. This should be a part of the conditions through the planner on the board. So this should not even be with us first. You have about one secretary here. This should be a part of the board. This should go to the planner. Michael Deuce should be a part of this and not the
Deutsch.
council, please. So I didn't want to say it incorrectly.
Deutsch.
Because you know,
D-U-T-H.
they're taping people misspelling names and saying things wrong these
All right,
days.
Councilwoman,
So-
thank you.
So let's make sure Michael, the planner,
Mike, we should make
is
sure Mike
heavily.
gets it.
Michael
Heavily
Deutsch,
involved.
our planner.
Heavily
Okay,
involved.
thank you very much. Item 41, Chairman,
So, resolution.
solicitation for bids,
Yes.
Yes,
It's a
so
solicit.
I think it's good to go.
consent.
Yes.
Wait a minute, what?
35th,
solicitation for bid for
34th
It
and
says
35th.
rebid it. It
Yes.
says the service center froze over there.
Yeah, but it's,
Oh, yeah.
It's the resurfacing we
It
need
says
this
they-
done.
They're going
Yeah.
out for bid. Right.
Yes, we're
okay,
good.
consent is fine.
Yes.
42,
All right, so, Director, can you please give us kind of synopsis
Again?
of it?
This is the,
No, no, you can.
this is the repurpose of,
Yes, this is consent. This is to fix the,
yeah, this is the repurpose. We're
Yeah.
taking the
Yeah.
money from,
Lou
This is
Costello.
what
Costello
we're
Pool
doing.
Park.
Yes.
We can't do it right now because of the renovations that the
Yes.
Sig Valley Water's
Yes.
doing. So we're just
They're
reallocating
not
that money to,
renovating, they replacing.
well,
yes.
whatever they're doing, yeah.
Right.
okay.
Yes, I think it's good to
Council
go to
members, are you
consent.
all okay with it to go
Yeah,
on
okay.
consent?
Consent,
was,
yes.
Yeah.
Is everyone okay with
Yeah,
consent?
Yeah, consent, yeah.
Very well. 43,
Consent as well, so
this is
the-
another authorizing an application of accepting the
Eastside
funds from
Park.
NJDCH.
Hold on, hold on.
It's the
If-
historical
if-
steps.
if-
For
hold
Eastside
on.
Park Historic Steps.
If
Yes,
ca-
we've been talking
This has
about this
been
for a
waiting for a
long
long
No,
time.
but let me say this. If Council
on,
President
consent.
will be here, ladies and gentlemen, in the third ward, we gotta get this, thing.
So
We worked on this before he
discussion
was
in the
here.
committee as well, so
Consent.
it's good to go.
This is going
consent.
on consent. Madam Clerk, item 43 will go on consent. 44,
You also had the discussion, I think it's good to go for consent as well.
No, we
renewal.
need to know what's going on here.
All right, go
44
ahead,
is the
Council-
renewal for our turf
Matt-
fields.
Mr. Chair, that's too quick. No.
I want him to go.
I know, but the community needs to know what's going on. You like rushing them out the door? Hold on.
Hold on, what is this,
Water over there.
44?
44.
44 will go on consent.
Wait 1 second.
Hold on. We want to know where
Item
they
number
gonna put that
44.
equipment.
1 second on 44.
Synthetic.
It's a contract to Sport Care Synthetic Field Maintenance under Educational Services Commission of New Jersey Co-op 65MCES CCPS bid number E ESCNJ 22-23-37 for maintenance services at various city parks for the
So-
Department of Public Works.
So I have a question.
Councilwoman Mims.
So I know there's various parks, Ray Light Field. So first and foremost, we have to make sure that we update the items listed because we have it as Putnam Oval. It is Ray Light Field
Okay.
Senior. So we gotta make sure we do that properly.
Good.
What type of warranty is on, this work that's being done?
This is just a maintenance, it's to clean the field, like to get all the gum off, the sunflower seeds, stuff like that. They do it 4 times a year for us.
Oh, they do it
The
for us?
actual turf, the turf warranty that we got from the original installation
Yes.
is 8 years.
It's 8 years,
Yes.
okay. So how have they been maintaining it?
The maintenance been good except for the 2 fires that we had on the fields that we had to
Right,
get done.
that-
They
okay.
burned Pennington Park and a couple weeks ago they burned Riverside Oval,
I
River
know.
Street.
Council
Wow.
President.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council
Very
President.
good.
Question.
Council
Councilman
President.
Jackson.
Director, when you
Yes.
say they burnt, do we have an idea who burnt?
Well, there's a video of somebody jumping the fence at Riverside. Then a few minutes later, you see the flames. There's no facial recognition, nothing like that. Pennington Park, there's no video of nothing. It just the fire department showed up, but it was done deliberately. There was charcoal on the field.
All right,
There was a bottle of accelerant.
So was there an investigation?
Through the Pennington Park one, yes, and there was nothing for Riverside. There's
So
no facial
The
recognition.
PD did an investigation?
Yes, they were both. They were called to both scenes.
I'm sorry?
They were called to both scenes.
But did they conduct an investigation? Did we get a report back from the
I
investigation?
don't have it in my
We
head.
need
No,
to
I don't
get
have it.
one.
Yeah, the director left, right? We need to get a report and see if
just
they made an effort to look at whether or not they came in a vehicle, whether or not there's camera footage. I mean, when did the incident at Pennington happen?
Oh, this is over a year ago, but that's already done.
How about the other one?
The other one was a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago?
Yeah, and then we also had a car just run a stop sign at 10th Avenue, 16th Street, and running right
At
into Ray
Ray
Light.
Light, yeah.
We got
yeah.
that. We got that guy's insurance. We're going after his insurance to pay for that field, the damage he did.
Last question. What is the projected value of this contract, this bid?
It's in here.
$69.
Wait a minute, no, because if it's solicitation of bid.
It's not a
you
bid.
can't
It's
put it out
a
there.
maintenance contract.
Correct. So what's the projected cost?
Can I talk about it? Projection? I don't think so.
Endorse to do.
69. Sorry.
65.5.
Yeah.
65,500. That's all the turf fields.
All of
that-
our fields?
Including Larry Doby, that's not done yet, but that gives them 4 times a year cleaning and
So
maintenance.
this 65 is 4 times a year on every single.
On every single turf field we have.
Understood. Very good.
Okay, thank you very much. So that
Council
item is
President, I
going
had a
on
question,
consent.
Council President. Director, so, yeah, you mentioned Larry Doby. So recently we approved Larry Doby synthetic field.
Who?
Or I think last month we approved for Larry Doby
Yes.
synthetic
That work has already started.
already started?
Yes.
Okay, so is it the part of the, it's not part of this one?
Yes, the Larry Doby's on there.
Got you,
Okay,
okay.
thank you very much. Item 45 will go on consent as well. That's another solicitation of bids. And I believe, Director, that those are all
That's
your
it.
items.
Yep.
No, 50.
No more.
No, just an update.
Oh.
Can you provide an update? I know there's work being done in some of the parks. For example, Bear Track, they started the work.
Yeah, all of them. Weather permitting, all our projects. You got Bear Track that started.
Vera Ames.
Vera Ames started. You have Larry Doby started. Westside Park started. They all started. So weather permitting, they'll be out there.
So I know right now with the snow, it's, it's kind of, they have to wait. But do we have any change orders currently on any of those projects?
No.
Okay, so we're within scope of those
Yeah.
projects? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
You're welcome.
We have project managers on those projects?
Yes, we do.
Hire memes.
You good?
Hire me. I'm PMP certified, please.
All right, thank you, Director. Thank you for your time.
No, no, no. Oh. Okay, thank you so much. My apologies. I'm getting, okay, 50 will go for first reading. 51 will move resolution appointing Shabir
Regular.
Q. Shahabuddin Esquire as a municipal court judge to fill an unexpired term. That'll go on regular. 63.
Regular.
This will go on regular. Does anyone have any questions? It's approving a notice in lieu of deed notice for part of East 22nd Street in front of 436, 450 East 22nd Street,
Who can answer
Paterson,
this?
recognizing use restrictions,
Does
the
administration-
city of Paterson's obligations, and authorizing execution of related documents for remedial actions.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims.
So, for next meeting, I'm not sure who can provide information, but I would like to have whoever, from the administration to be here to talk about it. It talks about possibly, some areas of contamination that's listed in the, resolution itself. So whoever from the administration that can speak to this for next week before we vote, that would be great.
So it's gonna go on regular?
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
all right.
Police done.
All right. So, council members, city clerk will go on consent, 17.
Wait a minute.
I also want
one
to take a
second,
moment,
one
and you
second,
know what?
one
I can't
second.
believe there's so much people here today.
Wait a minute,
I
I
want to
have
take a
17.
moment, one second, a moment. One of our retired police sergeants, someone that I worked with 31 years ago at Passaic County Community College, who then became a police officer and worked and just retired last year, passed away over the weekend. So if I can, just please have a moment of silence. I should have done this in the beginning, but with so much commotion going on, it just totally just, went over me. So if I could please, for a moment, just for a quick moment, have a moment of silence for our retired sergeant, Tony DeSopo. My condolences to all the family and to the Paterson Police Department. All right.
I have
Councilwoman Mims.
For item number 17, as you see, it's on consent, but I just wanted to highlight it. Normally, when we do raffles, they're listed individually, but I questioned this item when Mr. Sampone was sitting in lieu of our Corporation Counsel. This item is actually listed with each of these particular entities with the raffle number on there.
Yeah.
I've never seen it done like that. It's always separate, but this time it's done this way. So I just want number 17. So if you could just take a look at it,
I've
Corporation
actually
Counsel.
seen that. I've seen it done before.
I haven't
Through
seen
the
it
clerk.
done.
So you didn't see the
Yeah.
consent? That's consent, right?
I've seen it. I know, it comes from you're asking Corporation Counsel, but it comes from the clerk.
Right. No, I'm just saying, I just wanted to put it as a point of reference, because what happens is when you apply for a raffle ticket, the entities are waiting because they need the number that's assigned to it after approval. So it's not listed, but it's listed on the separate page. But to me, I think it should be done separately. I know it was done together here, but each of them should be listed separately, even if we put them on consent. Because the application numbers are totally different. So just to cover us as a city, I think they should be listed separately. Corporation Counsel.
That's 17? Okay.
Did you hear my
You
request?
forgot to put sponsored by Louisville, that's number 18.
And Councilman Uri. Madam Clerk.
Oh, yes, you
And
did.
Councilman Uri. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
You have a problem with 23?
Madam Clerk.
It's in the first floor.
Madam Clerk. Number 17.
18.
Number 18, and myself as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
definitely. All right, so just
Of course, yeah.
just to complete, all right, 17 is
Number 18,
consent,
17.
18 will go
Everyone.
consent,
No,
19.
no, 18 is going to regular.
Okay, regular.
Yes.
19 can go on consent.
That's
Council.
sponsored by Council Velez.
What is?
and,
what is
Okay,
19
we'll put it
about?
on regular.
What is 19 about?
20,
Oh,
Madam
no,
Clerk.
I just wanted to hear.
Council President,
Okay, one second.
Council President.
1 second. Madam Clerk, it's my understanding that before the exiting six-ward Councilman Abdulaziz has submitted, this is his honoree. It has Shaheen Khalik as an honoree.
Right, because I thought Pastor Cash was Shaheen Khalik's honoree.
No, Antoine Wilson is an honoree for the going six-ward councilman. He's going to be here on the day. So it says Khalik, but that's not Khalik's honoree.
His one is passed already, right? That was last week?
This was, right, this was,
Yeah. Okay.
Well, since, Council President, since Councilman Kalik is no longer a councilman.
Abdelaziz.
I mean, I'm sorry.
I know you
Councilman
wanna take out-
Abdelaziz
yeah.
is no longer a councilman. Councilwoman Cotton gave the honoree to Councilman Kalik since he had not submitted a name.
No, but he was.
understood. Listen, it's my
I
understanding
thought he was
that
on
he
Pastor
did it
Cash.
before.
No, we didn't have a Pastor Cash. We didn't.
We
Okay,
did not?
it's my
No one
understanding,
submitted
so I just want the record to reflect that at the time, Councilman Abdulaziz, this was his honoree. If Councilwoman Cotton, I don't know if she spoke to the Assemblyman now, but and he did request, he goes, it's my last honoree as a going out councilman, so if
But-
that's what it is,
Well,
fine.
Council
Pastor
Everyone's
Cash
okay?
was never submitted. That name was
Corporation
never submitted
Council?
to the
So as
office.
long as
Corporation Council?
Kalik is okay with that.
I'm sorry?
As long as Councilman Kalik is okay with that honoree.
Oh, he's gonna.
He's okay. Yeah,
He's okay.
she
So
spoke
then
with
that's
him.
fine.
Yeah. Corporation
President,
Council.
In regards to an honoree, you certainly can submit a bio and a request from a sitting council member, and the law department would be happy to draft it. If any other council member wants to present that, they can present it, but you're not limited to one if you want to do more than one.
No.
Right, but
that's
what
not
that
the
happens, it really,
That was not the
let me
point,
just
though.
say this. We are with this. We have, our program is already set for the 21st.
Wow.
So I know that Councilwoman Mims and Cotton
do
have been
not give
working,
us
and
any more
Councilman
work.
Jackson, so I'm gonna leave it at that. So
more work.
item 20 will go on
Council
consent.
President, 19, put in regular.
It is, 19 is on
I
regular.
also, I am a co-sponsor on this, a sponsor on this,
You're a
co-sponsor.
sponsor,
sorry.
you're there.
Oh, yes, yeah.
You're a sponsor as well.
19, yeah.
Okay. 21 will go on consent, because we did that with all of our honorees
Yes,
for
so-
Black History Month. And 22 will go on consent as well.
Yes,
Okay.
CP, so we want to just remind Madam Clerk that make sure that when it says call by particular council members, make sure. this is
It'll
just-
have stated who
They know.
sponsored it.
Yes.
It will have
It
stated
will
who
be
sponsored
moved.
it.
Also
It will be moved.
Also moved
It'll be
by-
moved by them,
by
yes.
particular
Okay.
council members.
So,
Yes.
23, if everyone and Councilman Jackson is fine for this to go on consent. 24, I don't know if anyone has any issues, but these are all coin-operated for
Which one?
laundry licenses. This
so
can go
laundry
on consent
licenses.
as well.
For the which-
25 can go on consent as well, as that's
I'm
another
okay.
renewal,
Yes, good to go.
coin-operated laundry license. And 26, this is in the 6th Ward. Us 3 council at large represent the ward as well. I am okay with this going on consent as
I'm
well.
okay too, Council at
We could
large.
keep it like that until next year.
I said 3.
You serve what, 3 months, 3?
I approved your message, Councilwoman at
Okay.
large.
All right, council members, so I believe that that is the agenda in
Wow,
terms
let's
of
give it a round of
of
applause.
this agenda,
You did a
but
great
we
job.
still have a special, I'm gonna open the public portion. How many, for the workshop meeting?
68?
Huh?
You did 68?
G. Gree is here?
It was removed,
No, he's not.
68 is removed?
Got here
No,
late,
it's on
he could
regular.
sign?
regular, we did that one. All right, so I am going to say it, no one else can be added to the list, all right? It is 9:07, we still have a special meeting. So, I know there were 2, and as I began the meeting, if I could please have your attention. As I began the meeting, I indicated that there were 2 different lists, one for the workshop and the other for the special meeting where we're going to have an executive session. At that time,
My name
we're
was
going to
first.
ask, everyone has to remove,
name
so
was
that's why I'm
first.
gonna go ahead, and I know that we had an 8 o'clock, but I'm gonna open the public portion now, okay? Madam Clerk, how many speakers? Okay, so I want us to be very mindful. I think that some people probably have left, and I'm gonna respectfully just say this for those that this is your first time. This is not our chambers, but this is our acting chambers, okay? You're allowed for your 3 minutes. I'm gonna please request, if there's a big group that is coming for the same cause, and there's a speaker, the whole group can come together and have the one speaker speak, okay? Again, it is 3 minutes. The time will be set to 3. The clerk will handle the time, and at the time you hear the buzzer, at that time you will have to wrap up. All right? Just be mindful. If you look at, you said
21.
21, and you multiply that, if everyone keeps to their message, that's over an hour. So that's a little past 10 o'clock that we'll be leaving here, okay? So I want us to just be mindful of that. All right, so Madam Clerk, first speaker.
The first speaker is Sanan Ramadan.
Sanad Ramadan.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Make sure that the microphone is on. Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay. Okay. Sanan Ramadan, 169 Genesee Ave, Paterson, New Jersey, 07503.
Thank
Okay.
you. And begin.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for taking the time to hear our concerns. We are here as Paterson residents who feel betrayed by our Board of Education and the Board of Education commissioners and their members. We're here to talk about our students, our teachers, and the future of our schools. We refuse to stand by while decisions are being made that put our profits over children, efficiency over education, and the well-being of our children. The proposed restructuring of our schools is not about improving education. It's about cutting costs at the expense of our children. We, as parents, know what real investments in education looks like. It means fully funding our schools, supporting our educators, and making sure every child, no matter their zip code, has access to quality learning. It means listening to teachers, parents, and students, not just administrators and politicians who don't see the daily reality in our classrooms. We are not here just to complain. We are here to demand action. We demand transparency. We demand accountability. We demand a seat at the table because these are our schools, our communities, and our children's futures at stake. We will not be ignored. We will not be silenced. We will fight for our schools, for our children, and for the future they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
The next speaker is Luz.
I'm sorry, repeat the name?
Luz.
Is there a last
Yeah,
name?
No last name.
Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Luz Torres of 5 Montclair Ave in Paterson. I would like to first thank you for your time. My name is Luz Torres, and I am a proud member of the Paterson community. My children have attended Paterson Public Schools for the past 10 years, and during that time, our family has actively participated in various school programs such as basketball, fundraisers, Special Olympics. Additionally, I am a devout member of the Church of House of Hope for the Nations in Paterson, pastored by Abel and Yvette Marchena, and a leader of the Department of Evangelism and Outreach. Through our involvement with the church, we also support our community by contributing to food donation drives and outreach programs. We, as the concerned parents of the Paterson Public School District, are here to beg you to help us, as you asked us for your votes. We need your help with the Board of Ed commissions. We strongly oppose the Paterson Board of Education's decisions to restructure several schools under our new middle school model, set to take place in September. This change will negatively impact our children's education, safety, and overall well-being. Disruption of our education. Transitioning students to new schools, new teachers, and new classmates will cause unnecessary instability, especially for students with individualized educational programs who require consistency and specialized support. Without a stable educational foundation, these youths are a significant disadvantage. They may struggle to graduate on time, lack the skills needed for employment, or be unprepared for the responsibilities of adult life. Children who experience instability may be more likely to act out aggressively or delinquently. Severe staffing shortages. Many schools, they want to restructure already severely understaffed and will struggle to accommodate additional students, leading to overcrowded classrooms, diminished learning quality. They need support. Why not unite forces with the rest of the schools that are in need of teachers and help them by uniting their strength and making it better? It doesn't make sense to destroy an established, thriving school to try to recover another one. Increase commute burdens on families. Many parents will have to travel farther to drop off and pick up their children, yet may not qualify for school-provided transportation since they are within a 2-mile radius. Additionally, parents may have to adjust work schedules or arrange alternate transportation, further increasing costs. Unsafe travel conditions for students. Many students will be forced to walk longer distances or take public transportation, increasing the risk of exposure to unsafe environments, transportation hazards, and increased traffic affecting everyone in our community. Delays in implementation. A major restructuring like this requires significant time, resource, and planning. Given the setbacks our children have already faced during the COVID-19 pandemic, another disruption could have long-lasting negative effects on their education and their personal growth. Financial burden on families. Many families in our community are already struggling to make ends meet. This restructuring would force parents to purchase new uniforms for different schools. Those with multiple children attending different schools will have different uniform requirements and may have to buy double, adding unnecessary financial stress. We urge you to help us stop the implementation of this restructuring plan. Instead,
You can finalize your statement.
thank you, I appreciate that. Instead, we call for a transparent and inclusive process that will involve parents, educators, and the community, an assessment of alternative solutions that prioritize students' educational stability and well-being, a public forum to discuss the full impact of this transition before finalizing any decisions. Our children's future and our teachers' stability should not be compromised by a rushed and ill-planned changes. We as a community stand together to demand a fair and thoughtful approach to our children's education and the well-being of all of them and everyone in our community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Next speaker is Rodney Addison.
Mr. Addison, are you still here? Mr. America.
Please state your name and your address, please.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Rodney Addison, Triangle Village, First Ward. So I'm here to talk about the Juneteenth Festival, which will be June 21st, Eastside Park at the Gazebo, along with the African Heritage Parade, which will also be June 21st, 10 a.m. starting at Masonic Temple, leading to Eastside Park for the festival. I also want to make note to the community that this is our cultural event. More importantly, this is the first cultural event of the year in the city of Paterson, so it will behoove the community to come out and support year after year, to make it better each and every year. This coming 22nd of February, we have a Black History paint sip at the museum, just as a fundraiser to help raise some of the funds for the festival. I look forward to seeing my council people, especially my Black council people at the festival. Hopefully I can make it to the honoring ceremony tomorrow at the museum at Hitchcliff Stadium, where I and myself and 2 other athletes here in the city of Paterson who are being honored for Black History by our mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ilya Villanueva.
Is she still in the room? Okay, next speaker.
Okay, next speaker is Maribel Mendoza.
Maribel Mendoza.
Looks like she's gone. Oh, okay.
State your name and your address, please.
Maribel Mendoza, 124 Genesee Ave, Paterson, New Jersey, 07503. Good evening, everyone. I'm here because my brother, Martin Mendoza Jr., is missing. He was last seen Saturday, February 8th in the morning. We have an open case with the Paterson Police Department, but we ask the community to please help us finding him. He is 20 years old, height 8'3", has long hair, and weighs about 200 pounds. He was last seen wearing a blue coat, possible white sweater under his coat, white jeans, black shoes, and black Nike backpack. Please, if you see him or if you have any information, please let us know, or contact the Paterson Police Department. We were also able to get footage of him being in Dunkin' Donuts on Valley Road in Clifton, New Jersey. We were only able to get a small footage of him walking off. We believe he might have gone to Garrett Mountain, but after that, we're not sure where else he went. We don't know if he's safe. He hasn't been seen in like 3 days. We don't know where he is. So please,
Council
Do
President.
you have extra?
Wait.
I wanted to add something. So I am surprised. We've never been in this kind of situation, but the response to the communication between the police department and the detective with us has been appalling. I've constantly had to try to contact them. I feel, and when I call the office, it says, "Oh, we're waiting for him to get we're waiting for him to get inside." And it feels like I have to wait for him to clock in to get any help. Our family has been. We only go home to just eat and shower and barely sleep, and then we go out. We've been out for the entirety of these last 3 days, and we feel helpless right now.
All right.
So,
I'm going to ask a favor. My assistant is sitting right over there. When you are done, I will need you to give her your contact, both your names, okay? And as we say on the Public Safety Committee, we'll be talking to the chief, to the OIC, to the director. I don't know, we, the council, have to be very careful that we can't get involved in investigations, but clearly to at least kind of put you at ease. I do need to ask one question. Was this young man a student at the college, at Passaic County College?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Right.
just a point of recommendation.
Councilwoman,
Can you,
we normally don't do the rebuttal,
Yeah.
but this is something very
can you
serious.
give a flyer
Yeah,
to our
Councilman.
secretary, please, so it can be given out?
Absolutely,
And
yes.
I'll make sure it's posted on social media.
Yes.
A lot of times, social media gets more attention.
Yeah.
So if you'll just give it to, one to our secretary here,
Council
Our
President.
clerk.
our clerk, and then, it could be, copies could be made, unless you have enough copies tonight
We have.
that we can
I
all
only
take it.
want to make one more point. I really appreciate the community. We have been posting it everywhere, Facebook, Instagram, everywhere, posting it outside, and the community has been sharing it everywhere.
No, there's no time here.
Council,
Okay.
Council
Yeah.
President.
Okay.
Council President.
Very well. I really,
Quick.
are you gonna start a conversation back and forth? Because I think,
We don't, no, this is not about back and forth. This is a situation that the family is going through. We are extremely sorry for that. And here's my recommendation. Can we not advertise for the children through Raffle and our channels? And also you can promote on the social media as well to make sure that
we
we
can go through our clerk for that, absolutely.
Okay, so that's what
Okay.
we need. So Rafael, please, we need to advertise on the
Okay.
TV channels, YouTube, to make sure that we can be part of this family at this moment.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
important.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Council President.
Listen, my,
Council
as a
President.
mom, okay, having a son, I understand. I can't say I can put myself in your position, but we definitely, as a council, we care, all right? And we're gonna see what we can do, okay, to at least put at least put you at ease.
Council
okay?
President.
Thank you very much.
Council President, Rafael asked me, I asked Rafael, sir, ma'am, just to,
Councilman Velez.
that's why, you cannot just ignore this part. Rafael, I spoke to Rafael, he needs a digital one to be able to put it on the TV.
All right.
I have
So,
it right
yes.
now, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Very
so.
good. Thank you very much,
So
Velez.
just a minute. I speak to your sidebar. It's
Okay.
better, yeah.
Okay,
I got
thank
different
you.
way to do
Next-
things.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is A. Roberson.
A. Robinson.
Roberson. That's what it says here.
Robinson.
Roberson.
Okay. And next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Victor Urbaez.
Victor Urbaez. Okay.
You pass?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Is Layla. No last
Is there a
name.
Layla? Okay. Layla, are you a student at Paterson Public Schools?
Yes.
Okay. Just say your name for the record. You don't need to put your address, okay?
Okay, my name's Layla. My name's Layla. I'm currently a 7th grade student at school number 9. I am a part of the National Junior Honor Society, SGA, and the basketball team, and many more curriculars. I have been a part of the school community since kindergarten, and I will soon be entering the 8th grade. As someone who has spent most of my educational life here, it is my dream to graduate from this very school. But now I stand before you with a heavy heart as I fear that the decision to disrupt the stability could jeopardize my future and the futures of my classmates. The plans that have been put into place by the Board of Ed fail to consider one crucial element, the social and emotional well-being of students like me. As the daughter and niece of educators, it deeply saddens me to see the very people we trust with our education making decisions that view us not as individuals but as data points on a chart. How is that fair? And how is it fair that after all my hard work and dreams for the 8th grade, those opportunities have now been taken away? I stand before you not just to voice my concerns, but to ask for your help. I ask that you help us with the situation because we, the residents of Paterson, deserve better. We need to know that we can rely on them, not just as policymakers, but as advocates for our futures. Stability in education is not a luxury, it's a necessity. When schools are disrupted, it impacts everything. Our ability to learn, our relationships with teachers and peers, and our overall growth are all put at risk. Changing schools or switching up plans frequently creates uncertainty, making it harder to stay on track with our studies and takes away our chance to build the strong connections that are essential for success. A stable school environment isn't just about academics, it's about a community. It's about a place where we feel safe, where we feel seen and heard, where we build lasting friendships, and where we learn how to navigate the world around us. This isn't just my point of view. This is a shared experience of every student at our school. We are more than just students, we're family. Changing our community will deeply affect our emotional and social well-being. When you remove the place we love, you're not just changing policies, you're breaking the connections that define who we are. You're taking away our sense of belonging and support. Do you truly understand the impact this will have? School is just more than academics. It is about friendships, trust, and the family we built here. I urge you to think about the long-term effects on our students, families, and teachers. The future of each student goes beyond textbooks. It includes their emotional and social growth. Please help us keep it the way it currently is. Thank you.
Wow. How beautiful to
Excuse me, young
see
lady.
Layla.
Did you present yourself in front of the school board? Did you go down there to address your concerns with them as well?
So Councilman Jackson, that's where I was going, that I want them all. Tomorrow is a school board meeting, and everyone that's here, and we welcome you here. We want to hear you. And I mean, just amazing to see, the young ladies just come out here and be so articulate, and on point. Okay, so we really want you all to express yourselves to the school board tomorrow, okay? Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, she was going to answer the question.
No, I have not been to a Board of Ed meeting yet. There hasn't been one that I've known about yet.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
And you're planning to go, right?
Yeah, if
Very
I can.
good.
So,
Oh, it's virtual. Well, I will go on virtual, but then I will go again because they have one live meeting. So,
yeah. So,
Councilwoman Mims.
So I'm just going to speak as a former school board member. So here are some tips. Anyone that has a pen and paper, take this number down. It is the number to the superintendent's office. When you're ready, say aye. The superintendent's number is 973-321-0980. I talk about all the levels of power. You have the power of the pen. People that are here, the young lady who, Layla, SGA, she is in a leadership role in her school. All of our students, get them to write letters to the superintendent. Call the superintendent's office and bombard the phones about your concerns, your dislikes. Also, request from the superintendent's office that they send you the calendar of all of the school board meetings, whether they're virtual or in person. If there's a meeting, whether it's virtual or in person, you can always send your request that you would like to speak. It has to be done in advance. Send it over, but everything starts, stops, ends at the superintendent's office. Reach out to them. Go on Paterson Public Schools. When you go on Paterson Public Schools and you go to the drop-down box, go to the box that says Board of Education. You will see listed all 9 school board members. Click on each of their pictures and email all of them separately. There are 9 members that are voted in on your behalf. Send information to them as well. So on the Paterson Public Schools, Drop down Board of Ed. There are 9 school board members. Send them information, and don't forget to call the school board. Thank you.
Councilman Jackson. We normally don't do this, but
Very good.
this is important.
This is just a message to all of the parents, as I am a parent of children in our district as well. I understand why you're here. You're here to solicit the support of the council. Now, although I do agree having those contacts are very important, you're here to solicit the support of those that you have elected to represent you, and I will be 1,000% in support of whatever efforts there are. Mostly because I've dealt with this superintendent directly. I'm an elected person chosen by you all to represent your concerns, and I've dealt with her, and she was very dismissive. We have people who don't live in our community that are making very critical decisions on how education is supposed to be distributed without the consult and consent of the community. So I did hear one of the, I believe it was one of the parents, the young lady in the back, that talked about these decisions being made, and I think you have a valid request. There should be seminars, there should be open discussions, there should be forums that the parents and the students are capable of participating. So I'm available to any of you. I'm sure some of the other council members are, but I can only speak for myself. I am the advocate that will be there standing in support of you. So please, let me know how you require my attention.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jackson.
Madam
Next
Clerk.
speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker
Council.
is Eddie Olivares.
Mr. Olivares,
Good evening, all.
name and address.
Eddie Olivares, like you said it, and I live in the 4th Ward. Anyway,
Okay.
before I speak on some of the things that have been said here, I want to ask, if I may, Corporation Counsel a question. He just stepped out, but I would like an answer. Yesterday, he attended a Democratic Party political event with the mayor. And so, the mayor works for me, you guys work for me, he works for me. And so, as such, I would like to know if he is the mayor's political advisor. Is that what we pay him for? It's just for my own edification. And so I would like an answer from me. It's a yes or no answer. It's a very simple answer. But anyway, I want to talk about, it is sad. You know, the people of this community, they come over here and they bring very serious issues. And we have to deal with this. You look like a bunch of children. I say this time and time again. You guys don't know anything. You, at the beginning of the meeting, asked the CFO, I don't know how many questions. He doesn't have the answer to one question you asked. Not one. He doesn't know anything. And so, it was you, Councilwoman Davila, who said, we are not the administration, sort of indicating that it's the fault of the administration. Well, I never thought I would ever come to the rescue of the mayor. But I must disagree with you. It's not his fault. It's your fault. It is you who has to hold them accountable. You, all of you. And you don't do that. That's why he gets away with everything. Because you don't hold them accountable. It appears as if you guys don't even know that you could get rid of any appointee by the mayor, and there's not a damn thing he can do about it. You can get rid of these appointees. Ma'am, if you shaking your head no, it tells me that you don't know what you're doing. You shouldn't be on that council. You can't get rid of any appointee, not a damn thing the mayor can do. But you have to do it as a body, as a collective body. Not just you, one person, or you. It's a collective body. And it is sad. Every time that we have a meeting, I come over here. And it is so sad. I see these people. They come over here with their concerns. You know, when I was growing up, we have three stooges. Over here we have, this guy, this question is not for you, Mr. Jackson, because I know you know the answer, but do you even know the power that you have? You can remove. You know, if he's not serving the community, remove him.
Okay, thank you very
Get rid
much.
of Corporation Council.
Next
You can get rid
speaker,
of anybody.
Madam Clerk. Thank you very much.
Foolishness.
Next speaker is Soraya Aral.
Soraya?
Yeah.
Okay,
She left.
next speaker?
Next speaker is Deborah Hannibal. She's not
Ms.
here.
Hannibal?
She here? Oh, couldn't see you.
Good evening, Council, Madam Clerk, and your deputy for this evening. My name is Deborah Hannibal, Paterson, New Jersey, and I would like to extend prayers that Martin Mendoza Jr. will be found safe.
Amen.
So if anybody has seen him, please reach out. That's just heartbreaking. I did hear some good news today that the mayor has selected an experienced interim business administrator. So hopefully and prayerfully, we will be able to move the city in the right direction. We will be able to correct some of the wrongs that have happened. I wish the former BA all the best. However, while she was here, she did not move the needle. Her focus was on parks and not people. We need someone that is concerned about the residents. And I found her to be, and I could be wrong, a vindictive and retaliative person. Her parting shots as she was leaving is that she moved her 2 assistant BAs, which the city had never had before. She moved them in a retaliatory effort to other departments. One of them is being moved to a department to do the payroll where her family member works. Where do they do that? That's just not good business. So everything that she does proves that she doesn't know how to do business. I would love someone to do an audit of the payroll to see who has been making changes in the payroll system. Because when I talk about internal controls, that's important. And then now she's gonna assign people that never worked in the BA's office to the BA's office. Make it make sense. Let's file this under make it make sense. None of this makes sense. It's not how business is done. It doesn't make any sense. It just sounds like retaliation. Who does it? So and then now to say she's gonna come back here 1 day per week when this mess is created by her, she's gonna audit her own mess? No, that doesn't make sense. Make it make sense. We're not fools. This couldn't happen anywhere else. Nowhere else could this go down. We're tired of it in Paterson. Don't play us. Don't play in our faces like that. We don't want her back. She left. Farewell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am going to respond just very quickly because I need you to know that that was a question. I sat in a DCA meeting, okay, as the finance chair and the council president. It's a monthly meeting, and I was very specific in asking, what is her duties going to be? Because she no longer is an employee of the city of Paterson. She is not on the payroll, as I was told by the DCA monitor, who is actually the assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner at the state. And she was clear to say her only duly function once a week is to assist with DCA, MOU situations, or whatever has to do with that MOU. She is not here. She's not to oversee personnel, just so you know that, okay? She is not here to direct anyone what to do. She is no longer the BA, okay? We have Harry as an acting because the interim BA will only be here 20 hours a week. And you could imagine we've been here already quite a few hours, right? So understanding that. But I needed to just clarify that because, you know, that was a question that was raised. I raised it, I asked it, okay? And she will be specific to budget and things with the MOU.
Council
That is
President.
it. Now, if that changes and we find out, that's a different story. But I can't believe that I've sat in a room with people that are supposed to be speaking truth and they're not.
Council
So,
President.
you know, with that said, I just wanted to
Ca-
just put that, you know, for the record, just to clarify what you
Council
stated.
President.
okay?
Council
Council
President.
President.
See, I didn't want to start this, but I
But
wanted
you
to
started.
address her
You-
because you're gonna
Council, you
leave
started.
before we can all speak.
Council
You
President.
started it, but-
Council, you started it, Council President.
Started it.
Well, listen, you've been talking the whole night.
No,
This is why
but I
we're
mean,
here
okay.
starting after 9
So,
o'clock.
Council President,
So
with all
let's be
respect.
respectful as well.
With all respect,
Okay?
I've been
I
talking-
wanted to
Council
address
President.
her
Before
because
you
at the
finish.
end of the
If
day,
you
at the
open
end
the
of the
floor
day,
for
I had the
discussion, you
conversation
open
with
the floor for
DCA
discussion.
Specific to what you were speaking
Council
about,
President.
Point of
okay?
order, Council.
Councilman Jackson.
Point of order. No, well, I don't want to speak before him, but I'm just asking you to clarify your last statement. You said
Yeah.
that you were in a room with people who weren't being honest or truthful.
No, I
Are
said,
you-
if I wasn't being in the room, I have a problem with that. That's what I said. If I wasn't, because I'm gonna believe what the state is telling me. They're telling me she no longer is on the payroll, she does not handle any type of personnel matters, and the only duty that she is going to do has to do with MOU items.
Understood.
Okay.
I would like this
Okay.
floor after the
Councilman
last.
Velez.
Thank you, Council President, and I'm sorry, but when you stated that you wanna, you know, address this before she leave, you know, then you open the floor for other things. So let me clarify something. I sent a detailed email to the mayor regarding the move of 2 employees from the experienced employee from the BA office. Every budget that was presented to us before they departed from that office was presented by them, and then the BA comes here and presented to us. Lydia and the other employee prepared the budget for presentation for that BA. That's one thing. Second, what coincidence that when the mayor wanted to search for a BA, I did a statement on the newspaper that he should consider people locally, especially her and the chief of staff to be another person. Wow, what coincidence that those 2 people was moved, right? Now, the other thing I put on an email to the mayor, okay, that she should not oversees the finance of the city, okay, because if she didn't want to be in our city and departed to the state, why she have to put her nose in the budget, okay? Why she had to put her nose in the operation of the city, okay? The mayor responded me back. First of all, he want to clarify that her last day was the day that they give this buyout key, okay? Now, I'm going to say like that, because if there's a key is given, is she going to return her salary back? No, right? So the key was given to a person that got paid to do a job. Now, third, he told me that she going to overseas and she going to help with the budget. Let me tell you something, what I told the mayor. Mayor, with all due respect, if she didn't want to be in our city, why she want to manage the budget of the city of Paterson? You know what's going to happen? In my case, if this recommendation budget comes to me, I vote no, it fails, and we shut down the city. I'm not taking no recommendation from a person that didn't want to be in our city. Okay? Now, another thing, Council President, hold on. The
please
state
wrap
could
up,
tell you,
Councilman.
the
We
state
still
could
have
tell
more
you,
people here.
the state could tell you whatever they could tell you. They could turn around and do others, okay? Other things. What do you think is a conflict of interest? To hire a person in the state and then manage the finance that we have here?
not
She managed, hold
management.
on, she managed contract, she managed outside contract, she managed the $68 million. Why she don't come to the council and say, where's the $9 million missing? Why she don't tell us why the medical health plan that she approved is not working? Why she don't tell us, right? A lot of things that she does. The mistreatment that she did to the employees of the city of Paterson. Why she don't talk about the 10 grievances that they have against her? Okay? Now, but she leave, all right? And that's why
I had a resolution to honor her a year of service here, and they asked me to put it, and I say no. You know why? Because that don't represent what she's doing to our employees and to our city
Thank
of
you.
Paterson.
Thank you very
And then
much,
let me say this,
Councilman.
we should draft a resolution on not working her at the city of Paterson and send it to the state. And send it to the state. And I
Thank you very
ask,
much, Councilman.
and I ask,
Madam Clerk.
and I ask a little bit more.
Call
I ask you a little bit
Madam
more.
Clerk.
I'm calling,
Please call the
I'm
next-
calling the state senator, and I'm calling the legislative body to talk to DCA and to let her know that she's not welcome here to manage our finance.
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Council President.
Yeah, council, I mean, like,
I'm sorry,
you open
Councilman
the,
Jackson,
you open the door.
Councilwoman Mims.
So
Who's next?
it's
Councilman
absolutely,
Jackson, Mims, then you.
it's absolutely amazing, very disappointing that we wait till she leaves
All right.
to give her these flowers to smell, because she's been hurting this community since the inception. I've been blowing this whistle for for all the entire tenure. I was being frowned upon as being unfair. But what's very disheartening is that the mayor, who absolutely does not care about this community, would ask for DCA to do an investigation on the director of CI because he's doing his job, but yet, where there's no accountability for the CARES Act money, which is over $80 million, with no accountability to the Hinchcliffe Stadium dollars, which is $110 million, and then the unfair targeting of these employees. As I explained to many of my council colleagues before, Ms. Hannibal has an unfortunate opportunity to have firsthand experience. We were in a committee meeting where the former BA felt as if she could speak to Ms. Hannibal as if she was part of the servitude. And then, as I always do, I did not allow that to take place. But if Councilman Velez, if you want to draft a piece of legislation that deters the state from doing this, and even a vote of no confidence, I'll be more than happy to support it. I brought this piece of legislation before, and nobody wouldn't support it. Now that she took a substantial pay cut to vacate the city, as she had never previously made over $100,000. Her former job, she was making $70,000, pushed her own salary to $150,000, which this council supported. Not me. And her derelict behavior in the two people who are doing the primary function, who had also taken on other responsibilities because they were being failed in other places because of the decisions that she made to utilize a different payroll company. There's so many different decisions that's been detrimental to this community, including the healthcare situation. So, Mr. Olivares is absolutely correct. This council has the ability to make these changes. We've sat here, and in the past, some of those people who are giving her criticism now was offering a great deal of praises every time something happened. And I'll say this last measure. It's extremely disappointing to witness the council president show up at every single location now, cutting ribbons and kumbayaing with the likes of the former BA and the mayor, when there was so much pressure to hold them accountable before. I mean, I think, it's a cycle. Those who fall in favor, and I have to, you know what, I honestly, Andre, I'll give you credit. I'll give the mayor credit for being able to coerce members of this council at various times to continue these derelict practices. I appreciate the time, Council President.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to say that, when I realized that our BA was leaving, and actually DCA comes here every week. Ain't no once a month. No, I don't care. They come here every week. I don't care who they meet with, but they come here every week. And so I knew then that they were going to put her in that every week and take the lady who's come now out and put her somewhere else. So actually, to me, it's the DCA who has decided to send her here or send the BA here every week, or call the governor's office because the director of DCA is Suarez. The director of DCA is SCHWURARTZ. She is the director. Voice concern that, but I knew, I just had a feeling, I can't say I knew, but I just had the feeling that once she started working for DCA, that they were gonna then move the lady that comes here now every week and put her here. It could happen, but ain't nobody saying nothing now. All of a sudden everybody talking, like, okay. But I'm just saying, to me, it shouldn't be, but DCA has the last say. I hope they don't have the last say, the governor. Because the governor is the boss for the lady at DCA, the governor. And we can send a resolution to the senator, to the 2 assembly people, and let's see what they can do. Let's see. But it's the governor. It's the governor.
Thank you,
So,
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman, Councilwoman Cotton.
No, you had enough time.
Councilwoman Cotton, so you agree that we should do
Councilwoman Mims.
a resolution?
No, you the one who brought it all up. Because
Yeah, no, I want to do that resolution.
Let us not do this.
You should have figured
Point
it
of
out.
order.
You should've
Point of
fig-
order.
he
We
should've figured it out before he
we
opened
are
up
still
his
in the
mouth.
public portion. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
You should have figured it out.
No,
before he opened his
I
mouth.
want to speak on this item, because if we go on, we're
Right.
speaking on something different.
Okay, so please, Councilwoman, because you see how it gets out of.
So I just want to put on record, and I think it's a good point of reference that Councilman Velez brought up. There should be a letter formulated.
Yeah,
I know you're saying a resolution, but I think it should be a letter formulated from this council for who wants to sign it. If everybody doesn't want to sign, that's fine. But those that do want to sign, we need to gain an understanding of what her role will be, because I do think it will be a conflict of interest.
It
You
is.
have sat and served here as the business administrator. Now you have a role in DCA where you're coming to provide any level of oversight, because you were the one that formulated the financial documents and the acumen for the city of Paterson. So now that you've taken another role, that's fine, but I don't know how do we accept that you're in a role now to provide another level of oversight to the work that you've done already in the city. So I think there should be a letter, and it should be identified letter of concern regarding the appointment of Ms. Long. And we need to ask those clear, pointed questions. 1, what will be her duty as it relates to the city of Paterson? 2, is there a conflict of interest, being that she was the former BA? We should also ask, is there any possibility she will become the fiscal monitor? We need to ask those questions, because we know that's going to happen. We know it, but we need to put that in writing so that we can let them know that we have some concerns with this, because how do you go to a higher place and provide oversight to work that you've done? It just doesn't, like, something's wrong. So I think there needs to be a letter that is formulated from this council questioning the description of duties, how it will relate, and if there is a conflict or not. We need to see that. And then we need to ask very pointed and direct, will she eventually become the fiscal monitor for Paterson? We need to ask that. And if the answer to that, we can then make that request, Councilman Velez, to do a resolution and say, no, we're against it. We can make that request. So I want that on the record. I want that to be presented at our next meeting so that we can put that letter together and we can send it, have it certified and sent over to whoever's in charge of the director, so that they can know that we have concerns. And then we can also, if we need to, get constituents to sign it. We could get some of our employees to sign it. Many of our employees, election workers and different people, have issues. You have 2 employees that were sent to 2 different departments that never asked for help. They didn't ask to say we need an additional resource or a staff person in our department. They were sent there for what? We still don't know why they were sent there. Right before you leave. That's not, I tell people, like, you gotta be careful, because there's a slippery slope of character and integrity, so you have to be very careful with that.
Thank
But I would
you.
like to see that letter formulated and ready,
I will do
so
it.
that for the council,
I will do it.
council members that would like to sign it, they can sign it. Make sure my name is on there, because I will be signing that letter.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman
I can
Mims.
draft it if you like.
Okay.
I can
All
draft it.
right. We already
I will-
acknowledged that it's going to be drafted.
We're gonna do it,
Madam Clerk, next speaker,
Next
please.
speaker is Linda Mora.
and we're gonna do a vote no
Linda
confidence,
Mora.
too. No, we're could speed it up for next meeting.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I just have a
Go ahead,
question
Samantha.
because I'm learning a lot from attending these meetings. There's a lot of accidents on Godwin. And unfortunately, my neighbors have been victims of these accidents. And I looked at the police reports, and they have not done DUIs or tested them for anything, the driver that caused the accident. I would like to know what's the process for speed bumps or speed cameras like they have in the Bronx, the city. Excuse me?
Councilwoman?
When there's a will, there's a way.
You're on your time.
Okay, go ahead. I wish we
So
could.
I'm here to ask those questions because I've spoken with my neighbors, and that's a concern. There's a lot of elderly, there's a lot of children. This is a disaster waiting to happen, God
Okay.
forbid, children.
Okay.
So if we
Godwin
could get
Avenue,
some-
Cal.
We have some,
Godwin and Carroll, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is that it? Is that it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, okay? Madam Clerk,
Next speaker
please.
is Melissa Muniz.
Melissa? Next speaker? You can't speak out. Please, respectfully, I'm saying you can't do that. We're not going to answer the question right now. Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
The next speaker is Abed Tabata.
They're like a little man.
No, be careful. Be careful with the chair. Okay? Just, okay. Okay. Hold him, please.
I am Mohammed.
That's okay.
I am Mohammed from Paterson. That there's no parks for kids. One time I went driving in the road and kids were just playing soccer in the road.
Okay.
And people are littering like on the sidewalks a lot.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
I don't know how I could follow that up. Abed Tabata, 178 Michigan Avenue, 6th Ward resident. Now, we congratulate our former 6th Ward Councilman Al Abdelaziz for his appointment up into the assembly seat. But now we need the council's assistance in providing us a representative for the 6th Ward that will fight for the 6th Ward as Al fought for the 6th Ward. We did disagree on some aspects, but we could agree that he sat up there and fought for the 6th Ward residents and represented us. So we need somebody at that same caliber that will do the same thing. So I'm asking the council to actually expedite the process rather than prolong it. Because as we've seen today, this is probably the most 6th Ward residents this chamber has ever seen. But we have no representative up there to represent us.
You
So,
will soon.
Hopefully.
Yes.
We have 3 council
You
at
have
large.
3 at
but-
large.
No,
We
no,
are
no.
here.
But-
Let's not engage. It's happening.
You
We're
guys
doing
got
it
the whole
as a
city.
council, as a body. It will.
So, and also, I came up here a couple months ago for the speed bumps, for the speed humps, and it's still it's a struggle to find out who. There's nobody in contact. I was instructed to contact DPW. I actually drove down to DPW's office, and they told me you're in the wrong place. You got to go to traffic division
That's traffic.
because we have no traffic engineer to do the study, which is required according to the ordinance. So if we don't have no traffic engineer to do the first step, then you can't go past the first step and get the signatures or the petition signed by all the other residents or the homeowners. So there's a flaw in that ordinance. I appreciate that it was passed, but if we're passing ordinances that cannot actually be implemented, then we're doing nothing. It's a disservice to the city. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, very good. Next speaker?
Next speaker is G. Greer.
Mr. Greer.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Just real quick, I heard the 3 council at large to say that you guys represent the 6th Ward. Actually, you don't, because you don't have a vote for the 6th Ward. you have your vote, but that seat still is vacant. So that's an empty vote. And that's very important, because what's going to happen is going to be 4-4. There's no vote in that chair. No vote at all. Just like if the 4-4 was going, that's not a vote. But that's not why I came here to talk. I came to speak about, I was at a press conference for Westside Park. And you guys know I love to see any park get done. But during the press conference, I asked a question off the record. That big building there, anybody know the name of it? The one that caught on fire? I can't think of it.
I can't remember the name.
Okay, well, anyway, you know, that building burnt down some years ago. That building burnt down some years ago that's inside Westside Park. So I was like, I'm all happy. I'm like, wow, $15 million, gonna redo the park? But then I found out it does not include that building. Are you guys aware of this? I mean, the council at large, folks. Are you aware of this?
That's
It doesn't.
part of.
Show me where that building is included. It's not. Okay, then it's not included. Okay? It's not included. And then you have a bridge back there that's been closed forever, where the children from Kennedy can walk over that bridge. That's not included. Okay.
Council members, come on.
Okay. Listen. And if I'm wrong, then show me the documentation that show that those two items are going to be done at the same time. Now, Councilman Velez, from what I understand, that building is going to be addressed by the county. Is that correct? Okay, right. But this is what I'm trying to say to you folks. All of that should be done together. You're going to spend $15 million on refurbishing the park. You're going to have a closed bridge, and you're going to have a burnt up building. It does, to me, it doesn't make sense. The other thing I want to talk about, I saw the mayor tonight posted this beautiful, beautiful banner. Are you guys aware of that?
The clean.
Yeah, let me put my readers on. It says, "Keeping Paterson clean starts with you." Beautiful banner. I don't know who's paying for these beautiful banners. And I went on the mayor post and I said to the mayor on his post, we need to have some type of enforcement. If you don't have enforcement to penalize folks or to teach folks, is a beautiful banner like those beautiful $4,000 trash cans. Okay? Now, my last thing as I walk away, usually when there's personnel issues in the city of Paterson, over the years I heard you guys always say no comments, that's a personnel matter. But I was shocked when I read today's paper and Maritza, Mims, and Lewis, all three had comments concerning my friend, Director Dave Gilmore. Whether Dave wrong or right, when I saw those comments, I was taken back a little bit. Because normally, okay, it's in the newspaper. No, it's in the newspaper today, okay? If you go on my page, I even shared the article, okay? Let me just finish. Whether you said them or not, it's published in the newspaper, where you were saying, yeah, there should be an investigation, blah, blah, blah. Okay, all I'm saying, I read it in the paper, and you guys know when I come up here, it's I got facts. Now, my thing is this, and I'm not defending the left, and I'm not defending the right, but I'm pretty sure some of you guys have called Director Gilmore off hours for anything over the course of his time here in Paterson. You had to. My thing is this, Director Gilmore has been a friend of mine. When I had situations in the city of Paterson, he addressed them for me. I have no issues. I have no issues with Dave Gilmore. That other fighting stuff or whatever, you guys need to go on a retreat with your mayor before this costs the taxpayers a lot of money. A lot of money. Okay? A lot of money. Whatever it is, resolve it. Let's move forward. It's supposed to be about Paterson. You guys hired Director Gilmore to do a job. I'm not sure what he's doing. I don't follow him every day, but read the newspaper. I shared it on my page. All I'm saying is that I'm just saying what the newspaper said. You know, okay?
All right,
listen.
we're having a back and forth
Thank you.
dialogue. We're not having that. We're not having that.
Thank you.
Okay. I will be going on your page to check out what article
Yeah,
you
it was
say
an article.
that I spoke against, because I don't get involved in personal matters.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Normally,
No,
listen.
we'll do that. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate
Thank you. And I do have some answers for you pertaining, G, on the side, I do have some answers. I actually got some messages. That building is historic, and it goes through historic preservation, and there's additional monies, and the bid is being done by the county.
okay,
Next
my
speaker.
last thing, can I just make one announcement? We are planning an Easter event this year in the new and approved Barbers Park. We're working on the details for that. I think we want to keep it between 5 and 12 years old. So if you guys want to donate some prizes to us, some baskets for those children, we would definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker?
Next speaker is Ira Chappelle.
Who?
Ira Chappelle.
Ira Chappelle?
Left.
Is there an Iris Chappelle? Okay, next speaker?
Kimmy Freeman.
Kimmy Freeman. Are you passing something out? Give it to Deirdre.
Before I begin, Sister Marissa, I want to make a public apology to Ruby Cotton. I was a little bit harsh on her, and I said some
Madam
things
Clerk?
I shouldn't have said, but before I did that, I met Ruby about a week or so ago, coming out of City Hall, and I said, Ruby, I'm so sorry, da-da-da, and when she smiled, that everything was white clear. I love her smile. And I guess the reason why I'm kind of hard on Ruby, because I really, really want to help her. And I grew up in the Fourth Ward. I grew up on Governor Street. And I saw all the good things that our husband did. So I want to apologize to her, her family, and to Ed, who was watching me from heaven. All right? I want to talk about, I want to talk about what we're doing, education, parks like that. As you know, I used to work for the Board of Ed. I work with at-risk kids. I keep telling people about Project 2000. Project 2000 kept hundreds of at-risk boys out of jail, out of prison, and we need to readdress that. Another thing, you guys are talking about recreation, right? When I ran for council at large, I said that we should have a recreation center, community center in every single ward. I said that in 2008. I said that in 2008. And I have worked with, I gave out my resume to let people know, because my brother Akbar tried to embarrass me before the meeting started and said, Kimmy, all you do is talk, you don't do nothing. All right? I wanted him to be here so he could look at this resume. All right? Here you go. I want you to look at that resume. And I left some things off, like my internship at the UN, the battering center, the women's battering center at St. Paul's. I left that off, and then AmeriCorps. I have given this city 36 years of community service. 36, and I started at Passaic County Community College with the Organization of African Ancestry. From 1988 to 1992, when I was there, the students at PCC did the Kwanzaa celebration, and let me hear this, I don't know who's running the Black History Month thing. I complained last year. The students at PCC, and Maritza is my witness, we did more Black History programs than you guys have done in the past 8 years, and we did it in 4 years. Students. We raised our own money. We gave out scholarships. We did all kind of things. The first police brutality things, I don't know about Black Lives Matter, but we did it in 1989 when they shot Lawrence Myers. We were the ones protesting. We were the ones on the news and everything. The students at PCC. So when I look at these New Jack guys, and I say, okay, you do everything like that. You guys have done nothing compared to poor, broke students who've done the Black History Month celebration thing than you guys have done. And thank God Nancy Greer, back in the day, did the calendar. Because what happened was, we hooked up with PCC, the city, William Paterson, and every black organization in the city of Paterson, and we had it on a calendar. I don't know how much you guys need for the calendar, but I'll donate the money so you guys can have a calendar. Nobody knows what's going on in Black History Month. I don't know who's on the committee. You need to look at my resume, all right? Because maybe I can help you, okay? Maybe I can help you. Because the Black History Month program for the city of Paterson is a disgrace. You guys get an F, besides for the few events that you're doing.
Okay, Mr.
You guys got to do better.
Mr. Freeman.
You got to do better.
Thank you
guys
very
get
much.
paid to do it better.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Next speaker.
Yes, Council President, I overlooked the name, Miss Anna Martinez. My apologies.
Okay.
Please state your name.
We are sorry for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
May I ask Councilman Velez to go to the seat if it's possible?
Councilman Velez, please have a
'Cause I
seat. She'd
live
like
in
to address
his-
all of us.
I live
Please.
in his, no problem, I live in your Fifth
Ward.
Ward.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your name, please?
Ana Martinez.
Okay.
Thank you.
She
Fifth
said
Ward.
Fifth Ward.
Blessings. I'm here as a designer, mixed media, and textile artist, as an appointed art commissioner, and an art advocate, and as a creative leader and founder of Peace Society, art community of the historic district of Paterson. Note, PEACE stands for Paterson Education, Art and Culture Empowerment. On behalf of Peace Society, Ms. Wells and I would like to thank artists and art enthusiasts for participating in the Meet and Greet Creative Networking event on February 2nd, 2025 at Paterson Museum. We had 17 art displays. One of the art displays featured 32 artists. Total artists, 49. We had 6 performances featuring dancing, singing, poetry, film, and animation. We had about 150 guests. Total number, about 200 people. Thank you, creatives and guests. You all have embodied the Meet the Heart and Greet the Art through your artistry, promotion, and advocacy, and through your enthusiasm and support. Thank you to the influencers that have showed up and participated, to all the volunteers for making this event a reality, to Paterson Museum for giving us a historic and cultural platform for the art display network and performance. I spoke at the council meeting on January 21st, 2025, left a short message about the importance of education, art, and culture in seeking solutions for a better quality of life for the homeless community, and extended an invitation to all to a great cultural art initiative on February 2nd, 2025. Council members, I suggest to have at least one member as a representative to show up and support all cultural art initiatives happening in the city, or excuse yourselves to respect the cause. The First Lady and the Mayor have genuinely excused themselves. This meet and greet creative networking event was a cultural outreach, and your presence will have represented the city's support and welcome our communities from Paterson, Mills Art Community, and Prototype, and artists from Hilden, Wayne, Gutenberg, Union City, Hackensack, and so on, representing mastery and emerging artistry. To the creatives and people of Paterson and beyond, I ask you to bring your creativity to a citywide level and bring forth much needed self-expression and communication for social improvement and quality of life, to ensure order and humanity in the representation of the city, and to ensure creative, lasting, and humane solutions and actions in our communities.
Okay, ma'am, your time, you need to wrap up. Your time is over.
Lastly, it is not about saving Paterson in the worst of times. It's about recognizing and owning the historic and the innovative spirit of Paterson through education. It's about cultivating and nurturing the data-driven and visionary empowerment to bring forth heart and soul of Paterson through art. And it's about leading and serving the multicultural, multidisciplinary mindset and drive of Paterson through culture to obtain the best of times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Our last speaker is Patronelle Samuels.
Who?
Patronelle Samuels.
Okay.
Did I pronounce that correctly?
Okay.
Please state your name.
My name is Patronello V. Samuels. Good evening. Sorry, didn't know I was next. Okay, like I said, good evening. My name is Patronello V. Samuels. I am an Afro-Caribbean female who migrated to the U.S. in 1978. I'm a proud New Jerseyite, but at this time, I'm not proud to be an American naturalized citizen. The system has failed me ever since my embarkment to the U.S. I attended various daycares which I was kicked out of, and I attended School 21 at age 5, and I was bullied and ridiculed so much, forcing my mom to make the decision to send me back to school in Jamaica, West Indies. I came back on vacations every year. In 1991, I attended and graduated from PCTI in Wayne, New Jersey. In 1994, I started MSU in Montclair State, New Jersey. 14 years later, I graduated with a BS in sociology and criminology. I have various other accolades which I will not mention at this time. My reason for speaking today is because the system that is set up for our inner city youth is and has been failing us and is continuously failing us. We must stop the bleeding. I will continue to come to town hall meetings and take my 3 minutes of fame to speak out on the injustices of the judicial, executive, and legislative branches of this government in the United States of America that is failing our inner city youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
That's it.
Can I have a motion to close?
I had signed in with it, the pen wasn't working.
No.
It didn't work.
No.
Okay. So you get better pens?
You arrived at 10 o'clock, all right? We started this public.
Earlier, but the pen.
Okay.
I just have a quick question. I'm not gonna go on.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Frank Filippelli,
Second Ward. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I just have a question. Like everyone that sits up here, you work for us. You're supposed to help the community, right? We all put on our flyers, we're gonna save taxes, we're gonna be safe. And then when we get to these chairs, all we hear is, I'm one vote, I'm only one vote. That's not Al's no longer here, but we're just legislators. You never put that in your flyers. I save them all. I never seen a flyer come to my door and say, I'm just a legislator, and I'm gonna sit there, and I'm gonna vote against the mayor, or vote with the mayor, mostly is. So my question is, what are you doing to really impact our community as a positive impact? Not what you say you do. I've been living here my entire life. The city's gotten nothing but worse. So my question to you is this. I'm gonna just hit you with a quick, easy one, right? And this is to the, Harry, good to see you, man. Wow, what a great BA. Great, stay there. Here's my question. Maybe you know, I believe it's Spruce and Market. We have a museum on the corner there. I think a museum, right? Mm-hmm. That museum, I'm gonna go back because my memory doesn't serve me well, but I'm gonna say at least 15 years. How long's Andre been in? 2 terms? 3 terms? 2 terms? I'm gonna say Joe, I think Joey put it there. The roof was caving in. The blocks were caving in. Yeah, bad, right? So as a contractor, I know what it costs to put up a structural pedestrian protection, which is a scaffold. And if you drive by at the end of Market, you'll see this scaffold. It's so old, it's starting to decay. But guess what? I like to take pictures everywhere, all over the city. That costs the taxpayers dollars every single year. I'm sure that poster that's up there, that scaffold company out in New York City, didn't just give it to Paterson because they love us. I doubt they said, keep it, Joey, and when you get the roof fixed, you bring it on back. I doubt they did that. I'm dying to know, because I am in the union and I erect scaffolds like that for a living. I did the Dream, oh snap, did you turn it off? There it goes. I did the Dream, the Dream Mall. 100,000 planks. I don't want to get into that, but the bottom line is 10, 15, I'm going to say 15 years. What did that scaffold cost? What did that scaffold cost? And I'm coming back next month, and I want the BA to tell me, what is that scaffold costing the taxpayers every year and I want to know when it was put up, and I want to know how long we intend to keep it up. Because as you know, Andre took me off the Youth Guidance Commission, right? You know how much I could do for the youth with the money you guys wasted? Because you all drive by it, you all see it, what you think it's there for free?
Thank you very much,
It's
Mr.
not.
Filippelli. Thank you very much.
I want to know how much.
Thank you.
I'm coming back, I want to know how much.
Thank you very much. Motion to close. Motion to close the public portion. Motion to close the public portion. Moved by Councilman Jackson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Cotton and Velez. And I think Udi.
Yes,
And
Council
Mills.
President.
All right, roll call, Madam Clerk, to close
I'm
the
not
public
gonna-
portion.
Roll call to close the public portion for the workshop session. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say, there was a group of people here. I'm not quite sure what was happening at school number 9. I'm really not sure if they were closing the school down. But I just want to make sure that they get connected to the Board of Education. Also,
Yeah, she said she's gonna.
also, I just want to say to the Also, I want to say to the Mendoza family, please pass out all your information that we can. So I would call Corporation Council will be able to help you, if I may, set up a meeting with what's happening. You have it. So Corporation Council to the family of Mendoza that he will set up a meeting for you to try to meet with the police department. Also, I want to say to Deborah Hannibal, about that DCA If I was you, and we all gonna question it, it's the governor's office coming down from the DCA. Yeah, that's where, but I'll be able to talk to you. For Linda, I know she talked about the accidents on, no, but I'm just saying, people, you know what, my thing is, I'm gonna send you to the right person. I'm gonna send you to where you need to go to. Like, I wanna send you to the person that you need to go to. Also, I know I wanna say to, Kimmy Freeman, I accept your apology, and you know, sometimes I know how it feels because, my Big Eddie was part of Project 2000, where he followed the children from first grade all the way through 8th grade. So that was a really wonderful project. But what I found is that it wasn't the city doing those projects. It was individual organizations. We don't have those organizations like we had back then. And we need to get them back. And they're out there, but we need to get our organizations back that want to do good things for our community.
Councilwoman?
Also, I just want to say to...
Councilwoman, it's snowing outside, so if you're going to address every person...
I'm not addressing. You know what? I don't stop nobody. I don't say nothing. I let people talk. I sit down here and I don't say nothing. I don't interrupt nobody. That's all. You know, but I'm just saying there's so much stuff. I done been here with 7 superintendents. I done been here, and for those people to come down, you know, I would just reach out to the superintendent, because each school has an assistant superintendent that oversees each school. I can tell you who's a high school. I can tell you who's the grammar schools. And we need to know who is over, I think, School 9 that they were talking. Also to, I think Roger had talked about Barbara Park. I'm looking forward to an East egg hunt. But I want to say, too, sometimes, you know, I may have a tendency to overspeak but I know I work 7 days a week. I work 7 days a week. I call people on Saturday and Sunday, and they be surprised when they said, oh, wow, you calling me on Sunday at 4 o'clock? This is the chance I get to call you. So my line is always open. I'm always open for people. I'm always here. Whatever I can send you, wherever I can guide you, that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to steer you right. I'm here to do the right thing. I'm here to take care of people. I'm here to help out. You know, I done been here with 4 or 5 mayors. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, I have more, but you said it's snowing outside. And I got people's numbers down, so. And Linda, we're gonna make sure we take care of your 2 girls. I'm looking forward to that program. I really am. It's going to be very helpful. We have programs, and I know what we need to do is guide you. And I know there's a program going on or something is home. And I know Councilwoman Mims does a lot of stuff at School 21 with her programs. We do a lot of stuff. So people can't say we're not out here trying to put stuff together. We are putting stuff together. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson? Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
I don't know what we putting together, but it don't reflect it outside in the street. I could say that. But you know, multiple things. Miss Hannibal, she left for the day. I want to make sure that I you know, continue to spotlight some of the issues that she has concerns about. She's absolutely correct, and it's unfortunate that this council has waited until the BA has resigned, found another job, the exit strategy. She gave herself a raise, didn't make any improvements on the community, and then pulled the ripcord, jumped out the plane while the rest of us are getting ready to crash and burn. More importantly, as we see there was a discrepancy with the raises. There was no projections given on the raises that was given. These were precedented raises that have been the largest increases that any department have seen since I've been sitting here, and probably well before that. It was done when she already knew she was on her way out, and this council was singing her praises. I was so surprised today to hear the amount of scrutiny. You know, just talk about double standards. Anyway, there was an announcement, and I'm hoping that some of the young children and parents who was here earlier, there is a requirement for you to sign up. One of the school board members sent me a message. You must sign up to speak on the virtual meeting. They register on this website, which is public at paterson.k12.nj.us. So it's public at paterson.k12.nj.us. You have to sign up for this on the website in order to speak at the public portion. I will be there tomorrow as well. Well, I'll be virtual with everyone else, and I stand firm on my statement from earlier. I went to address some issues with the superintendent. She doesn't live in this community, and she doesn't feel like she needs to answer to anyone in this community. And school board members, that's your responsibility. Your responsibility is to hold these employees accountable that you guys hire for the students. I mean, for the community. When you have students that feel the need, they have to come forward and voice their opinion about, the conditions being changed, and the school board members not being willing to address that. That's a concern. There was a few other items, but I'm not going to prolong it any further. Madam Clerk, I appreciate the opportunity. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
So what I say every week to the public that comes out to the microphone or actually just comes to sit, and to those viewing, I just want to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule and away from your families to come down to want to definitely make our city better and to bring solutions and or to alert us on things that are going on. I want to commend all of the youth and the parents that showed up tonight, whether you are in support of the traffic shift that's going to happen by St. Gerard's or the various schools that came out in regards to the middle school changes that are in the works for the public schools. I'm not going to speak in totality on what's happening, but this is something that started in 2021. The audit came back, and those were some of the recommendations. But as parents and students, please, as I stated before, reach out to your school board members, to the superintendent's office, even within the schools, and rally and come together. One, I heard it stated in the last school board meeting that they will be doing community forums around the city to be able to answer questions and to give true clarity to what they're doing. I think there needs to be an understanding of why this audit came forth and what these findings are. And perhaps, I'm not sure if this is a part of the corrective action plan that was recommended based on that audit, but it started in 2021. So that's stuff that you need to find out directly from the school board, from the superintendent's office, to identify what that's about. But I commend everybody that came out. I know Ms. Mora talked about the accidents on Godwin. We definitely need to do a traffic study because we have to identify how many accidents. So I heard it stated, but a traffic study will definitely identify how many, and then they can provide some solutions to that. I want to say congratulations, Mr. Addison. I know you forgot to mention it, but you did post that you're going to be recognized for Mr. America in May. So I think it's May or March. I can't think what date you said on social media, but I just want to commend you for another honor, as well as what's going to happen on Juneteenth. I want to commend myself, Cotton, and Jackson. Every year, for the last few years, we've just taken the stand to do Black History Month here in the city of Paterson. We had our flag raising on February the 1st. On the 21st at 5 o'clock, we will be doing our celebration and honoring different individuals that were selected by the council and the mayor. And then we'll have a set program with people that will sing and do different things on that program. Looking forward to that. There are different things that are happening all over the city. I always tell people, if you want to do a program for Black History Month, you don't need to wait on the city council. We have a structured set of how we do things here. It doesn't stop you from doing whatever you want to do. Get a venue, rent a school, whatever you want to do. You could do whatever you like. Today, I want to commend Ross Thompson for coming to our school, School 21, as a featured guest and doing a presentation on Ruby Bridges, which is an awesome presentation. Ruby Bridges is actually just got approved through the Senate and the Assembly. It is now an official day. It talks about a young girl who was in a school where the students did not look like her, and she pushed to ensure that no matter what kids look like, they still were able to come and be in a school and learn together without anybody getting different treatment. So we appreciate when our students take a stand and then we rally behind them. So I want to commend all the activities that are going on. We know it is Black History Month, but I want to say this in closing. We have to, as a community and as a people, with the times we're living in, we have to do more praying than criticizing, complaining, and causing division. We have a very serious situation going on from the White House all the way down. We don't know if funding is going to be cut all over the place. We don't know what programs will be in place or not as these people are being confirmed. These new positions, cabinet positions that are being picked. And I don't know if you've watched some of these cabinet hearings, but it's very scary what's going on in our country right now. And so I implore everyone to please love more than you hate. Reach out to people, family members, friends, even if it's someone that you feel they have an issue with, you, reach out and resolve it. Stop holding grudges. Reach out and pray for people. Reach out and give a lending hand. People may need help and or support. People are going through, they're sick. People are dealing with death and all types of things. And you know what? Love should always supersede hate. Ms. Anna Martinez, I am going to make a recommendation. When you have your events, please send it to our secretary. That way it could be disseminated, because one thing, you can charge us for not coming to something, but you can't charge us when we don't know. So I'm going to say give it to our secretary. And even if we don't come, it does not mean we don't support. Our support could mean that we send a representative, we can make a donation or whatever that looks like. But please, I say to everyone, send it out to our secretary, and that way we'll get it. I'll do a point of reference. If there are different press conferences in the daytime for ribbon cuttings and all that, I may not make it to them because there are a lot of them, and I'm not going to all those press conferences. I work in the daytime, and fortunately, I am with these wonderful students in our city. I am not going to be leaving the school every 5 minutes for a press conference. I'm just not going to do it. I sat here and voted on those items. Those items were approved, and I was a yes vote. So that's me at a press conference. But I refuse to be at press conferences every single day. I'm just not going to do it. I think it's just excessive. It's too much. And when I can make it, I will make it. But I'm not going to be held responsible that I didn't show up to cut a ribbon. I'm sorry. I cut the ribbon when I voted yes. Yes. Here at the dais. So with that stated, I hope I hit everybody that came up and spoken. If I didn't, charge it to my head, not my heart. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close public portion.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, I just want to, I don't know, Councilman Jackson is here. With all due respect, Councilman Jackson. The reason I want to clarify something. In the past, I know you have made valid points regarding the BA conduct, the BA work. And I agree, some people call me, you know, Councilman Jackson point this. No, it's true. Councilman Jackson brought some facts. Sometimes people don't listen on this side, but he put it this way, he put it this way. We never minimize what you brought to the council regarding administration. It was the way that you was doing it. You know, you was doing your way, and I'm not gonna criticize your way, but it's not what you was saying, it's how you say things. So probably the hostile moment or whatever, it probably throw away the purpose of your statement or comments, approaching things. So, you know, you're a grown-up man, you're responsible of what you said and your actions, but I could analyze all the points that you bring. Some of them was with facts, and some of them we had to look for more facts to see if it's true. You know, down the road, everything will come on light. Now, what's going on in the city regarding the BA departure, you know, unfortunately, you know, you're not going to criticize the way that other people does, but I have my way to do things. Totally different. We don't agree. There's some stuff that I find out as a councilman that employee used to tell me, but as Councilwoman Davila say, we don't get involved in personnel. We always refer to the union. We always refer it to other individual that works for that, you know, because there was a conflict. Matter of fact, Councilwoman Mintz created the personnel committee.
No, I did.
Oh, who was? Oh, hold on, sorry. The legal committee, Councilwoman Davila created the personnel committee that you are part of that committee, I believe so, if not mistaken, the personnel. And a lot of things could be vetted through there and then come to consensus to legislate in that whatever has come to us. But what's going on now is so important because right now the table is missing two legs. The table of the city is missing two legs, two important legs. The BA and the chief of staff. Let's be honest.
That's 4 legs.
No, interim. Now, you're going to hire somebody interim, right, for $150 for 20 hours, so an hour for 20 hours, when this city needs a full-time BA. Needs a full-time BA. And I believe she started yesterday, but, you know, she got a big tax because right now we need to resolve the bulk situation. We need to resolve the garbage situation, the crime situation, the takeover of the police department, contracts that's still pending. You know, I don't think as a part-time she could fulfill all the answer for the council. The BA, I'm talking
Councilman.
about BA. Listen, she's not going to pick up garbage. But what I'm saying is, can I please?
It's almost 11 o'clock, Councilman.
All right, so the time is 11 o'clock almost. So, in other words, we demand that the BA look for a solution with administration to resolve the bulk situation. We demand to the BA to resolve other issues in the city of Paterson. She's the operator manager from the city. So if you don't see it like that, then we're going to be in problem. Now, I just want to I was calling the president of the Board of Education. Listen up. I was calling the president of the Board of Education. A handful of parents came here regarding and expressing themselves about this middle school plan. Okay? Unfortunately, tomorrow is going to be snowing, according to them, and that's why they're going visual, right? Something like that. No?
No, that's virtual.
They say it is virtual. Now,
Councilman Velez, can you please wrap up?
I heard that, can you please wrap up in a video for Jackson? I know, but
You've been speaking for more than
Yo.
6 minutes, Councilman, and I just told you right now.
6 minutes.
We have to complete the agenda and the special meeting.
So, Madam President, you interrupt I want to finish if you don't interrupt me. But I was calling the president of the Board of Education to see if that item of that they're gonna vote on the middle school plan to be postponed until they go to a potential meeting that the parents could go personal and speak on it, because I know how good is the Zoom meeting when we are in virtual here. So I imagine those parents cannot a lot of them cannot call in to express themselves. So if the Board of Education could postpone that item to a meeting that parent could go attend in person and express themselves. There's a lot of concern in there, especially when the parents don't have a full plan of that middle school plan that they are trying to put together. To the young lady that came here about Carol and Godwin regarding the speeding, you know, we could request Mr. B.A., you could please direct Mr. Statuto with the traffic engineering to see if some kind of stop sign or whatever could be placed on. Well, so let me, I'll give you more ideas. The other thing is, you know, we draft the ordinance for the speed humps and this and that. This road was paved, I don't know when. They should take the opportunity to put speed hump at the same time, right? The ordinance there, so they should make it happen, because right now you saw that accident, fatal accident in Alabama, all right? It was speeding. It's a wide street, and people use that road in Alabama to go to Route 80 and come back and forth, you know. And Mr. B.A., to see if it's possible that the traffic engineering could look into how to install speed humps or speed bump in Alabama Avenue from up and down. What was that? Okay, so I'm taking my time. The people, yes, correct. And regarding the cameras for speeding, I know the director specialis spoke about camera that detect plates when they go here over there. Probably they could find, the police department could find some kind of device to do the same job, right? Yes, like in the Bronx or whatever, they you know, they send a ticket automatically, but some people don't want to take you know, hard decision here. You know, Mr. G. Greer came here and stated that
Councilman Velez, you're speaking now for 10 minutes. I just told you, we have legal counsel here. We still have items on the agenda.
No
it's
problem.
11 o'clock, come on.
So if you let me finish, we probably
Let you
leave
finish,
early.
you're
Yes.
rambling right now.
So you sure about that, ma'am? You interrupt me my report here because I had to report to them.
God.
Mr. G. Greer, I bet you when she had to speak, she speak all night. Mr. G. Greer spoke about a statement I did in the newspaper. Listen, I agree that if any developer out there need to pay their sewer fee or anything they own the city, of course they have to pay. They need to pay. And we will bring into the payment situations, right? Process. But at the same time, if any of us, elected official or any employees, are breaking the law, are stealing taxpayer money, are stealing time, they should be investigated and be processed at the same time. And that's not personnel. That is a statement. Doing my First Amendment right. Mrs. Ana Montañez, I already spoke to her, and I gave her, she got my number. And once again, I think that I did wrap up everything, the comments I hear. Young lady back there, you surprised me today. You did. Your education, and I know we're not going to take it for granted. Keep on coming. Keep on coming. I will not take it for granted. All right? And if you have any ideas that can improve this quality of life of the city, bring it forward. We will not disregard that. And I know some council person here will agree with me. Saying that, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Councilman.
So, I forgot one important thing. I know she could agree with me. I want to send a warm, happy birthday to Christopher Singa. Her birthday is today, okay? And she still got an hour to celebrate, but we're going to continue to celebrate Saturday. Happy birthday, Christopher Singa, and thank you for being patient with us and the council, and I miss you the whole week. Saying that, Madam President, I know you want to be president, but you know, my vote is yes.
Thank you,
To
Councilman.
close.
Councilman Udine. We're closing the public portion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson, those who are here, those who are still here, and those who are watching us live. So, Paterson, as you have viewed today, that the council chambers was flooded with the residents, especially the educators and the scholars from Paterson Public Schools, and they were here regarding the restructure plan that Paterson Board of Education came up with. And I know that we do not have the solution here. However, we cannot just ignore the fact that we have to listen to our residents, our students, and our community members, and we have to take that in consideration before we implement any plan. So I am fully with the community, and I believe that the Paterson Board of Education, the commissioners, the superintendent, and all the admins, they will take this request in consideration. Some of the speakers mentioned that they were trying to reach out in different methods they have used. However, they were ignored or they were not answered. So I believe that we have to work together to make sure that we serve our children that we're supposed to. So that's my hope, and we are going to work together on this matter. Speed bumps and speed humps, that request came from two different speakers today and previously multiple times. The ordinance is there. I don't think with that ordinance we have implemented any speed bumps or humps in the city of Paterson. Not at all. Not at all, just to restrict it. It just feels... So this ordinance was not implemented at all. Why am I saying it? Because when you request the first time, they said the majority or all the residents has to agreed on speed bumps request. And my personal experience that I have walked every single door on Cumberland Ave. If Pat Hilla's watching me, another former educator at Paterson Public Schools, she was with me, and we were knocking at every single door, collected signatures that we all want speed bumps on Cumberland Ave. That did not take place. Why not? What do you mean no? What do you mean no? Come on. No, council members, no. Do not, okay. What you are saying is that you are actually, the message that we're sending, you are just rephrasing in certain way that it's losing its meaning over the time. So we requested last year, the beginning of 2023. By the time we approved the ordinance, right after that request came. Let me finish. This is my time, Councilwoman. I never bothers anyone because I respect and I follow decorum, and I'm a professional and I maintain my professionalism every single place. So I don't want anybody to just distract it's my time. So we have submitted the request. In second phase, when we have approved the block of Cumberland Ave to be repaved, right before that we requested, can we add speed bumps along with the resurfacing? And that request also was taken place here in the council chamber, but did not happen. So my point is that this ordinance is just staying there, which is giving the residents a chance to request us, but it's not going anywhere. So if it does not take place, then I think we should remove that ordinance and giving people the hope that it can take place. If that happens, if this ordinance can be implemented, then we should implement. If we need to go with the traffic study, we have to. Why we cannot just say that we don't have traffic engineer? That cannot be excuses. Today we have approved 3 or 4 street the traffic patterns, right? That traffic study was done. We have approved 4-way stop sign today. I mean, not approved, I would say, we spoke about, and that was done by traffic study. We cannot just use the idea that, oh, traffic study was not done and things like that. If we really care that speed bumps should be placed in some of these streets, then we have to take in serious consideration. And if this does not happen, the ordinance should not be there. So this is important. Now, also, we spoke about West Side Park renovation and other parks. We do support that. At the same time, we like to see that that's giving opportunity to our children to, recreational facilities as well. So we are looking forward to it. And we spoke in details while we were talking about $2 million grant request. And with the family of missing Martin Mendoza, I think we all need to help this family to make sure that we flood our social media with the advertisement to make sure that if anyone can witness and help the family. So yes, it's important. And also, I believe Rafael is going to assist advertising that if anyone can see this missing person and help the family as well. So everyone, those who are here, just know this. When you come here, any matter, small or big matter, it makes us be accountable. It means that we have to do our job because you care. And this is what I believe that this is my hope for the future, that Paterson will run in the right direction in the near future because you do care and you count on every single decision we make. So with that being said, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Council President.
So I'm just going to make this statement because I think it's really important, and this statement is for the community. We have work to do, and every person that comes here, it's very important. But if every council member here addresses every issue and repeats themselves, we have almost an hour trying to close a public portion and not being mindful. So we talk about protecting the taxpayer dollars, right? But we have lawyers sitting here on the clock when we were supposed to have a meeting at 8 o'clock. Understanding the dynamics and everything that's going on, we have to be mindful. All I ask is to be mindful. When being asked to wrap up, please do that. So today I'm not going to address anything but one thing, okay? You know, when they speak about the interim BA, okay, that 20 hours for 150 that we need full-time, there's a reason why she's interim, because there is a process. They are doing interviews. There's many applicants. So while you do that, you can't have an empty seat. There's a lot of projects in place that need to be taken care of. Through Harry, we totally respect you, okay? I'm happy that you're there. And I made sure and asked that you need to be compensated. This is not your job. You're doing an additional duty, okay? And you should be paid out of title. So just bringing it back, that is the reason why there's an interim. Someone with so many years of experience. You just spoke, you saw how Ms. Hannibal spoke so highly of her. She comes highly recommended. Look at her resume and the amount of municipalities that she's worked out of. And she's a product of Paterson. She worked under Mayor Frank X. Graves. So all I'm saying is, let us be mindful and not put this message out there that we're just wasting time, that we're not doing anything, that we have our hands. And obviously, we don't do the hiring. But I do know this to be true, that there's a process and there's many applicants, and the interviews began today. So I just wanted to just say that, and can't address everyone else, because I think the council members here, we're a body, all right? And I'm with Councilwoman Mims, what she said about, I think I wrote your name. Was it Martinez? Okay, Ms. Martinez, please make sure when you want the council or someone, at least a representative, to come, my aide, she's sitting right by you, share your number so that way you can send her directly, and you can also do it through the council office, all right? And to everyone else here, and Mr. G. Greer, just so you know, I know you put it on record, and I'm gonna address you in terms, I spoke no ill against any director. All I said is there's a process, okay? If there's wrongdoing, then it has to go through its process, all right? I'm not addressing anyone. At the end of the day, I believe myself to be someone who is fair, all right? And when asked the question, Joe Malancano was, well, what do you think about what's going on? And I said, I know nothing about it. I said, but if there's something, it has to go through its process, and that's that comment. No names were I didn't address the person by name, I addressed the situation, okay? So with that said, thank you very much. My vote is yes.
Thank you,
to close
Councilwoman. The votes are
portion.
6 in favor, 2 absent. The public portion of the workshop session is closed.
Thank you. So item 14 will go on consent. Item 15, resolution authorizing the use of competitive contract process to solicit proposals for the private collection of municipal court debt for the city of Paterson. That will go on consent as well. And item 16, which is the last item, which I see, did not know that he was here. This item I do have some issues with, so please come aboard, right, to the podium. This resolution is to award a contract under the competitive contract to HS&H Outreach Services for the comprehensive addiction wraparound services for the city of Paterson Real Fix program. I'm gonna tell you what the issue that I have.
Okay.
Okay? Because I've witnessed it, because I've experienced it, I think that you're not in the correct location.
Oh, okay.
125 Ellison Street is not the correct location to house that program. You have a lot of people coming in and out. People have been found in bathrooms, urine, it stinks. Like you have all these people coming into the one department, all right? And then you have others that are coming to try to do business through zoning and going all the way to up. I don't think it's the correct place. I really think that we need to, it's something that I believe we need.
I would welcome that.
Okay,
Yeah, no,
but we definitely need to
I
really
hear you.
rethink. And I don't know how you guys feel, or if you've gotten any complaints about where this, his program is located.
I'm sorry?
No,
Yeah,
he
no, I was put
requested.
there. It's not like I, you know. I was in,
No, his office.
and
the
they
program, the
like
Real
me
Fix
bringing people
program.
into City Hall even less. So, yeah. So it was a rough, doing it in City Hall was rough. Doing it in where I am is better, but not ideal. I do have to say this, though. It does help working above human services, because a lot of the homeless that we serve need ID, need documentation, and so that worked out pretty well, because I can escort them downstairs to get the ID. That's pretty instrumental.
I
Of
don't
course,
see
a lot
them
of them
escorted.
need.
I see them walking around.
Yep.
You know, that's not what I've seen while I've been there.
Yeah, no, it's a tough
How are we
population
treating
to serve.
our
It's a tough
personnel
population to
and
serve.
the people that work in that building and all
Yeah.
the floors?
Yep, I understand that.
Council President.
Yeah, just give me a second. No, I know that, and that's why I just said I've seen nobody sitting there, just.
Yep.
Councilman Jackson.
How many daily unique impressions do you have?
Unique impressions? You mean how many people
How
do
many
we?
unique individuals do you see on a daily basis?
Well, that's unique individuals. I would say we probably see about 7 to 8 unique individuals. We probably have 1 or 2 brand new clients a day. We have had about 520 unique individuals admitted into treatment. I'm not saying referred into treatment. That's, anybody can say call here. You know, we've had 520 people.
Where's the report?
Admitted into treatment.
Where's
Excuse
the
me.
report?
I'm
Where's
telling
the
you right
data?
now,
Where's
it's
the data?
520. I have a report that goes out every month. So, yeah.
I've asked for
I can't
this
give you
report the last
you
time
have
we were
not
here.
asked me for the report. If you did, I would absolutely give it to you, and I will give it to you.
To the council.
Oh, absolutely. By the way, I mean, 520 studies show that for every person that you get into medication-assisted treatment, you save society $120,000. So we've saved $64 million on the budget that we've spent. Now, I grant you, a lot of that is state money, right? It's incarceration, it's court costs, it's things like that, which is why I think that this needs to go to the state level, and hopefully that's what we'll go. But it started here in Paterson. Other cities are asking us how we did what we did. When we're in Mexico City, I have cities from across the country that are asking us how we're doing what we're doing. And it's from Paterson, and I always stress this is a Paterson-born solution. So, yeah, we're doing really well. This wraparound service contract is because we need to focus more on delivering addiction treatment services and have somebody else take care of the things like signing people up for Medicaid, like buying them a bus ticket back to the town where they came from, you know, getting them their birth certificate from New York City. These are things that we need a third-party organization to do, because frankly, we're not even allowed to incur the incidental expenses of that without doing it through a third party.
What is he here for?
Council President.
If I may, Council President.
I'm sorry, very quickly.
No.
Council President.
No, I understand that, but that's my point. He's here for a solicitation to go back out to renew.
No.
No, this is for him. They
To
already
award.
did the bidding. It went through its process.
To be awarded.
For application to do outreach in the community for the
Right.
Real Fix program.
Yeah.
So
may-
my
may I
point
go through
is-
the-
my
may I
point
clear-
is-
go through the services that this will provide, if you don't mind? I mean, if,
Go ahead.
No.
yeah, I mean, yes, it is outreach. It's 6 hours of outreach a week. And one of the things I liked about the vendor that we chose is that they said that they were gonna go out to the encampments, right? They're not setting up a table and serving peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and cups of coffee and waiting for people to just wander by. No, they're going out to, I'm directing them to, I know people are camped out here, I know people are camped out there, and we're sending them there. They're also helping people sign up for Medicaid. They're helping people sign up for SSA. These are essential services to getting our homeless clients with addiction
President.
off the street. They're helping us purchase train tickets and bus tickets so we can transport people back. This is things that my staff, we've actually paid out of our own pocket because because DCA doesn't allow us to have any petty expense accounts. So we kind of like try these things out ourselves, out of our own pocket, and then they're like, hey, you know what? We can't continue paying this out of our our own wallets, and we need a third-party organization
I'll
to
wrap
basically invoice
quickly,
us, because
Council President.
that's just the financial
This is
process that
ridiculous.
we're under.
You come here very callous each and every time. You have no written report. Where's a copy of these train tickets that you guys have purchased?
Yeah,
Out of
I
your
keep
pocket.
receipts, by the way, but there's really no sense because I'm not allowed to submit
I
them.
want the receipts to be included in the written report. Where's the report of your performance of all these things? You come here pontificating and talking about all of these grand experiences that you're encompassing. Council President is accounting to something completely different, where you have people sleeping and urinating in the bathrooms, on the stairs, that you're supposed to be responsible for.
That is
You
not
show
what
up
she
here-
said.
You
That
show up
is
here.
not what she said.
Excuse me, sir. I sat here and listened to you pontificate. You can at least listen to what I'm requesting so you
Okay.
can show up here with a full outline report on the services that you offer, that
Absolutely.
you have rendered. Now, you may have to redact names, but all of this account of these people who've been transported, these train tickets, and things of that nature that you claim that you've purchased. I've been speaking to some of the employees that's been doing some of the driving. They're not getting paid. They're calling me to complain that they're not getting paid.
I don't pay them,
And they're
that's
talking
you.
about, and they're talking
City
about this
council
not.
pays them, not me.
Sir, once again, please understand the decorum. I'm listening to you ramble on
Absolutely.
about whatever. I'm asking you for things. You continuously disrupting me and talking over me. Where's the written report? Where's you've been coming here. Where do you show up? At what private sector board meeting do you show up? But they've been touting that you have all of this experience in the private sector. You show up empty-handed. No report, no presentation, no outline description of all of the services that you rendered. You're making accusations that you and your employees are coming out of your pocket, paying for train tickets and plane tickets without any proof. So when should we see this? In year 5, or once the mayor loses the next election?
I have reports written up every 6 months, so you're happy
So
and
where is
welcome.
it to this
You're
is the
welcome to
body
them.
that you're supposed to be reporting to. You have yet to show up here with a report. Or did you show up and I just missed the meeting? Explain that to me. You had a report the last
Reports like
time?
that would be presented at a committee meeting, not at a city council meeting. If you wanted a report presented at a city
What are you
council
talking
meeting,
about? The
put that
council
on the
votes
agenda,
on, whatever
and I will
happens in the
present it.
committee is supposed to come before the council for the public's consumption.
Okay.
You're not just gonna have a private meeting behind closed doors in a committee meeting only without the public having access to it. This is tax dollars that we're spending, and.
I'd be happy to present you a report.
All right, so I'll
The council.
patiently wait for, before the next meeting, It's going on the agenda?
It's gonna go regular.
Okay.
It's gonna go regular. I'm not gonna remove it, but
Ridiculous,
if we don't
man.
have the information.
Yet again,
Councilwoman
yet
Mims?
another item that I talked about before, and this, whatever we're getting, we're being hit over the head with. More Mike Powell nonsense, pontification.
No, let me ask you a question.
No. Councilwoman Mims is first, then
Okay.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Hi, so I'm glad that it's going on regular. The first question, was a needs-based assessment done in regards to these wraparound services that we went out to bid for?
I'm doing this assessment based upon the fact that we're spending a lot of time on these services.
No, that's
and
not.
they're better.
No, my question was there a needs-based assessment done?
I'm not sure what kind of report you're looking for when you say a needs-based assessment. I know the number of people that we're providing these services to, and we can't continue to do that.
So let me explain. So anytime you're saying that there is a need for services, we're going out to bid because we feel, based on the population or of unhoused or whatever we're looking for, we are soliciting bids for these particular programs based on these needs. We find that, like, as you said, 40 people needed bus tickets, we didn't have the money. People need mental health, behavioral, whatever the issues are, right? A psychiatrist, psychologist, based on those needs. Now we've done a cost-benefit analysis, which was my next question, which I doubt that wasn't done, but a cost-benefit analysis, right, next. And then you present to say, here, we're going out to bid for this particular item. So the answer to my first two are already
Well,
no.
actually, I do have an answer to that, because I should have explained this up front. I completely agree with you that I am not in favor of spending money and like giving a chunk of money over to an organization and say, hey, do this. Because there are a lot of, nonprofits are very well-intentioned, and I love the people that work for them, but they don't always get the job done, right?
They don't.
So this is a fee-for-service contract. It's like, if I send somebody to this organization to help them get their ID from the state of New York, I pay them. If I send them person to get signed up for Medicaid, I pay them. If I send them something that needs a bus ticket, I pay them. If they're not doing the work, I don't send anybody to them, and they don't get paid. So we won't wind up paying for anything that we don't get, that we
Right, so
don't need.
with-
So we'll
with-
only send somebody to them when they need the service, and we'll only pay them when they get the service.
So with what you just stated, there is no scope of work or anything that details or outlines that in this particular document stating, it talks about wraparound services. There's no detailed outline of what those services look like. What was the needs-based assessment that was done to identify the key performance indicators that says we want this contract because of X, Y, Z. We've identified this is the need. Based on these needs, we need to go out to bid to make sure that we provide resolution or solution for these particular items. There's no scope of work attached, so I'm gonna ask, because it's on regular, before next week's meeting, that you clearly identify what those needs are and the rationale behind it. For it, what was the estimated cost that you have expended in the past based on whatever you've provided, how many people that you've serviced, and what will be the need for service or what that number will look like. The other thing I'm looking at that I'm a little concerned about, I want to get a description, so if you could get a bio of HS&H, I would like to see who they really are, because they scored higher than Eva's Village, who is already a partner in the city, and I'm trying to understand why they were selected. So I'm making a request for the scoring system. I would like to get a copy of the scoring system, or everything I'm asking is for all council members. I want to see the scoring system that was utilized. You can anonymously put whoever, and I want to know who the scorers were, like how many scorers, what their names were, and what their titles were that scored these two people that went out to bid.
Okay.
Also, I may not leave any questions for you, Velez.
Yeah, that's no problem. I have that. That's not a problem at all.
Okay, so also, it talks about, what rank the scope of work. So make sure the ranking for the evaluation committee identifies the scope of work, what you're looking for. I don't wanna be the person that says this needs to be pulled until this is really done and come back at another time. The reason why I'm saying it is, I find it very hard to, I know we went out to bid, and Harry, I'm gonna ask you to tell me, like, if we need to pull it and bring it back from March, will it like cause any issues? The reason why is because how do you present a need? How do you present something without doing a needs-based assessment? Like, you have to present to the council or to anyone. We went out based on these needs and we assessed it. Based on this, we have identified that we need to have X, 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 X. And this is the cost, this is the benefit, this is the analysis we've done, and now we're going out to bid based on that. And here's the scope of work that will be required. Here are the wraparound programs that will be attached to it. And this is not a foolproof document. I think this should be pulled. I'm only one council member. Until all of that information is attached for March, if it's not time sensitive, Harry, you can let us know. But we need to know that. Like, I don't know how we as a council can approve this.
It is actually time sensitive in that the
Right.
grant
For what?
money. First of all, this is all paid for by grant,
Right.
So when is the grant? What's the timeline of the grant?
and the grant, the end of the grant is June 30th.
Oh,
we're-
so
we're-
you got
So like when
March.
we,
No.
when we went out there and, and you know this, right? We encounter people that are homeless,
Right,
that
they're
have been
homeless,
attracted
they're
into
everything.
Paterson from other towns and other municipalities, right? And they wind up here with an addiction and stranded in Paterson.
We know
And
that.
then, I know, we spoke about this like years
Yeah.
ago, and I heard you. And so when we get them treated, like, we always ask them, where do you come from? Do you have family there? Do you have friends there? Do you have a job that you might reclaim there? We can get you there anywhere in the country. And we didn't really have the mechanism, because the way that DCA oversees us, we can't like put out money in petty cash and get reimbursed.
No, I
We
understand
have
that.
to do it
I
through a
don't wanna
third
cut you
party.
off
And so
because-
now what we're really trying to do is use that remaining money and
Right.
get as many people back home as we can. Because once
They're
they're
not
treated,
letting us.
they belong back home.
Right,
you know?
I agree with that, because that's been something I've said since 2018. But I'm just gonna say it again. You have till June. March is right around the corner.
No, he has to spend the rest of the money. Right?
I
No,
gotta
he has
spend-
until,
I have to
He got to
spend
spend
the
the
money
rest
by
of
June
it won't be hard for him to
30th.
spend it, because
Yes,
he's been
it
giving
will
it
be.
away anyway.
Yes, it will be.
Look, you can approve it or not. I'm just saying,
Okay.
the work you do, I think you're doing some good work. But I'm just saying, when we get items before us, they have to be foolproof. All the information has to be, and you agree, you know.
No, I'm totally in
You
agreement with you,
agree.
and I don't
Right,
worry
you
about
know
it.
what I'm saying
Because
is
I
true.
have it, I got it
No
all.
one-
That's why he
Look,
gotta
me and you
prove
are
it.
on the same page.
On the same page.
Right.
All of this stuff, not just for now, but every time it comes, every item before it should be foolproof,
Yeah.
right?
I think that
Because
probably
if
a
you're
committee meeting,
saying
we probably
we're
should go
going
through
out
more
for
of
some
this.
money, I want to know why you're going out for the money, whether it's a grant or not. We need to know what it's for. It doesn't talk about the details. It could be a great thing that you're trying to do, but this doesn't tell the story, and that's why there's always these additional questions. So what I'm doing is trying to assist what you're doing to make it so when you come before us, you don't have these elongated sessions and all that.
I'm with
Now,
you.
if you can provide all of that by next week and have it detailed, and that's what you feel like you need to do with the
Yeah,
true,
not a
all
problem.
that for next week, then fine. But
Yep.
for me, Harry, these items, Mr. BA, Corporation Council, any items that are not foolproof should not come before the council, because it needs to be foolproof. We need to see,
You don't
why
know-
are
you
you
don't
going
know it-
out for this money? What is it for? We
Right.
need to know that.
The
What,
money's already
the
here.
evaluation
Yep.
of the people that did the scoring. We need to see the scoring. How did they pick this HSN, whoever they are? How did
Yeah.
they, HSH,
I mean,
whatever.
I have some of that details for you right
Yeah,
now. They
but
were
that's what I'm
like
saying. We already
35% cheaper
EVAs.
than
So-
EVAs on certain things. They were giving it to us for free because they had grants that they were doing it for already.
Yeah, but
You
that
know,
should not
they're-
be, that should not. And here's the problem. Just because these people have done whatever in the past should not allow them to get a higher score because that's who you've utilized.
No,
That-
they didn't do it for us. I'm just saying there were certain services that we solicited of them, and they gave us a price for each service. And some of those services, they said, no charge because we have a grant that covers
So
that.
you've done it with them. You just said it.
That was the
not-
proposal
no.
in
Those are
their,
the proposals.
in their
Even
bid,
in
that's
their-
what
right,
they
in their-
said,
No, you said that you have put some things out, some items.
Bids.
to bid.
No, but you said, but they've done them and they didn't charge you.
No, they're doing it for somebody else.
So they're not doing it for you.
No, they got a
So
grant from
you've seen what
somebody
they've
else to
done for
do
other
it for
people.
somebody else, and
So
then they
that's
said,
why,
I'm not
and
gonna
that's why
charge
I'm
you.
asking the question to see
Yeah.
the evaluation.
Yeah, no,
So
it's
if you're
it's
saying
completely
you've
valid.
seen them do whatever for other people, and based on what they've done and they didn't charge them, that is why they have a higher score, that's a problem.
Provide the
That's-
information.
That's
Wait,
problem.
That's a problem?
It's problematic. You cannot, when you're doing a scoring for someone, it should not be anything based on your own personal reference of somebody.
No,
It
that's
should be,
not-
this
I
is a
must
clear-cut
communicate
score.
that.
This is a clear-cut scoring system based on evaluation, based on the needs of what what is the needs of this community. This is what we need, and this is what we're scoring. That's what should have been in place. We don't even have a needs-based assessment here. There's no cost-benefit analysis attached. We need that stuff. And now you're telling me you've seen these people do this and do that. Look, it's like Oprah Winfrey. You get a car, you get the money, you get the car, you get, like, come on. We gotta do better. We gotta do better. And this is not just to you. Anybody that comes before with this, item like this, I'm always gonna challenge.
All right.
But we gotta
Challenge it,
make
that's
sure that
fine.
stuff
Challenge
is
it.
in there,
Yes.
presented before us, and,
All right.
we
Council
gotta make sure.
President.
Thank you,
because this-
Councilwoman.
This is not
Council
focused.
President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah.
Velez and Jackson.
The only thing, Mr. Bossy,
Well, you
I
gotta
know
put
we're
my
talking,
attention. I already have Velez on the list.
first
You
of all,
already on the list. You had
I
already
mean,
asked for it.
let me ask you, in your department, how many people you got working?
We have 3.5.
3 people.
Plus me.
3.5. You got half a part-time.
Yeah, we got a
That's
part-time.
a half part-time. And now, in the beginning, you were going out there, or you were sending the other group out there to reach out to these people that are out there.
In the beginning, it was just me and my car going around.
Right, just you. Right, no, I understand it, because I know I'm in front of BP, I'm in front of the White Council, I see the margaritas, deli and breakfast, and they're out there. Now, what you're trying to do is that, and I done ran across people, they got nothing. They got nothing.
Yep.
No ID, no birth certificate, no social security card, don't even have an address, don't even know what to put down. Now, and we're starting from scratch.
Yeah, those
And,
people are starting
and
from
trying to
scratch.
get a social security card,
Yeah.
2-3 weeks. At least you can go downstairs and get an ID at 125. You can go get an ID there.
You can, but you need
something.
documentation.
But
yeah.
I'm just saying, it was 3.5 people. And the 2 years you've been doing this, 3 years?
About 2
2.5 years. You done
Well, it took a while
you
to
done
get
dealt
started,
with
so about 2
500.
years.
You done dealt with 500 people.
520, yeah.
520 people. Now, and I had brought the question up before with the police department.
Yeah.
I said, why we can't take people back to their community?
Yeah, I love it.
They said they can't do it. Not to say they can't do it, but if they don't have a summons, if they don't have this, if they don't have that, they're not. But at least you now, you know what? I'm really from Willingboro, South Carolina, and I came up here. I was up there straight and narrow. It didn't work out. I'm walking down the street with my suitcase. Now you can get them on the bus and send them back.
Yep. Yeah.
With this grant, you can send them back.
Yeah.
And where before nobody was.
Before I was.
Nobody was sending them nowhere, even though they might
I've
come
driven
back.
people myself for like hours to get them where they needed to go in my car.
I know. I know what it is. And let me just say, Mr. Boss, and I had someone to help me, Boss.
Posey. That's all
Posey.
right.
And I knew what it took to get somebody in a shelter. I knew how many days it was just to get him in there and hope that he would be all right until he was able to get in there.
Yeah.
And so now this is the first time you're using this company.
They've been doing it, but
Not
you
with
know, we haven't-
Paterson.
Yeah, but no, they're headquartered in Paterson.
Okay, they
so
are.
They've been doing this, but you know, now we are like, hey, we have people. We need you to treat our
Okay.
people. You know, it's like not just out of
Right.
being nice or something.
I know how difficult it is, Mr. Boss, and you do your best. You sit outside, you be there. I know you got to go there, but you need to, we want to try to help people, even just getting them started. If they can get somewhere to live, they get an ID, try to get them somewhere to live, get them into a studio, get them somewhere so at least they can start getting their life back together. That's what we're trying to do, get people's lives back together. I could throw an ID in there, I could throw that, but, 3 people with a city of all these people that we got in this city, 3 people is not enough people.
No,
We don't, I wish we could be like Newark, where they have a crew on the weekend trying to help people get into different situations.
Thank
But we
you.
don't have that crew. We got the organizations, but I
Thank you,
know,
Councilwoman.
I be trying.
Yes, you do, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Councilwoman President. Let's go for the real stuff. Before I vote on this, I want to see, before we vote on this next week or whatever, it's going to go on regular, but before we vote on this, I want to see the incorporation paper when this nonprofit was created.
Oh,
Okay? All right? When was created? Second. Oh, no, I'm doing my homework here. Okay? Meanwhile, you guys speaking, I'm doing a lot of stuff. The 900 Main Street, this place was the grand opening of this pharmacy and surgical supply was grand opening on the summer of this 2024, past 2024. I went there myself, okay, to that pharmacy. I know the owners, okay. I never saw a sign that says that HSNH Outreach Service operate from there. So I Google the HH thing, and you say that they haven't done work for you before, but their page is promoting Real Fix, is promoting a message from the mayor.
They've
Hold
serviced the same people.
on, sir. Hey, listen.
Not that.
don't
You
even
have the
understand the
procurement
point.
person sitting right there.
No,
He
hold
doesn't
on,
do the
hold
procurement.
on, hold on,
He
but-
does.
But hold on, I'm not saying I'm doing his job. I'm not saying I'm doing his job. I'm saying I'm requesting.
Yeah,
I
okay.
want, Harry, understand I'm not putting in procurement your job, okay? But we want to see, I want to see, with all the respect, and I'm not saying that you not doing your job because you have a license, you're holding a license that is more important whatever we do here, right? And you're gonna protect your job. But we have the right to ask. We wanna know the day of corporation of this 501(c), okay? And who are the partnership of this 501(c), okay? When it was created, when they got the 501(c), okay? They got all those papers to put into a contract, right? So we want to see that. Now, the other thing is I want to see who is the evaluation committee,
Yep.
okay?
Said that.
Right? You
Yep.
say that.
You got that.
Because we want to know who in-house is being the evaluation committee. Now, second, once again, I know this 900 Main Street property is a whole pharmacy
Okay.
and is in the 6th Ward, is in South Paterson
Okay.
Business District. And I know who are the owner. They're not Jose, Juan, Pedro, they're not Morris, they're not Baker. Listen, let me tell you something. I have doubts.
Okay.
I have doubts. Listen to me. I have doubts that Eva's Village in their building
Yeah.
have all the needs for homeless to take them, to house them, treatment, and everything. They score less, only for a company that's going to go out and try to see where they could send people for $90,000. And this is, for me, is like somebody sit down with somebody in the administration and say, you know what? We need to boost the South Paterson.
I'm gonna have it.
We need to, you as a new business owner, you have to, no, listen, I got a freedom of speech. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Have you walked into this pharmacy, Councilwoman? Have you walked into this pharmacy? Let me tell you something, Councilwoman. This individual in this pharmacy,
He said he knows.
I gotta tell you, I gotta tell you, I know there was a pharmacist, okay, that came in and grand opening in summer, that they closed the whole block, that we had to approve the block to be closed because they having to do a picnic and they want to do only halal food because of community and all that stuff, okay? They didn't have this operation there. That's why I want to see when they started being a nonprofit, because now everybody's going to submit paper, and then the real people that are doing the job in the city, Mr. Ed Bossy. Bozy or Bozo. You know how many buildings Eva Village have?
Yeah, by the way,
That
I'm very
does-
familiar with Eva's Village. You know, there are reasons, and I have the comparison, and I have the rating that Councilwoman Mims asked for. So yeah, we did go through that. Yeah, they're a great organization. I will say one thing that really weighed a lot on me is that Eva's Village has done outreach, but they do that model where they set up a table and they give out coffee and they give out sandwiches.
No, you're wrong.
And they hope that
You're wrong.
But
You're
what
wrong.
they're not, what they
You're-
have.
you're
Council,
wrong.
Councilman,
Let me
if
tell you
ask,
something.
Councilman, if you ask a question, let him respond.
Yeah, but to say they only give coffee and sit at a table, you're wrong.
No. What I'm saying is
Okay.
that I needed people to go on the tracks. I needed people to go into the woods. I need them to go into these encampments by the river that are hidden, that people don't go to, that those people stay there and they
Okay.
just stay there and they don't wind up wandering down
So let me
Broadway.
tell you.
And
so-
if they do, they're
so
not
Ed,
necessarily
so
going to
Ed,
stop
so
at your
Ed,
table.
Let me tell
I
you
needed somebody
something.
that was going to go out and get them.
So let me tell you, Ed. I speak a lot with every village. I see their program, and they spend the money that they get directly from the state, not from the city, from the state to invest in the community. Now, you wanted these things to work that the same way you go to the bushes, to the river, this and that. Why you don't create a homeless service office and hire Black Lives Matters? Because if you go to the river, they're gonna run. You know why? They're gonna think it's immigration. All right. Let me tell you something. You have to put people that really looks like you, like other people, because they're not gonna go. They're not gonna go. Now, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
I have to
That's
say,
what I'm
I go out
saying,
on the street,
Councilwoman.
I do pretty
Councilwoman.
well.
Councilwoman, that's what I'm saying. We need to hire organization in the city of Paterson that deal day and night with this homeless situation. And we have nonprofit in the city of Paterson that being longest in the city of Paterson. Look, Paterson cares. Paterson cares. Paterson cares. Mr. G. Greer. Paterson cares. How long you been insisting? How long? Yeah. And at 14 years, I bet you if you hire Paterson Care to work under your office, and he will go to the bushes, he will go to the river.
Councilman Velez, Councilman Velez, it was
He
an
knows the
open
people.
bid process.
Councilman
He has to
Velez
put
didn't
in for
bid.
it.
Did
didn't
they
bid.
give him the right to participate? Did they announce it to them to participate?
Yeah, it was publicly announced.
No.
Just when you put out
No,
bids.
how he don't know about it?
Well, that's just the way that you guys always do bidding.
I want to see how you score. I want to see how the committee went into this evaluation committee into 148 to 176, 176 to a person don't have a bed, organization don't have a bed.
Councilwoman
organization don't
already
have
put
a-
it on record.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna just say this, because again, we're not being mindful. What you're asking for, you have the right to ask for. But I'm asking you to be mindful. You're becoming repetitive. It's 11:32. We have council here. We have not gone into executive session, and I'm asking you to please, listen.
Okay.
He already knows, okay?
I'm with you.
All I'm gonna say is this, okay?
All right.
I told you from the beginning that I have some issues, right? But I really feel that we have to be really careful, like Councilwoman Cotton said, what we say, what spews out of our mouth. Because you just right now have the sitting qualified in the state of New Jersey purchasing agent who does the process. So you just question that process. Do
I
you
didn't
have the
question
right
that
to ask
process.
who's the scorer? I want to know, were you a scorer?
Yes,
Okay, who else was a scorer?
Dr. Monks.
Look at
Okay,
that.
so just two.
Who's Dr.
Yeah,
Monks?
Dr. Monks
Okay.
is he's the program monitor.
Okay.
He's the
Wait,
senior
wait,
program
wait,
monitor.
wait,
over
wait,
there.
wait.
He's the bald guy.
Mr. Bosey, 1 second. I'm gonna allow for Mr. Savalos, our acting BA, to please, he's been wanting to say a few words, and I think he has the right to do so.
Thank you, Councilwoman President. This is how things work here in the city of Paterson. Councilwoman, you're correct. If the department or division find a need to go out to be a request for proposal, so in the professional service, they put together the scope of services, what we're expecting for the party to do for
Correct.
the city. When it comes to construction, scope of work, everything that is required from them. Now, when it comes to request for proposals, and the proposal that we send out is a criteria incorporated, so how the proposal will be evaluated. I never participate in those because obvious.
That's what I'm saying.
I cannot.
Of course not.
So it goes, we receive the proposals, we look at the paperwork that purchasing need to have in order to have the vendor approved. One of those being the ownership statement, in which they have to disclose anybody had 10% of the business or more, they have to disclose under the state regulations. I don't know so much about that. I don't know if we're requested to provide a 501c or whatever, but that probably would be a requirement that Ed has to ask. But for what comes to purchasing, nothing leave my office until all the required document has been checked. In fact, when someone called my office to say, oh, who was the apparent low bidder, that's exactly what I thought. The apparent low bidder. Why not the low bidder? Because I have to look at the paperwork. Number might be right, but if it means any of the required documents, guess what? So, when it comes to the department receiving the results of the request for proposal, they set a committee. So they do individually. I had recommended to be a 3 or a 5. In that way, if they need to, make, the break, they had. So that's their job. So to my office, come back a reading recommendation. Specifically in this type of contract, it has to be more than this company. This company, we found that they're doing this good, they're doing this so, and this. So it's an analysis of what their findings, and then the scoring next to it. So what we do is like we look, which is open to the public. After we open the bid, any single paperwork is for public consumption. So they do have, I don't have on my records the tally sheets and everything. So they come like the first participant have 50 and these 59 and the other one. So what I do, I tally all, make sure that the numbers are correct, and that is presented on the resolution, I think the second page. So anything that that's the reason we're bringing this, every single contract in front of the city council for consideration. If if I any questions, more than what have been already established, you're more than welcome. But who him 500, 900, whatever the address is, things like that, it's like I just want to leave it at that because it's like we're going beyond what we're supposed to. I mean, you have all the right as council member to ask all the questions, but you have to show acting a certain way, like when this was done, or who's the guy, or I wasn't the party.
Right. Thank you very much,
So,
Mr. B.A.
Council President,
So,
I have the right to ask for the 513 certification? When they was?
well, if that's a
What-
requirement under the bid, you have all rights to ask if there's a
That's right.
501c3.
So
Absolutely.
of course, that's why, this is because this, right? I want to know how we got to this score, and based
Okay.
on that score.
And we're gonna get that information
So-
because I
so,
believe
Ed Bossy,
Councilwoman
and the
Mintz
other
has
thing is-
requested that.
Not a problem, Councilman.
I don't know if this is a recommendation, or legal could tell me, how a director of a program could score a contract. And then, I thought the committee would be 5, 6 people, 7, but you're talking about 2, you and the doctor that
And I
work for
think
you.
It might have been the certified peer recovery specialist. I didn't see her score, but.
Okay.
No, but you just stated it was you,
Councilman
the
Velez,
committee, and the other guy in the bullhead.
I know I saw Dr. Monk's score, I saw my own score. I think that the certified peer recovery
Okay,
specialist might have scored.
so let us move on. Councilman Jackson, and we'll end with Udi. Okay?
Really? I thought I asked first.
No, he asked for it first.
No, it was after the.
Councilman Udi.
Yeah,
That's what point I was driving, Councilwoman Cotton. That's what I'm saying. It's invalid.
So,
It's invalid.
all right,
Right.
very
Okay.
good.
Councilman
So,
Jackson.
Mr. Savalas, and obviously, as usual, we appreciate your input. Obviously, you've been doing this quite some time. If the fact of the matter is the gentleman is tasked, even if, when we talk about organizations like Mr. Greer, if you are, in fact, being a part of this community and getting to know, you should know, or by now, you've been here for several years, you failed to bring any reports here, and you chuckle, but you've been here, you've been coming to before this council for quite some time. I'm glad that now, finally, other council members are starting to see, the council, who understands the community better than council members? What aspect of the process have council members been a part of? When you're looking at servicing this community, it obviously feels as if you've only addressed those people who come from outside this community. So the community.
Well, I don't know how you got that.
Once again, I'm going through the context of what you just described. You talked about you driving people from faraway distances. You talked about people coming in from outside of the community, from various communities. You talked about EVAs and their lack of extent of the services that they render. We have there's over 300 and some odd different nonprofit agencies in here. In fact, a good amount of them were here just a few weeks ago when there was an issue about the homeless. You could have easily come here and taken notes how many of them did you go out to solicit? Did you go out and solicit the Sharonda Roberts' organization? Did you go out and solicit some of these who render showers, who actually know these individuals? You did not. You did not. You put out an RFP. You got 4 back, of which none of them are from the community, outside of Eva's Village or whomever.
This one's from the community.
There's 1 and 2 of them.
Who is it?
HS&H.
Yeah, and Eva's too.
Who?
And Eva's too.
And Eva's too. They
Yeah.
both in the community.
Okay, Eva's has been a beneficiary of the
Yeah,
community, but
okay.
and they hire from the people that they've serviced throughout, but they're not G. Greer, they're not Sharonda Roberts, people who actually live here, people who have actually had
we
family
gotta
members
teach
that are
them how to go
impacted by
fly.
it.
We gotta
But
teach them.
I can see from your callous responses that that's not a concern of yours. Please provide the reports. And I want to make this note to council members. When we talk about this, because I've been complaining about this for quite some time, and everyone is saying, oh, it's a grant. Well, if you look at the latest endeavor that this administration is pulling, $150 an hour for 20 hours. That's a part-time employee. 150 hours is $3,000 a week. By 52 weeks is $156,000. Is more than the BA was making on a full-time salary. So, you know, the setup is on the wall. These people come in here, you know, they make a claim that it's grant monies and we don't have to be accountable. Which one of you were a part of this process? Which one of you was a part of the setup process and how we're looking for our community to be serviced? They come here and present these things in front of us as if we're stupid because we haven't held them accountable. He's there laughing at, you know, some of the questions that I've asked. Who goes to a board meeting without a full detailed report of their performance? I understand the first few years he was here. Where's his performance evaluations? We don't even know some of the things he serviced. He's making claims that he's buying train tickets, plane tickets, and all of these hotels without any proof of that. Anyway, I digress.
Thank you very much.
$156,000 for a part-time
Whatever
BA
money you spend, put it in.
that now they're gonna have to
Please,
pay
put it in.
2 additional employees that's gonna get moved into the BA's office as an assistant BA, that's gonna have to get out of title pay while the other 2 are being paid full-time.
I don't
This,
see why we paying out.
Councilman Jackson, just so you know, and if you read the article, she's not going to be here for a year. She's interim while the interviews are in process. So please let us not, and FYI, I did the calculations myself, and I saw exactly those numbers, but I know
$156,000
that
per
if
year.
she works here for a
It
year, she's
doesn't
only
matter if we're
interim.
only paying her for 2 months. We're paying more than we're paying for a full-time employee. You don't understand the point.
Medical benefits
If she's making,
and pension.
Okay.
it doesn't matter.
Okay, Councilman.
She's making more than the BA was making.
Councilman Udine.
All right, thank
Way
you,
more experience
Council
than-
President. So, Paterson and Mr. Butt, that you saw last month, we had kind of, I would say, long discussion regarding homelessness in the city of Paterson. When we were given draft or whatever, we came up with an resolution to punish. I'm not saying punish, but
Oh, yeah, I know what you're
yeah,
talking about.
you
Right,
remember
right.
that, right?
You mean the camping on the street?
Absolutely, absolutely. So we are talking about camping on the city street. Now, when we are giving the idea that the people on the street, we have enough housing facility available in different nonprofits in our city.
That we have enough what?
Enough housing facility available.
Gotcha,
And that was answered by the Director of Human Resources. And we felt this is right, and when the next meeting, in the regular meeting, the people showed up from the city of Paterson, different nonprofits showed up here with their data stating that we do not have enough bed for the people that living on the city street. We had nobody from the administration to back us up. We are ourselves, right? And we had to remove this item from the list. Am I correct? Now, Real Fix could be a very blessings. Oh my God. I cannot speak if you're on the left side, right side, everyone speaks. Now, if Real Fix really want to fix this problem, you should have clear data that how many homelessness or unhoused people on our street.
Yeah.
How many of them are from the city of Paterson? How many of them are coming from outside the city? As you have stated that some of your daily basis you are providing services, we, the city council, needs to know that how many of them average coming for the service to the Real Fix.
That last part
How
again?
many unhoused people
Okay.
coming to you, average per day or per week or monthly, so that we have kind of idea that how many people are seeking for the service. When people seeking for the service, not everyone coming for just the same issue, can be different types of issues. It could be mental health issue, it could be financial issue, any kind of issue. But that should be recorded as well, so that we could find the proper solution for homelessness.
Yeah.
If we just go with like without any recorded data, or we kind of without any investigation that what's happening on the street, that we can just provide real fix for whole life, but no solution is going to come permanently. You can send people to New York for their ID, whether you're out of your pocket or could be from the grant money that we are receiving. That person might come back, doesn't matter they live in nearby town or not, they might come back here because this is again welcoming. So I think there should be a database presentation from the Real Fix.
Okay.
That this is what's happening, that many people lives on the city street, and that percentage is from Paterson, that percentage from out of Paterson. So that we can sit down with the other nonprofit they were backing up or they were against the ordinance that we wanted to pass, so that we can come together and find real solution for that problem. Who's doing that? Oh, so we need that here in the presentation, trust me.
Yeah, no, actually that was part of like when I started all this.
The Real Fix cannot be there just to serve and keep on serving without thinking that when this is going to end.
Absolutely.
And as a resident of the city of Paterson, as a council member, we are seeking to stop this problem here. The unhoused Patersonians should have a house to live. The unhoused Patersonians should have a service where they can live on their own feet a certain period of time. How we can train them to make sure they can get a job. So we need to have like clarification that that many people need, or that percentage of people need mental health services, that many people need financial support, that many people need to go back to their home, that whatever crisis they're taking place in their home. So that should be there. So that could be called Real Fix.
Yeah, I love data. I have
So
data.
please come up with this.
Yeah, no, that would be
and
great.
we can also sit down with the nonprofit that came here, so that we can find real solution for that problem. Because we don't want that services just for the sake of services.
Because it's not just addiction. There's a whole
Right.
chain of
Exactly. There are so many other factors
mental health
involved
is
to
huge.
it.
Yep,
Right.
That's true. So
Right.
we need your help on this.
absolutely.
I don't want you to feel that if we are against each other. No, Real Fix could be a blessing for the city of Paterson if we work together and if we work properly.
Thank you
Now,
very much,
I'm not done, Council President. I'm on topic always. So here's another topic that came, that whether we are hiring the people, are they ready to provide these services? Their request came from the council members and our favorite purchasing person. And you know that we all love him because of his professionalism, that he's providing service in City of Paterson. Ceballos mentioned, you heard about this. So we need to know the two organizations that he mentioned here. We all know about Evans Village. The other organization we may not be familiar with, we cannot just go with the Google picture, cannot just claim this. However, we need real description of the organization, that whether they are ready to provide services or not, and how better services we can provide. So we need the help, and also I would say that you also need to make sure that how can we stop this problem or find proper solution. If you come up with data, we can provide this data to the Human Resources Services, and we can see what other nonprofits can shake hands with us and give facilities to our Patersonian unhoused people. So with that being said, we are looking forward to the data you'll be presented on the next council meeting. If you think you need some time for presentation, I think you should.
No, I was wondering, do you think that we should have is there time for a committee meeting in between now and next city council?
So here's the difference between committee meetings and the workshop session. Committee meetings, like let's say I'm in DPW committee, right? So you discuss in the committee and we come to the workshop session and have the discussion here as well. Committee meeting cannot really stop the discussion to take place in the,
Yeah,
in
I
the council
understand.
chamber.
That is
So-
why he needs to send an email to all of us with all the information that's been
Please,
requested.
please do so, and also, if you do so that in advance, and if you think you have vast data to be presented, I think you can request the council president, he can do the presentation here.
Yep.
Because not only we, the council members, Patersonian needs to know how many of their own people living on the street and how many of them are coming from out of towns. So we cannot just invite problems from out of towns. We have to solve we have to just deal with our own problems at this moment. So again, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. This item is going on regular. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Before I close this workshop, because I'm going to need a motion, but we don't have a quorum for the motion, I do want to put on record, Council President has addressed, he sent me a message. I guess somebody must have told him about the meeting, or he was probably watching it on his way back. And he expressed that the program, this is not the first time that he does a program to celebrate Dominican heritage, independence, and that it is a private event in terms of he's not using city resources and he is providing whatever it is at his cost. So he wanted me to put that on record, as that was a question about, this event, So with that said, can I have a motion to close the workshop? Councilwoman, if Cotton is out there, she needs to come in. We need 5. We're gonna close the workshop because we are done with the workshop agenda, and then we're going to go open the special meeting and go into executive session. I know. She's walking over. All right, so can I have a motion to close the workshop?
So move.
Moved by Councilman Udine. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the workshop of Tuesday, February 11th.
Close the workshop session of Tuesday, February 11th, 2025. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Velez? We're closing the workshop. Thank you. Council President?
Yes.
Thank you, Council President. We have, how many have? 5 in favor, 3 absent. Is 3 absent? Yeah.
One
The
vacant.
workshop session is here, it's closed.
Thank you very much. Now, we're going to go into the special meeting. And good evening, everyone. We're on, right?
Good morning to me.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the special meeting on Tuesday, February 11th, 2025. It should have been at 8 p.m. It is now 11:55. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call for the special meeting of February 11th.
No one can leave the council. We need to have
2025.
quorum to continue this meeting.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Oh, yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Thank you. 5 in favor, 3 absent. The special meeting is open.
Madam Clerk, just for the record, also state 1 vacancy.
1 vacancy, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, very well. So, Madam Clerk, thank you very much. Please read the 48-hour notice.
Yes, I will. No. It's my 48-hour notice. Meeting covered by 48-hour notice. Notice of the time, date, location, and agenda of this meeting was transmitted to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrica, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. At or about 11 a.m. on February 4th, 2025, such notices were posted on the bulletin board in the offices of the city clerk at City Hall. Council President.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please read the special meeting notice?
Yes. City of Paterson notice pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act, be advised that the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson has scheduled a special meeting for Tuesday, February 11, 2025 at 8 p.m. to be held at 77 Ellison Street, Paterson, New Jersey, for the purpose of discussing the following matters. Resolution authorizing a municipal council executive or closed session in or adjoining the city council chambers, 77 Ellison Street, to discuss pending litigation in a matter of Osama Al-Saida versus City of Paterson, and others. Law, resolution number 25:050, formal action will be taken. Number 2, resolution authorizing the municipal council executive or closed session in or adjoining the city council chambers, 77 Ellison Street, to discuss pending litigation in the matter of Estate Soto versus City of Paterson and others. Law, resolution number 25:051, formal action will be taken. 3, resolution authorizing a municipal council executive or closed session in or adjoining the city council chambers, 77 Ellison Street, to discuss pending workers' compensation in the matter of Ferdy Abedinoki versus City of Paterson. Law, resolution number 25:052, formal action will be taken. 4, resolution authorizing a municipal council executive or closed session in or adjoining the city council chambers, 77 Ellison Street, to discuss pending litigation in the matter of Connie Glass versus City of Paterson. Law, resolution number 25:053. Executive session, executive or closed session in or adjoining the city council chambers, 155 Market Street, to discuss pending litigation claim in the matter of Osama Asadi versus City of Paterson. No formal action will be taken. Executive of closed session in or adjoining the city council chambers, 155 Market Street, to discuss pending litigation claim in the matter of Estate Soto versus City of Paterson. No formal action will be taken. Executive of closed session in or adjoining the city council chambers, 77 Market Street, 77 Ellison Street, to discuss pending workers' compensation claim in the matter of Ferdy Abedinoki versus City of Paterson. No formal action will be taken. Executive or closed session in or adjoining the city council chambers, 77 Ellison Street, to discuss pending litigation claim in the matter of Connie Glass versus City of Paterson. No formal action will be taken. Resolutions. Resolution number 5, resolution authorizing settlement of pending litigation claim in the matter of Osama Al-Saidi versus City of Paterson and others. Law, resolution number 25:054, formal action will be taken. 6, resolution authorizing settlement of pending litigation claim in the matter of Estate of Soto and others versus City of Paterson and others. Law, resolution number 25:055. Number 7, resolution authorizing settlement of pending workers' compensation claim in the matter of Ferdy Abedinoki versus City of Paterson. Law, resolution number 24:056. Number 8, resolution authorizing settlement of pending litigation claim in the matter of Connie Glass versus City of Paterson. Law, resolution number 25:057, formal action will be taken. Council President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd like a motion for items 1 to 8 to go into executive session.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to go items 1 through 8 to go into executive session.
Roll call to go into executive session. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Oh,
So
I'm
yes.
sorry. Thank you. Council
vote.
President? Council President?
Yes.
All right, thank you so
Tan
much.
lindo. Tú eres tan lindo.
1, 2, 3, 4. Is that it? 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Who's the other one? Oh, yeah. Okay. The
Yes,
votes
no.
are 5 in favor, 3 absent, 1 vacancy.
It's known, you know?
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you?
Yeah, the executive session is,
Okay, so anyone that is not affiliated with the executive session must exit the chambers? Well,
I'm sorry, I got choked.
it's okay, that's why I said it.
Anyone not affiliated with the executive session must exit the chambers at this time and may return following the conclusion of the session.
He's the only speaker, right? He's the only speaker. Councilwoman.
Yeah, you did. He did.
Yes, please. We're going into executive session.